There was a pavilion by the foot of the mountain. At this moment, a voice rang from the pavilion. I've been waiting for everyone for a long time. Everyone, please come in and have a chat with me. The 4 elders surrounded little Yuaner immediately. Their expressions changed as they spoke among themselves in lowered voices. Old Hua, bring the girl away first. All right. Hua Wudao did not refuse and agreed immediately. The other 3 elders stood in front as primal qi surged. At this time, a graceful man wearing a light red mask walked out of the pavilion. When his gaze landed on the 5 people, he said, "You can't escape." The 5 people were surprised by these very familiar words. "You're the one behind that?" The man bowed to the 5 of them and said, "I'm Qi Sheng. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Please come in and have a chat." Qi Sheng turned to the side slightly and made an inviting gesture. At the same time, more than 10 figures appeared, surrounding the 5 people. At this moment, little Yuaner walked forward. She looked at Qi Sheng and said, "You're so annoying." Qi Sheng was not angry. "Annoying? You left that message everywhere, and you were even waiting for us here. How did you do it?" Little Yuaner felt that the Evil Sky Pavilion's plan was very good. During this period of time, they had been constantly on the move to avoid being found. However, they still ran into the person in front of them. How could there be such a coincidence? Qi Sheng said, "A new sacred relic has appeared in the Great Void. Can track saints. No matter where you run, it'll be able to find you. However, I disdain using such an object." Little Yuaner felt speechless. After a moment, she asked, "Then, what do you use?" Qi Sheng pointed at his head. Panlytian did not believe it. The routes were ever-changing. How could the person in front of them accurately predict their routes? Little Yuaner rolled her eyes and said, "Look at what you're saying. You think you're very smart, but you're still far from being comparable to my 7th junior brother." Qi Sheng was still not angry. He said with a smile, "All right, I'll be honest. I have a sacred relic that's even more accurate than the Great Void's sacred relic. In fact, I could have met all of you earlier, but I was held back," Qi Sheng said as he let out a long sigh. "There are many things that require me to take the lead." The 5 people were confused by these words. Finally, little Yuaner said irritably, "You want to bring me back to the Great Void, right? Who are you?" "I'm Qi Sheng," Qi Sheng said. Panlytian asked, "You're from the Great Void?" At this time, a silver-armored guard from the Silver Guards said, "The person standing in front of you is the new commander of the Two-Way Hall, Master Qi Sheng." Two-Way Hall. The 5 of them retreated at the same time as though they were facing a great enemy. "Don't be nervous. I mean no harm. The cultivators in Two-Way Hall are all either stupid or bad. Let's go." Swoosh. The Nirvana sash wrapped around the 5 of them. Saint light glowed on little Yuaner's body as she used the 7 stars cloud treading steps. In just a moment, she brought the 4 elders away into the distance. Not only was Qi Sheng not anxious, but he even said praisingly, "What a young saint. I'm afraid there was no one like her in the past and that there won't be anyone like her in the future." "Commander, aren't we going to chase after them?" one of the Silver Guards asked in confusion. "They'll come back." Qi Sheng sat down while the other Silver Guards scratched their heads in confusion. After sitting down on the stone bench, he unrolled a piece of paper on the stone table and began to draw on it. Qi Sheng had drawn a map of the Black Lotus domain, and the black dot on it represented their location. After about 15 minutes, little Yuaner and the 4 elders returned. However, in addition to the 5 of them, there was also a fierce beast that glowed with a strange light. The eyes of the fierce beasts flashed with lightning bolts, and its fur was standing on end. It looked like a slender red tiger. A saint slayer from the Great Void. The Silver Guards were shocked. The 4 elders' expressions were quite unsightly. It was obvious that they had suffered a loss. Buzz. At this moment, a figure appeared above the red tiger. Qi Sheng rose to his feet immediately and said, "Greetings, Emperor Shangzhong." The Silver Guards bowed and said in unison, "Greetings, Emperor Shangzhong." The four elders were stunned. The person in front of them dressed in a long red robe was Emperor Xianxia of Xianxia Hall. His eyes were bright, and he had a slight beard. He had the air of an emperor about him. One person and one fierce beast stood there. There was no one else. Xianxia looked at the crowd before he said, "Qi Sheng, I've already done what I promised you. Thank you for showing mercy, Emperor Xianxia," Qi Sheng said. Then he pointed at little Yuaner, who was surrounded by the four elders, and said, "This little girl possesses one of the great void seeds. As for her talent, there's no need for me to say anything. You'll see soon enough." Xianxia looked at little Yuaner and nodded. "Little girl, the entire world is looking for you. You can only protect yourself if you follow me. You have no other choice. What do you want?" Little Yuaner asked as she glared at Xianxia. "If you're worthy, I'll accept you as my disciple," Xianxia said. "Don't even think about it." Boom! Little Yuaner stomped on the ground and flew up. "Little girl." The four elders followed suit and flew up as well. For avatars appeared in the air, protecting little Yuaner like mountains on all sides. Xianxia pressed his hand down. His hand was like a mountain as he waved at the four avatars. Without any suspense, the four elders were sent flying, unable to withstand even a single blow. "Elders!" Little Yuaner's heart sank. "Go!" Zhuoyushu signaled for little Yuaner to crush the jade talisman. At the same time, the coiling dragon staff flew out. Seals after seals appeared in the sky. Qi Sheng shook his head and said, "It's useless." Xianxia waved his sleeve, and the four elders were sent flying again. Their blood and qi surged chaotically in their bodies. Little Yuaner charged at Xianxia as her body glowed and her avatar towered into the sky. "A saint!" Xianxia's eyes lit up immediately. The four elders rushed over without caring for their lives. Xianxia waved his sleeve and sent them flying again. He scoffed and said tonelessly, "If it weren't because I've given my word, you would have long died. How dare you act presumptuously in front of me?" The four elders felt despair overwhelm their hearts. The person in front of them was a divine emperor. How could they be a match for a divine emperor? When they landed, they watched helplessly as Xianxia tossed out a ring of light to bind little Yuaner. "Let me go! Let me go!" Little Yuaner struggled with all her might. Qi Sheng said at this moment, "Little girl, listen to me. Instead of falling into the hands of wicked people, why don't you follow Emperor Xianxia? Remember what I said. You can't escape." After Xianxia bound little Yuaner to the red tiger's back, he asked, "There's only one person. Where's the other one?" Qi Sheng replied, "The Red Lotus Domain." "You!" Panlitian glared at Qi Sheng. He suddenly felt that the young man in front of them was very terrifying. Qi Sheng said, "Emperor Xianxia spared your lives. Aren't you going to thank him?" Panlitian laughed mockingly before he said, "Look at how talented you are. Why did you become a lackey of the Great Void?" Qi Sheng only glanced at Panlitian before walking out of the pavilion. Xianxia said, "My time is limited. Give me some time," Qi Sheng said. Then he slowly walked toward the four elders with his hands on his back. He looked at the four people on the ground and asked, "We're the same after all. We're all like dogs." "We? Who do you think you are? Don't lump yourself in with us," Zhuoyushu scolded. Qi Sheng smiled. "You're full of pride. You're brave enough to face death. Remember my name? Qi Sheng. I'm the seventh son in my family." After saying that, Qi Sheng pressed his hand lightly on Panlitian's shoulder. Bang! 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 Panlitian was sent flying, breaking all the trees he came in contact with. "Old Pan!" The other three elders' eyes reddened. They wanted to get up but were unable to do so. Qi Sheng straightened his back and placed his hands on his back again before he turned around and said, "Let's go." "Understood." The silver guards replied and bowed in unison. Xianxia's expression remained indifferent. He did not move, but a huge runic passage appeared in the sky as a burst of light illuminated all directions. Following that, He flew up after he patted the red tiger lightly on the head. Qishang and the silver guards flew up as well. "Little girl!" the 4 elders shouted. Little Yuaner was so tightly restrained that she could not even struggle. She could only watch in despair as she was brought away. Silence descended on the jungle. The elders sat on the ground with ashen faces as they looked at the empty sky in a daze. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Leng Luo called out, "Old Pan!" Pan Lydian stood up and touched his shoulders, chest, and body. Then he exclaimed in surprise, "Could it be that my cultivation has improved so greatly over the years and I accidentally cultivated an invincible body? I'm completely unharmed by that palm strike." Leng Luo naturally did not believe Pan Lydian. He rose to his feet and carefully examined Pan Lydian. Indeed, Pan Lydian was uninjured. The 4 elders were confused. "That Qishang is a newcomer in Two-Wei Hall. Isn't Emperor Two-Wei the enemy that Pavilion Master Lu fought in Luoyang?" Pan Lydian frowned. Leng Luo said, "Logically speaking, Qishang should hate us. He should be eager to kill us to avenge Emperor Two-Wei." Zhuiyushu nodded. "Something's amiss." Hua Wudao analyzed the situation and said, "Perhaps he was oppressed by the higher-ups in Two-Wei Hall before this. Perhaps he's grateful that Pavilion Master Lu killed Emperor Two-Wei, so he showed us mercy." Zhuiyushu felt rather speechless by this analysis. Then, she said, "Your imagination is really good." Pan Lydian said, "I think Elder Hua's analysis makes sense." Leng Luo frowned. "Now's not the time to talk about this. The little girl has been taken away. How are we going to explain this to the others?" The 4 elders' expressions were very unsightly at this moment. Before that person left, didn't he indicate he's going to the Red Lotus domain? Let's return to the Evil Sky Pavilion for now. The most important thing now is to warn Conk. The 4 elders glanced at the empty sky again with a helpless expression. In the sky above the capital in the Red Lotus domain, a flying chariot that was hundreds of feet long hovered in the air. The cultivators hovering around the flying chariot all possessed extraordinary auras. The cultivators in the capital felt as though they were facing a great enemy. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. For many years, the Great Void had concealed its existence. However, the Great Void seeds were of great importance, so many rules had to be disregarded. Moreover, the existence of the Great Void seeds had also long become public knowledge in the 9 domains. At this time, a voice rang from the sky above Great Tang. "Surrender and hand over the owner of the Great Void Seed." The Great Void Seed? The cultivators in Great Tang were shocked. Why did the Great Void come with such fanfare just to search for the Great Void Seed this time? The seeds were theirs to begin with. They were lost more than 500 years ago. How are we going to find them? Although the 9 domains aren't as vast as the Great Void, it'd be like searching for a needle in a haystack. I heard that the Great Void has a sacred relic that can track the Great Void seeds. At this time, a golden circle with strange and mysterious runes appeared on the flying chariot. Then it flew toward the east of the capital. Following that, a large number of cultivators from the Great Void flew east. At the same time, avatars appeared one after another in the sky, shocking everyone. At the same time, Zhang Hongfu and Conk, who were flying east, saw this scene. Their expressions changed drastically in just an instant. Zhao Hongfu raised her magistrate brush, intending to open up a runic passage to leave. However, due to time constraints, it was difficult. She said hopelessly, "It's all my fault for not learning well. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to catch us." Conk grabbed Zhao Hongfu and said, "There's no need to blame yourself. There's a runic passage 30 miles to the east." "All right." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The cultivators flew quickly in the sky. Conk looked at them with a complex gaze. She had not even become a saint yet, so how was it that they found her location so easily? At this time, one of the cultivators saw a burst of light in the direction where 2 figures were flying. Then he exclaimed in joy, "Found them! His Majesty's compass of conservation is truly useful." Cultivators flew over from all directions, stopping Conk and Zhao Hongfu from leaving. "One of them must be the owner of the Great Void Seed," one cultivator said. "No matter who it is, we'll know when the Emperor arrives." The cultivators of the Great Void were overjoyed at having made such a great contribution. Zhao Hongfu stood in front of Conk and said in a hushed voice, "Quickly crush the Jade Talisman. Don't waste the Jade Talisman. Perhaps it's useful against venerable masters and the likes, but it's useless in front of divine kings. You'd only be seeking death," one of the cultivators advised. Zhao Hongfu frowned. "A divine king? Buzz." A figure with an extraordinary aura that was 6.5 feet tall appeared. He wore a gold brocade robe, setting him apart from everyone else. His long hair was tied up, and his eyes were bright and spirited. The cultivators bowed in unison. "Greetings, Divine King Zhu Yong." Zhu Yong looked at Zhao Hongfu and Conk as he tonelessly asked, "Where's the Great Void Seed?" "Divine King Zhu Yong, the compass of conservation led us to these two. There's no one else but them within a radius of 50 miles. There's no mistake about this." "Very good." Zhu Yong looked at the two women and calmly asked, "Who has the Great Void Seed?" Zhu Yong did not take action, but asked first. Without waiting for Conk to speak, Zhao Hongfu bravely stepped forward and said, "I didn't expect you to find me. I admire your courage. Since you've obtained the Great Void Seed, this is your fate. You have two options. 1. Accept me as your master. 2. Die," Zhu Yong said. Zhu Yong continued to say, "If you disagree, I'll try my best to extract the Great Void Seed from your body. Without the seed, you will surely die." Faced with such a domineering attitude, what else could be done? Zhao Hongfu said, "I'll go with you, but this has nothing to do with my friend. Let her go." Zhao Hongfu clearly intended to sacrifice herself to save Conk. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yong shook his head and said, "I'm afraid I can't agree to this. If you live, she must die." At this time, Conk pulled Zhao Hongfu back and shook her head. "Forget it. No. I promised everyone that I'll protect you well." "You've done enough," Conk said. "But, Sister Hongfu, to be honest, I've always had an idea in my mind. I didn't mention this to Master or anyone else. In fact, I've always wanted to go to the Great Void to have a look," Conk said slowly. Zhao Hongfu was stunned. Conk smiled as she continued to say, "Over the past 100 years, I've been dreaming every day about where I came from and who heartlessly abandoned me. I want to meet that person and see what he or she is like." Zhu Yong sneered upon hearing the duo's conversation. "So you're the one who owns the Great Void Seed? Did you think you'd be able to trick me?" Even if Conk did not say anything, they still would have verified Zhao Hongfu's claims. "I'll go with you. Let her go," Conk said. Zhu Yong said, "The punishment for lying to me is death. You have no choice." Zhu Yong waved his sleeve and said, "Restrain her and kill the other one." "Understood." At this critical moment, an even more majestic voice rang from the sky. "You're quite impressive." Then, a huge runic passage appeared in the sky, illuminating everything. The cultivators looked up and saw a red tiger slowly emerging from the runic passage. Xianxia stood above the red tiger, looking down on all beings. Several cultivators followed closely behind Xianxia. One of them was Qisheng, the new hall commander of Two-Way Hall. Zhu Yong frowned. "Emperor Xianxia." The other cultivators bowed immediately. "Greetings, Emperor Xianxia." Xianxia said, "Zhu Yong, the Great Void has prohibited needless killings. As a divine king, how could you have forgotten the rules of the Great Void? How could Zhu Yong not know that Xianxia was here to snatch the target away from him?" He said, "Under special circumstances, we naturally can make exceptions." Xianxia asked, "Special circumstances? You mean you're using all means to obtain the Great Void Seed? Emperor Xianxia is now a divine emperor. Don't tell me you plan to rob the target away from me?" "Rob?" Zhu Yong said, "The 10 halls are told to look for the Great Void Seeds. The sacred temple forged the compass of conservation to assist us. Whoever finds the target first will get to keep the target. Xianxia only smiled faintly as he said arrogantly, "Even if I rob the target from you, what can you do?" "You." Zhu Yong was naturally furious, but he suppressed his fury. Then, he asked coldly, "You're going to bully me with your strength? I naturally would rather not do that. However, if you insist on being difficult, what other choice do I have?" Xianxia said. Then, he pointed at Conk before he continued to say, "Why don't you ask her who she's willing to follow?" Zhu Yong did not like this. After all, Great Void had always done things without considering the opinions of ants. However, when he thought about how the ant in front of him would grow into an elephant in the future, he agreed readily. "All right." Xianxia and Zhu Yong looked at Conk in unison. Xianxia said with a smile, "Girl, there's a difference between a divine emperor and a divine king. Are you willing to follow me?" Xianxia's words were direct and blunt. Anyone with a rational mind would definitely choose to follow a divine emperor who was stronger than a divine king. How could Zhu Yong not know this? Zhu Yong was furious, but he did not show it on his face. Instead, he said, "Girl, if you follow me, the position of the master of Zhu Yong Hall will eventually be given to you." Then, as though he was afraid it was not enough, he added, "Although I'm a little harsh, I only had a sharp tongue. In fact, I have a soft heart. If you follow him, I'm afraid you won't have a good ending." Xianxia only glanced at Zhu Yong before he said, "If you follow me, I'll give you the position of master of Xianxia Hall." The Great Void's cultivators were shocked. It was clear how important the Great Void seed was. Many years ago, before the land split, there was a huge internal strife in the Great Void. The competition between the 10 halls was very intense. Moreover, Ming Xian had founded the sacred temple, unwilling to stay in any of the 10 halls because he wanted to be above everyone else. He did not interfere with the conflicts between the 10 halls to keep the balance. It was also a way to retain his position and control. For example, when a huge number of silver guards of Two-Way Hall was killed by Xuanyi Hall's dark guards, Ming Xian did not care either. Needless to say, the competition between the 10 halls extended to the Great Void Seeds. After all, the owner of the Great Void Seed would undoubtedly become a supreme being. Such a person would be a great help to any of the halls. Everyone looked at Conk, waiting for her answer. Conk bluntly said, "I won't follow anyone." Zhu Yong smiled. "Very good. Then, we'll do it according to the original rule. Finders keepers." Conk was speechless. "Who do you think you are? Why should I go with you?" Zhu Yong said, "You have no other choice." Conk widened her eyes in anger. Her expression was like that of little Yuaners as she said, "Despicable!" At this moment, Qi Sheng, who had been hovering silently for a long time, finally said, "Miss, can you listen to me?" Zhu Yong looked over and said, "It's not your place to intervene in the matters between the 10 halls." Xianxia seized the chance and said, "How can you talk down to the new hall commander of Two-Way Hall and the future master of the Two-Way Hall?" Zhu Yong was slightly surprised by this. He said, "As it turns out, you're Qi Sheng." Qi Sheng ignored Zhu Yong. Instead, he looked at Conk and said, "You have nowhere to run. I can promise you that no one will harm your friend or your life. If you refuse, I'll respect your decision. However, you'll have to think about the consequences of doing so." Xianxia and Zhu Yong were slightly startled by Qi Sheng's words. With these words, they naturally knew what choice Conk would make. With their wisdom and experience, it was in fact not difficult for them to think of this method to deal with Conk. However, they had been in high positions for a long time and had forgotten how to think from the perspective of an ant. No human had ever thought about the life and death of an ant. Qi Sheng's method was undoubtedly the best method. As expected, Conk was moved. She was not stupid. She knew she could not escape today. Finally, she asked Qi Sheng, "How can I trust you?" Qi Sheng glanced at Xianxia before he said, "The Great Void has always valued promises. Moreover, how could an emperor renege on his promise?" Xianxia cooperated with Qi Sheng and added, "That's right. I'm a man of my word." Zhu Yong, who could tell the situation was not favorable to him, called out, "Wait, do you have a problem?" "Emperor Xianxia, I found her first. Isn't it inappropriate for you to do this?" Zhu Yong asked. Without waiting for Xianxia to speak, Qisheng said, "King Zhu Yong, you're wrong." I'd like to ask why you want her?" Qisheng asked. "Of course, it's for my use," Zhu Yong replied. "Is this your attitude when recruiting talents? Put this girl aside. I think whoever you're trying to recruit will refuse you when you try to kill their friends in front of them. You're not recruiting talents. You're making enemies." "How dare you?" Zhu Yong said. "You're not interested in her. You just want to seize the great void seed. However, you're already a supreme being. You have no use for the seed, right?" Qisheng said. Everyone was stunned by Qisheng's words before they turned to look at Zhu Yong. Some things could not stand being scrutinized. After being scrutinized, many problems would surface. How could a person like Zhu Yong not know the way to recruit talents? However, he openly showed his vile attitude and completely disregarded Konk's wish. It was obvious he had other plans that had nothing to do with recruiting Konk as a talent. At this time, Xianxia said, "If you want to become a divine emperor, you have to rely on your talent and comprehension skills, not the great void seed. Zhu Yong, with your state of mind, you're destined never to become a divine emperor." These words were not just a slap to Zhu Yong's face, but they were tantamount to a punch to his face. Zhu Yong asked, "Since when did Tu-Wei Hall ally with Xianxia Hall?" "Impudent!" Xianxia roared, sending a powerful sound wave out. It was thunderous and ear-piercing. Zhu Yong did not want to fight Xianxia, so he lowered his head and said, "Girl, there are people who are outwardly kind, but they're vicious and merciless in truth. They can even strangle their daughters to death. Think carefully about your decision." Xianxia could not hold back anymore. Buzz! A towering avatar appeared, flying toward Zhu Yong. Qisheng nodded slightly with a smile as he looked at the two supreme beings. Zhu Yong did not want to be outdone, so he brought his avatar out as well. Boom! The two avatars collided. The wind and the clouds stirred, and the earth shook. They flew 100 miles away in the sky. In a short while, a thunderous explosion reverberated in the air. At the same time, Zhu Yong fell from the sky. He quickly stabilized himself. His face was pale and his body was shaking. In just a blink of an eye, Xianxia returned to stand on the top of the red tiger's head with his hands on his back. He said calmly, "A divine king is just a divine king after all. For Ming Xian's sake, I won't argue with you." Zhu Yong looked at Xianxia unwillingly before he finally spat out, "Let's go." With that, Zhu Yong flew away with his subordinates. Qisheng clapped his hands. "As expected of Emperor Xianxia, you're truly worthy of being a divine emperor. You defeated King Zhu Yong so easily. Although Zhu Yong is just a divine king, he has many tricks up his sleeve. I merely took advantage of the difference in our cultivation bases," Xianxia said. After that, he flicked his sleeve, bringing Konk to the red tiger's back. It was only at this time that Konk noticed there was another person on the red tiger's back. 9. Little Yuaner shook her head, gesturing for Konk to stop speaking. Konk fell silent immediately. Xianxia said, "There are 7 more seeds." Qisheng said, "Your Majesty, you have 2 more now. I'm afraid that any more than these won't do." Xianxia was puzzled. Humans were all greedy, and Xianxia was no exception. Before finding the great void seeds, he thought finding 1 would be enough. Now that he had 2, he wanted more. Moreover, he did not expect to obtain them so easily. Qisheng said, "The White Emperor had done me a favor, so I have to send 2 to him. Before leaving the Lost Island, I made him a promise." Great Void Emperor Ming Xian had also agreed to this. "Then, there are still another 5, Xianxia said, undeterred. "I've received news that the Azure Emperor already has 2 of them," Qisheng said. "The Azure Emperor? Ling Weiyang. That old man is very cunning," Xianxia said. After that, he added, "Even then, there are still another 3. Qi Shang said again. The Black Emperor took another too. That old man Ji Guangji has long stopped asking about the affairs of the Great Void. He's really shameless. However, I don't want to provoke him. What about the final seed? I'm afraid it's gone as well. Why? Great Void Emperor Ming Xian wants the last one, Qi Shang said. Seeing that Shang Zhang remained silent, Qi Shang asked, Are you still going to continue? Shang Zhang looked at Qi Shang meaningfully and only said, Qi Shang, you're really talented. When you have the time, come and visit my hall. Then, Shang Zhang patted the red tiger lightly before he leaped into the air. I will. Qi Shang bowed. After Shang Zhang left, he added softly, But it won't be to see you. Then, Qi Shang turned around to look at Zhao Hongfu, who was on the ground. He said, I know your origin and capability. Since Emperor Shang Zhang spared your life, why didn't you run away? Zhao Hongfu said through gritted teeth. I'll remember you. Then, Zhao Hongfu turned around and left. One of the silver guards scoffed before he asked, Commander, why did you let the tiger return to the mountain? I have to keep my words, after all. If I did something to her, do you think that girl would willingly leave with Emperor Shangzhang? Not only do we have to let her go, but we have to protect her as well. The hearts of the people are won not by intimidation, Qi Shang said. Void, Commander, you're wise. I'm enlightened, the silver guard said. Very well. Then you have to ensure her safety. Remember that those who possess the great void seeds are all future supreme beings. You can't offend them, Qi Shang said. The silver guard's eyes widened slightly upon hearing this word. Although they knew this, they did not think much about it before. With Qi Shang's reminder, it was like they were jolted awake. Following that, all of them bowed in unison. As you command. Return to the great void. Yes. With that, Qi Shang led everyone back to the great void. Back in the sacred temple, Ming Xian paced back and forth. It was as though he already knew the outcome as he nodded in satisfaction and said, Shang Zhang has told me about what happened. You did a good job. Qi Shang bowed. It's my duty. I'm very curious. You didn't have the compass of conservation, so how did you find them? Ming Xian asked. A sacred relic, Qi Shang replied honestly. A sacred relic? What kind of sacred relic is even better than the compass of conservation? Ming Xian asked. I have countless treasures in my hand, so I won't covet your treasure. Qi Shang said, Please have a look, Your Majesty. Then, Qi Shang waved his hand. A goatskin ancient map appeared in the air. The 9 domains and the unknown land were clearly mapped out on the ancient goatskin map. Upon seeing this, Ming Xian's voice darkened as he said, You actually possess the Unholy One's Skynet map. Qi Shang nodded. That's right. Ming Xian asked solemnly, Do you know what the word, the Unholy One means? I'll be honest. I know these words are taboo in the Great Void, so I didn't mention this item. However, in my opinion, this item is just something to be used, Qi Shang said. Where did you find it? Ming Xian asked. Qi Shang replied, At the bottom of the endless ocean. Ming Xian remained quiet. He paced with his hands on his back as he looked outside the hall. Then, he let out a long sigh and said, It's fate, Qi Shang said without hesitation. I'm willing to give this to Your Majesty. Ming Xian looked at Qi Shang and said, Since you found it, it belongs to you. Thank you, Your Majesty, Qi Shang said before putting the Skynet map away. He knew Ming Xian would not want the Skynet map. At this time, when Ruqing walked in and said directly, Your Majesty, I've concluded my investigation. How's it? Ming Xian asked. When Ruqing did not reply. Instead, he looked at Qi Shang upon seeing this. Ming Xian said, It's fine. Speak. When Ruqing said, The Unholy One fell into the abyss. He'll definitely be refined by the power of the earth in the abyss within 100 years. From now on, the Unholy One will no longer exist in the world. Upon hearing this, a strange light flashed in Ming Xian's eyes. Meanwhile, Qi Shang frowned slightly before his expression quickly returned to normal. Ming Xian said in a deep voice, Announce the death of the Unholy One to everyone in the Great Void. Understood. Just as when Ruqing was about to leave, Qisheng suddenly called out, Brother One, please wait. What is it? When Ruqing asked. Qisheng looked at Ming Xian before he said, I have a personal question to ask you, Brother One. Ming Xian waved his hand, allowing the duo to leave together. After Qisheng followed when Ruqing out of the sacred temple. When Ruqing said, Speak, Qisheng asked in a low voice, Is the Unholy One really dead? When Ruqing nodded, Qisheng frowned again. Then, he asked in a strange tone, Brother One, you were once the Unholy One's subordinate, right? See. Impudent. When Ruqing said angrily as he raised his voice, Don't think that you can act as you please just because you found the Great Void Seeds. Qisheng said, I'm sorry. I was rude. With that, when Ruqing turned around and left with an unsightly expression on his face. Soon after, the Great Void announced the death of the Unholy One to the world. Night. In the abyss. Spots of light still drifted in the darkness of the abyss. Lu Zhou's eyes were closed. At this time, strange voices crying rang in his mind. Why did you leave just like that? You died so miserably. You said you'd come back. How can you die before coming back? You're the Unholy One. So many people are waiting for your return. How much longer do you want us to wait? Cries after cries appeared in Lu Zhou's mind. Lu Zhou's eyes remained closed. It was as though he was dreaming. The dream lasted for a long time. Every day, different voices would appear. Some cursed at him, some cried, and some laughed. Time passed quickly. Lu Zhou was so immersed in his cultivation of the heavenly writing that he did not realize his birth chart had been successfully activated. The golden lotus hovered in front of him, constantly spinning like a compass. The abyss was like the vast galaxy. The faint energy from the spots of light entered his Dantian sea of qi slowly. His body was glowing faintly. His senses had all shut down, so his perception of the outside world was almost non-existent. Perhaps, due to the power of the earth, he was able to occasionally hear voices above the abyss that came and went. Back then, the Unholy One was unrivaled. The Great Void lost 4 supreme beings and many people were injured before they finally managed to take him down. This time, he died after his battle with Emperor Tu Wei. Great Void Emperor Ming Xian had verified this a few times. What a shame. The Unholy One devoted his life to breaking the shackles of heaven and earth and researching the resurrection method. It's only normal that he verified it multiple times. After all, the Unholy One suddenly returned after 100,000 years. Ming Xian's afraid that he wouldn't die so easily. I wonder what Ming Xian's plan is after announcing the death of the Unholy One. Humans are really complex. They say one thing, but they mean another thing. What do you mean? Despite his words, Ming Xian also wants to live forever. Over the next half a month, the 10 halls of the Great Void continued searching for the remaining owners of the Great Void Seeds. With the help of the Compass of Conservation, it was easy to find saints' locations. With two-way halls Qisheng's secret plan, many of the halls did not find the owners of the Great Void Seed even with the help of the Compass of Conservation. In fact, among the 10 halls, only Shangzhang Hall found 2 owners of the Great Void Seed. Yu Zhanghai and Yu Shangrong were marked by the Azure Emperor, so they were naturally taken away by him. Duanmushang and Mingshi were taken by the Scarlet Emperor, while Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin were taken by the White Emperor. Finally, Zhu Honggong was directly captured by Qisheng and brought back to the Great Void. After an unknown amount of time, in the abyss, a female voice rang in Lu Zhou's ears. His Majesty, the Azure Emperor, went to the Twin Lotus domains and found 2 owners of the Great Void Seeds. One's a swordsman, and the other is a saber user. How lucky! The Azure Emperor has always had a keen perception. However, I heard the White Emperor, the Red Emperor, and the Black Emperor each have 2 people as well. There's a new commander in Two-Way Hall. He's a brilliant strategist and has a deep insight. He's now Ming Xian's right-hand man. He's the one who helped Ming Xian find the Great Void Seeds. Each of the 5 emperors has 2 people. It's really balanced. After a sigh, someone said, "The great void seeds are mysterious and precious. I wonder why the Unholy One never took interest in them." The Unholy One obtained 4 great void seeds in the ancient times, but he gave them to his subordinates. He wasn't interested at all. Perhaps he did not need the seeds for his cultivation path. The Unholy One was truly formidable, but he was a failure in managing people. Look at Ming Xian now. Ming Xian's like a sun in the sky, like a fish in the water, commanding the great void. Who dares to disobey him? In the sacred temple, Ming Xian looked at Qisheng, who was standing calmly, and Zhu Honggong, who looked rather wretched. After a long silence, he asked, "How do you plan to explain this to me?" Qisheng bowed and said, "The White Emperor gave me a second chance at life. I gave him 2 owners of the great void seeds as repayment. Moreover, based on my relationship with the White Emperor, those 2 will be like our people as well. As for the Black Emperor and the Green Emperor, they don't care about the great void. They're more focused on the conflict between them than their conflict with the great void. Giving them the seeds will not only ease their conflict with the great void, but it'll intensify the conflict between them as well. Shangzhong Hall is the only hall out of the 10 halls to obtain the seeds. If the other 9 halls have the seeds as well, it won't be good. Imagine if the 10 halls possess all 10 seeds, the Black Emperor, the Red Emperor, and the Azure Emperor will definitely target the Great Void." At this moment, when Ruqing said, "The Black Emperor doesn't have any of the seeds. Although what the world needs is balance, what we need is imbalance. Do you understand what I'm saying?" When Ruqing really did not like the way Qisheng spoke. At this moment, Ming Xian asked in a faint voice, "You want to subdue the enemy without a fight. However, don't you think the price is too high?" Qisheng said confidently, "Nothing is set in stone even if they have the great void seeds. Even if the great void has all 10 seeds, it means nothing if we can't win the hearts of the people. Moreover, the owners of the seeds won't be able to become supreme beings in a short time. It's too late to wait for another 100 years. I disagree with you. Although you have a point, it's still better to have all the seeds in our hands." When Ruqing said. Qisheng said, "Just wait and see." As soon as Qisheng's voice fell, Hua Zhenghong flew in and landed in the hall. Then, she said to Ming Xian, "Your Majesty, there's news from the Endless Ocean. The Azure Emperor and the Black Emperor are fighting in the east of the Endless Ocean." When Ruqing, Ming Xian asked, "What's the result?" "There's no winner yet. After all, their cultivations are about the same. However, if they fight, both of them would definitely be injured," Hua Zhenghong said. Ming Xian nodded. Then, he looked at Qisheng and asked, "Qisheng, how should I reward you?" Qisheng said, "I don't dare to take credit for this." Then, Ming Xian suddenly said sternly, "I'll punish you by locking you in the dark room for 3 months. Take him away." A hint of doubt flashed in Qisheng's eyes, but he quickly calmed down and said, "I made my own decisions without consulting your Majesty. I deserve to be punished." When Ruqing chimed in, fanning the fire, "You're not a divine emperor, and yet you dare to act on your own accord. Who do you think you are?" As soon as when Ruqing finished speaking, Ming Xian said tonelessly, "When Ruqing, you'll accompany him in the dark room for 3 months." After when Ruqing and Qisheng left, Ming Xian looked at Zhu Honggong, who was cowering silently. Then, he asked, "What's your name?" Ever since Zhu Honggong was captured, his head had been buzzing, and he had yet to recover from his shock. Why you're the great Void Emperor," Zhu Honggong said incoherently. Ming Xian smiled faintly as he asked, "Where did you get the great void seed?" "What great void seed?" Zhu Honggong scratched his head. "Your talent was originally terrible, and you weren't suited for cultivating. However, you're now a saint. This is the power of the great void seed," Ming Xian said. "Is that so?" Zhu Honggong asked in confusion. "Where is this place? Why am I here? Why did you capture me?" Ming Xian sighed. "Guanzhou, bring him away until he calms down." "Understood." The figure appeared. Before Zhu Honggong could react, he was grabbed and taken out of the sacred temple. After Guanzhou took Zhu Honggong away, Ming Xian asked, Hua Zhenghong, I asked you to visit Shangzhong. What was the result? Hua Zhenghong replied, I visited Emperor Shangzhong the day before yesterday and asked to meet the two owners of the Great Void Seeds. They are two girls are rather young. One of them has the highest talent I've ever seen. Ming Xian nodded. Continue. Based on their words and actions, they're smart but naive. In my opinion, it won't be difficult to make them submit to the Great Void. I've asked around about the other owners of the seeds, and all of them are much more difficult to deal with compared to the two girls. After all, the younger they were, the easier it would be to indoctrinate them. Since ancient times, human traffickers preferred to abduct and sell young children. There was a reason for that. Ming Xian asked tonelessly, What do you think about the person Qi Sheng brought back? Hua Zhenghong shook her head. His thoughts are transparent, and his words and actions are rather silly. Ming Xian asked, Even you think he's not worthy? I dare not, Hua Zhenghong said with a slight bow. After all, Zhu Honggong was brought back by Qi Sheng. In the future, Qi Sheng would be taught and tamed to become one of Ming Xian's hands. Hua Zhenghong added, It's not bad to be a little silly. Hall Commander Qi Sheng also possesses the Great Void Seed. Compared to that person, Hua Zhenghong could not finish her words. Speak freely, Ming Xian said. I always feel that it's hard to see through Commander Qi Sheng's thoughts. He's too cunning, and people like him are the hardest to control. No matter which emperor it was, they all liked their subordinate to be obedient. Hence, Hua Zhenghong thought Ming Xian should be the same. For 100,000 years at least, those in the Great Void who were disobedient ended up in a miserable state. Ming Xian said, You don't need to care about his matters. Just mind your own business from now on. Hua Zhenghong was inwardly surprised. She did not expect Ming Xian to be so partial toward Qi Sheng. After all, Qi Sheng had only joined the Great Void about 30 years ago. How did Qi Sheng bewitch Ming Shi? Outwardly, Hua Zhenghong bowed and said, Understood. I'm going to visit Shangzhong. I'll leave this place to you, Ming Xian said. Farewell, Your Majesty. With that, Ming Xian vanished from sight. Shangzhong Hall. It was a place filled with treasure and outstanding talents. It was also the most beautiful place in the west of the Great Void. When Ming Xian appeared in front of the main hall, he called out softly, Shangzhong. As expected, Shangzhong appeared in front of the main hall in just a blink of an eye. He smiled faintly. Great Emperor Ming Xian? Ming Xian glanced at Shangzhong before he raised his head to look at the majestic and towering Shangzhong Hall before he said, 500 years passed in just a blink of an eye. I came to see you today. Came to see me? Shangzhong smiled knowingly. I'm afraid that's not the reason for your visit, right? How could Ming Xian visit for such a reason? Shangzhong knew Ming Xian very well, after all. Ming Xian did not beat around the bush. He said bluntly, I want to see them. Shangzhong was not a fool. He understood Ming Xian's intention as soon as he heard those words. He waved his hand and said with a smile, I'm afraid that's not possible. Ming Xian frowned slightly. Shangzhong said, The Great Void already has 2 Great Void Seeds. Whether it's the Sacred Temple or Shangzhong Hall, it doesn't matter who has them, right? You're overthinking, Ming Xian said expressionlessly. If I want to take the Great Void Seeds, who dares to stop me? Ming Xian said confidently. Indeed, it was the truth. Moreover, Ming Shi was the one who promoted Qi Sheng in Two-Way Hall. If Ming Shi wanted the Great Void Seeds, he could have just asked Qi Sheng to bring the owners of the Great Void Seeds to him. If Ming Xian had spoken, Qi Sheng would not have helped Shangzhong. After a moment, Shangzhong asked, puzzled, What are Qi Sheng's intentions in doing all those things? Ming Xian did not reply. Shangzhong did not push for an answer. Instead, he moved to the side and made an inviting gesture. Please. It did not take long before Ming Xian saw little Yuaner and Conk. They were held in a quiet and remote place with a powerful formation. Xianxia said, "Pay your respect to the temple master?" Little Yuan glanced at Ming Xian and asked, "Who's the temple master?" "Don't be rude," Xianxia said. "You're really unreasonable. Just because I don't know who's the temple master, you called me rude. You're too fierce," Little Yuan grumbled. Ming Xian was unbothered. He raised his hand to stop Xianxia from reprimanding her and asked, "What's your name?" Little Yuan laughed and said mischievously, "I'll tell you if you let me go." Ming Xian said, "Countless people can only dream about joining the Great Void, but you want to leave?" "I don't like this place," Little Yuan said honestly. Ming Xian did not continue on that topic. He said, "Show me your lotus seat." No, Little Yuan refused Ming Xian decisively. Xianxia felt that the little girl was seriously ill with the princess disease. How dare she act so audaciously and impudently in front of Ming Xian? Ming Xian did not bother with Little Yuan. He turned to Conk and asked, "What's your name?" "Conk," Conk replied honestly. "What's your cultivation base?" "That of a venerable master." Ming Xian nodded. Although he only had a short conversation with the two girls, he was able to understand their temperaments and personalities. He thought that Hua Zhenghong was right. Finally, he said, "You'll grow to like the Great Void." With that, Ming Xian turned around and left. Little Yuan muttered under her breath, "He's so weird." Xianxia glanced at the two girls before he accompanied Ming Xian out. When they were outside, Xianxia asked with a smile, "What do you think? Whether or not they'll be a great help to the Great Void will depend on you," Ming Xian said. "Yes," Xianxia said before he sighed and added, "They're young and ignorant. They're just newborn calves unafraid of the tiger. They often talk back to me, but for some reason, I'm not angry at all." Ming Xian remained silent. Upon seeing this, Xianxia sighed again and continued to say, "If my poor daughter were still around, she'd be around their age now." Ming Xian's expression changed slightly as he said solemnly, "There are some things in the past that you shouldn't talk about." Xianxia only looked into the distance. Ming Xian did not know what Xianxia was thinking, and he only said, "If you want to blame someone, blame the person who stole the Great Void Seeds." "I only blame myself," Xianxia said. Ming Xian was silent. Xianxia sighed. "Forget it." He changed the topic and asked, "Is the Unholy One really dead?" Ming Xian said expressionlessly, "I don't know. Are you afraid of him?" Ming Xian asked. Xianxia scoffed. "Why would I be afraid of him? I'm not an idiot like Tu Wei." "I hope so." With that, Ming Xian vanished into thin air. Xianxia flashed and returned to the area near Little Yuan and Conk. He looked at them from afar and wondered inwardly. They're still there. What's Ming Xian, that old fox, up to? Qishang is his man. Could they be working together to manipulate me? Xianxia felt that something was amiss. He walked over and sensed Little Yuan and Conk. They were the same as before. When Little Yuan and Conk saw Xianxia, Little Yuan said, "Here we go. Again." Xianxia smiled and said, "Little girl, you just came to the Great Void not long ago. Do you want to go out and take a look?" "Can I?" Little Yuan was slightly surprised. Of course. Children were children, after all. There was nothing wrong with coaxing them once in a while. "Let's bring Conk along as well," Little Yuan said. She knew Conk was from the Great Void, after all. Since Conk was captured, she had been wanting to go out and have a look. However, she clearly did not have the qualifications, nor was she in the condition to do so. Xianxia looked at Conk. To be honest, he preferred and valued Little Yuan more. When he heard Little Yuan wanted Conk to come along, his interest was immediately dampened. Conk asked very politely, "Emperor Xianxia, can you bring me out to have a look as well?" Xianxia's expression was clearly not as good as before. Upon seeing this, Little Yuan said, "If you don't want to, then forget it." Xianxia said, "I'm a man of my word." With a wave of his hand, energy shrouded the two girls. Following that, The three of them looked like shooting stars as they shot out into the sky. The sky was blue, and there were no clouds in the sky. The mountains and rivers were beautiful and magnificent. The plants and trees were lush. It was as though they had entered a spring painting with mysterious valleys and forests where mountains and rivers intersected. There was a vast and endless ancient road and a sky-high platform. What do you think? Xianxia was usually busy. Now that he was touring his territory, he discovered how beautiful and refreshing his territory was. Little Yuaner, who was affected by the beautiful scenery, could not help but nod and say, "It's really beautiful." However, as soon as little Yuaner finished speaking, she seemed to realize she had misspoken. She quickly shook her head and said, "It's just average. It can't compare to my hometown at all." At this time, Conk pointed to a platform in the sky and asked, "What's that?" "That's the Chao Tian platform. It's used as a sacrificial altar to worship the heavens and earth," Xianxia replied. Conk nodded before she pointed at a lake in the distance and asked, "What's that place?" "That's the Heavenly Jade Lake. It's as vast as the sky and clear as crystal," Xianxia said. Inwardly, he thought to himself, "I'm a divine emperor, but now, I've been reduced to a tour guide for 2 hostages." Xianxia suppressed his displeasure. However, when he looked at the innocent and pretty girls, he felt his anger disappear again. Subsequently, the trio flew into a strange forest. There was a mound in the forest. Little Yuaner pointed at it and asked, "What's that?" Xianxia frowned. "Don't ask. It's fine if you don't tell me. My master will tell me in the future," Little Yuaner said. "Xianxia? Does this mean she's willing to accept a master?" Xianxia's frown eased, but his expression was still a little solemn. Then he said lightly, "That's a grave." "Whose?" Little Yuaner asked, slightly surprised. Xianxia calmly replied, "My daughter's." Little Yuaner muttered, "I didn't ask on purpose." Xianxia let out a long sigh. "If she were still around, she'd be around the same age as you." He no longer wanted to talk about this, so he changed the topic and said, "I have a Dao Hall in the southeast. If you're willing, you can cultivate there. I can satisfy all of your requests, but I have one condition. Both of you must be loyal to me from now on." Little Yuaner rolled her eyes before she said, "I'll think about it. I have plenty of time." Then, 3 of them flew in the southeastern direction like shooting stars. In just a blink of an eye, another 10 years passed. In the abyss, the power of the earth continued to grow. When one looked down from above, one would see what looked like a dark sky filled with stars. Among the stars, there was one that was particularly bright and dazzling. Not only that, but energy was gathering from all directions toward the bright star. Buzz, buzz. The star hummed before it suddenly shot out like a shooting star and flew in the abyss. It lasted for about 15 minutes before it returned to its original position. Boom! With the star in the center, a vast energy swept out in the abyss. Following that, a beam of light shot up. Rumble! Rocks fell into the abyss without stopping. At this moment, Lu Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. What is space? What is time? Why am I here? Realization suddenly dawned on Lu Zhou. He sensed the energy in the abyss. It felt like seawater. He lifted his hand and tried to feel them. Every time he moved his hand, the space would ripple and distort. Lu Zhou felt as though he had been dreaming for a very long time. Took a while before Lu Zhou finally recovered his senses. He sighed. "I'm still in the abyss." He looked at the system interface and found that it was still upgrading. Previously, this did not happen. He did not know why he would suddenly wake up before the upgrading process was completed. Seeing that he was awake, he took the chance and brought out Go Chen's life heart to activate another birth chart. After embedding it into his birth palace, he meditated on the heavenly writing. In less than 15 minutes, he was immersed in his meditative state again and lost all his senses again. At the same time, Dunzang began to shake violently. Took a while before it gradually calmed down. Coincidentally, Dunzang corresponded with Xianxia Hall in the Great Void. Xianxia frowned as he looked at the mountains and rivers, not knowing what happened. Little Yuan asked fearfully, "There are earthquakes in the Great Void as well?" Conk said, "Maybe. It's so dangerous here. I felt like I was going to fall earlier." Little Yuan said, "Don't talk nonsense," Xianxia said reproachfully. At this time, 5 figures appeared in front of Xianxia and bowed. "Your Majesty, we found out that the tremors came from Dunzang." Dunzang. The pillar of destruction in Dunzang has already collapsed. An energy storm has appeared in the abyss. It's possible that the storm caused a spatial tear that affected the Great Void. Upon hearing this, Little Yuan asked, horrified, "Is the sky going to fall? With me around, the sky won't collapse." "I don't want the sky to collapse," Little Yuan muttered. Upon hearing this, Xianxia asked, "Why?" "My master once said that if the sky collapses, he'll hold it up. I don't want my master to carry such a burden," Little Yuan said. "You have a master?" "Yes." "Where's he?" Upon hearing this, Little Yuan began to cry softly. With tears in her eyes, she said, "He fell into an abyss and died." Xianxia did not know if he was happy or sad. He only said, "I'm sorry for your loss, but the dead can't be brought back to life." Xianxia thought to himself, Tu Wei and the Unholy One are to blame for this matter. Countless lives were lost due to their battle. Little Yuan wiped her tears away and said, "I want to go to Dunzang to have a look." Xianxia nodded. "Your filial piety is commendable. I'll grant you your wish." Xianxia had been in frequent contact with the 2 girls during this period of time. He found that they did not dislike the Great Void and were not as conflicted as he had imagined. Compared to the other owners of the Great Void seeds, the 2 young and innocent children were more likable. "Conk, you should come with us as well," Little Yuan said. Originally, Xianxia only wanted to bring Little Yuan along. However, since she had said such words, he could only bring 2 of them with him. In any case, Conk also possessed the Great Void Seed. Conk's performance was only slightly worse, but it was not bad. Conk nodded. Then, Little Yuan looked up at Xianxia and asked, "You won't refuse, right?" "Of course not." Xianxia revealed what he thought was a friendly expression. He was so used to keeping a straight face all year round that he had to force himself to smile. Most people in high positions had this problem. It was quite difficult for them to be approachable and less arrogant. This was especially true for those who had been in high positions for a long time. It was something that developed over time, and it was so ingrained that it could not be changed overnight. "Let's go." Xianxia raised his hand and drew a circle in the air. A brief moment later, a small runic passage appeared. The trio stepped into the runic passage and vanished in just a blink of an eye. It did not take long before a bright runic passage appeared in the eastern sky of the unknown land before Xianxia, Little Yuan, and Conk descended from the sky. "Eh? I thought we'd arrived directly in Dunzang," Little Yuan asked, puzzled. Xianxia smiled and explained, "No cultivator is capable of doing something like that. I'm skilled in runes and can go wherever I want. Even then, I can only use the runic passage that was left here." "It's impossible even for divine emperors?" Little Yuan was surprised. "Divine emperors are also humans. The powers of humans are limited," Xianxia said. "Humans can definitely defy the heavens," Little Yuan said confidently. Xianxia did not disabuse her of that notion. Since Little Yuan was young, she was energetic and optimistic about the future. This was normal and something she should experience and learn from. After that, the trio flew toward Dunzang's pillar of destruction. After 15 minutes, they hovered above the abyss. Xianxia pointed at the abyss and said, "We're here." Little Yuan nodded before she asked, "Can I go down and take a look?" "Yes," Xianxia said. Little Yuan flew down and landed by the entrance of the abyss. When she looked into the abyss, she felt that it was extremely beautiful, just like the magnificent and mysterious galaxy. The darkness and the spots of light were just like the beautiful starry sky she had seen when she was young. "Conk, it's so beautiful." Come and have a look, little Yuaner said excitedly. Conk flew over and landed next to little Yuaner. She was also shocked by the sight of the abyss. Xianxia looked at the abyss as well, but he still could not figure out what was going on in there. Little Yuaner was originally very happy, but soon, she said in a low voice, "Did Master die here?" "Maybe. They said that the Unholy One also fell into the abyss." Little Yuaner nodded and said, "The Unholy One must be a big villain. He and Wei must have taken advantage of the situation and launched a sneak attack on Master." Xianxia, who was hovering above little Yuaner, smiled and said, "You said the Unholy One is a big villain. I agree. However, he and Emperor Wei were both supreme beings. Why would they attack your master?" Little Yuaner said, "I don't know. Tell me, is the Unholy One particularly sinister and cunning?" Xianxia was about to agree with little Yuaner, but when he recalled what he knew about the Unholy One, he could not find a derogatory term to describe the Unholy One. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, "In my opinion, the Unholy One could be considered straightforward and upright. He's the first person to have opened up a new and unique cultivation path. He could be considered an important figure." "Was he very powerful?" little Yuaner asked. "There's only one person in the world who's a match for him," Xianxia said. Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, little Yuaner interjected, "My master, Li." Xianxia frowned slightly before he corrected her. "Great Void Emperor Ming-Exen." "Then, why did all of you treat him this way?" little Yuaner asked. Xianxia said with a sigh, "You're still so young, so there are many things you don't understand. You'll naturally understand in the future." Little Yuaner looked into the abyss again. She descended a little, flying to the left and right, but she did not see anyone. When she descended a little more, she felt her heart tighten when she saw the confinement seal wedged in the crack. She flew over immediately. Upon seeing this, Xianxia reminded little Yuaner, "Don't go too deep. Don't worry." Little Yuaner landed on the confinement seal. After carefully studying it, she confirmed it was her master's confinement seal. She could sense the remnant of her master's aura in it. Following that, she activated the Supreme Purity Jade, and she began to glow with the Saint Light. She did not know why, but she felt that her master was right below her. "Master!" Little Yuaner leaped down without hesitation and descended deeper. Upon seeing this, Conk exclaimed, "Don't go down!" Little Yuaner did not feel the danger. She continued to descend, and when she was about 3,000 feet deep, she felt a vast power coming up from the bottom of the abyss. With that, she did not dare to go deep. It was also at this moment that Xianxia flashed, tearing through space, and arrived at little Yuaner's side. He admonished her seriously, "Do you want to die?" "Aye. The power in the abyss isn't something humans can resist." "Don't go down anymore," Xianxia said. Little Yuaner nodded. Then she asked, "Can I kowtow and pay respect to my master?" "Yes." Xianxia agreed. He thought the young girl was so filial that she really could not turn out to be bad. She was truly worth nurturing. Little Yuaner hovered above the abyss and kneeled in the air. Xianxia had never seen little Yuaner so serious before. From the looks of it, she was truly affected by her master's death. He could not help but wonder if his daughter was still alive. Would his daughter be like little Yuaner? Parents' hearts were always soft toward their children. No matter how many years had passed, time had failed to numb Xianxia. Whenever he thought about the past, he would still feel at a loss, and his emotions would fluctuate. At this moment, he decided to properly nurture little Yuaner and to treat her as his daughter. Little Yuaner kowtowed 3 times in the air. Xianxia remarked, "Your master can rest in peace with a disciple like you." "My master won't rest in peace." Little Yuaner looked up and asked, "Will the Unholy One come back to life?" "Who knows?" Xianxia said. Then, little Yuaner said fiercely, "I swear I'll kill the Unholy One to avenge my master." Xianxia nodded. "Very good. You're very ambitious." At this moment, Conk drew level with little Yuaner. Then, She wordlessly kneeled and kowtowed 3 times after glancing at little Yuaner. Xianxia was unaware of the relationship between little Yuaner and Conk. When he saw Conk's action, he assumed Conk was affected by little Yuaner's feelings due to their good relationship and was only showing respect to Conk's master. At this time, little Yuaner pointed at an extremely bright spot of light at the bottom of the abyss that was clearly different from the others and asked, "What's that?" Xianxia glanced at it before he said, "The power of the earth. It's like a star. It's so dazzling," little Yuaner said. "Is that so?" Xianxia flicked his sleeve. His eyes glowed, and his vision improved greatly. The spots of light in the abyss seemed to be connected as energy surged and swirled like auroras. Suddenly, a surge of power tore through space, but in just a second, the space returned to normal. Xianxia frowned. This was beyond his understanding. Little Yuaner, who had been observing from the side, asked, "What exactly is it?" "It might be an unstable energy that can explode at any moment." "I'm afraid this place is extremely dangerous," Xianxia said. "I just want to know that if a person falls into the abyss, is it possible to survive?" Xianxia said, "I can't answer your question with 100% certainty. However, in my opinion, it's highly likely that they'll die." Upon hearing Xianxia's words, little Yuaner was visibly depressed. She did not want to believe that her master was dead. After seeing the confinement seal, her intuition told her that her master was alive. Even if everyone said her master was gone, she refused to believe it. Finally, she asked, "Can I visit my master often in the future?" Xianxia nodded. Of course. Xianxia naturally did not refuse little Yuaner's request. He was very satisfied with her. He knew that Xian also had 2 owners of the Great Void Seeds by his side. One of them was Qisheng. Although Qisheng had helped him to find little Yuaner and Conk, he did not like Qisheng. As for the other person, he had heard that he was rather silly. Strength and cultivation were important, but if that person was too silly, it was better not to have such a person by his side. In conclusion, he was very satisfied with little Yuaner and Conk. The trio stayed near the abyss for a little longer before they finally returned to the Great Void. After an unknown amount of time, a figure appeared near the abyss. "Hello, Brother Lu. I heard that you were affected by the battle between 2 supreme beings. Why did you go and join the battle?" As the figure spoke, he erected a tombstone next to the abyss. He carefully carved a few words on the tombstone. It read, "The tomb of my good friend, Lu Tiantong. I was guarding the pillar at that time. I couldn't even protect myself. How could I have saved you? Moreover, I didn't even know you were there." Then, the figure brought out a stack of incense paper to be used as burnt offerings and lit them up next to the tombstone as he said, "This is all I can do for you. You're the first person to make me sad twice. Don't worry. I'll think of a way to look after your disciple. After a period of time, I'll return to the Great Void. In a way, your disciples are really lucky they didn't fall into the hands of Yanfeng Hall and Shenmeng Halls. You have lived a life worthy of respect for nurturing so many saints. It's enough for your name to be immortalized. Rest in peace." The last words were spoken slowly. The figure rose to his feet and stared at the words on the tombstone quietly. When the incense paper was completely burnt, a gust of wind blew the ashes away. Sparks mixed with ashes danced in the air amidst the green smoke. A month passed in just a blink of an eye. In the sacred temple, Zhu Honggong was once again brought to the sacred temple to meet Xian. At this time, Xian had been staring at him wordlessly for a full 15 minutes. With this, his hair stood on end, and his body trembled. Xian thought that the person in front of him, the owner of a great void seed, did not change at all even though a month had passed. Xian did not speak, and Zhu Honggong did not speak either. Xian continued to look at Zhu Honggong. He thought the other party definitely would not be able to remain silent for long. However, contrary to his expectations, the other party really did not speak even after a long time had passed. Finally, he broke the silence and asked, "Have you gotten used to the Great Void?" Yes, I adapt very easily. As long as there's food and drinks, I'll be fine. The wine here is really good, and there's the top-grade tiger meat as well. It's really delicious, Zhu Honggong said praisingly without holding back. Upon seeing the unnatural expression on Ming Xian's face, Zhu Honggong hurriedly switched the topic and said, "The Great Void is truly vast and filled with resources. It's even more vast than the unknown land. Then 10 halls are all powerhouses in their own right. How admirable! As the one above the 10 halls, you're even more admirable." Ming Xian remained unmoved by the flattering words. Instead, he said, "You should know why you were brought to the Great Void." "I know," Zhu Honggong said. "It's because I have the Great Void Seed, and I'll become a supreme being in the future. If I can become a divine supreme being like you, I'd be satisfied." Ming Xian said, "Talent is the foundation to become a divine supreme being. However, hard work and opportunity are equally as important." Zhu Honggong said, "Listening to your words is even more beneficial than studying for 10 years. From now on, I'll work hard to cultivate." Ming Xian fell silent again. The silence seemed even more pronounced in the sizable sacred temple. After a moment, Ming Xian said, "I'll give you a chance. Please speak. From now on, as long as you serve the sacred temple faithfully, I won't mistreat you. The Great Void has lost many talents over the years and lacks manpower," Ming Xian said calmly. He did not give Zhu Honggong a chance to speak, as he continued to say, "You have to think this through. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. Remember that a wise man submits to circumstances." As soon as Ming Xian finished speaking, thud, Zhu Honggong fell on one knee and said solemnly, "I'm willing to serve the sacred temple. Thank you, Your Majesty, for giving me this opportunity." He agreed just like that? Ming Xian frowned slightly. Although this was what he wanted, he felt that it was a little too easy. Things that were easily obtained did not feel valuable. Moreover, it was impossible for him to judge if the person in front of him was sincere. "Where did you get the Great Void Seed?" Ming Xian asked. Zhu Honggong replied honestly, "My master gave it to me." "Your master?" Zhu Honggong's expression changed, and his eyes reddened as he said, "Unfortunately, my master is no longer around. If only he were still around, how good would it be?" "Your master has been to the unknown land?" "Yes," Zhu Honggong replied. "What's his cultivation level?" After thinking about it for a moment, Zhu Honggong said, "My master is invincible." "Invincible?" Ming Xian's frown deepened. "That's right, invincible." However, when Zhu Honggong raised his head and saw that Ming Xian's expression did not look right, he quickly amended his words. You're ranked first. My master is ranked second." At this time, an indignant voice rang from the side. "Impudent! How can someone from the 9 domains be compared to the great emperor?" Zhu Honggong said immediately, You're right. I was unaware of the Great Void's existence in the past, so I didn't know there are so many experts in the Great Void." "Since you said your master is invincible, how did he die?" Ming Xian asked. "This?" Zhu Honggong scratched his head, thinking of a way to answer this problematic question. After thinking for a while, he finally said, "Survival isn't guaranteed when you walk on the edge of a knife all year round." Ming Xian no longer asked about Zhu Honggong's master. Instead, he said, "Since you swore loyalty to the sacred temple, you have to become a supreme being as soon as possible." Zhu Honggong said loudly, "I'll cultivate diligently and live up to your majesty's expectations. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to go west, I will never go east." "Leave," Ming Xian said as he waved his hand with an unpleasant expression on his face. Zhu Honggong said, "Your Majesty, since I have nothing better to do, why don't I stay and chat with you? If you're free, you can teach me a few moves or some meditation mantra." When Ruqing could not hold back any longer and said, "Leave when you're told to leave. There's no need to spout so much nonsense." Zhu Honggong nodded. All right, I'll leave now." Without saying another word, Zhu Honggong turned to leave. As he walked out, he muttered under his breath, "As I really want to talk nonsense with all of you." After Zhu Honggong left, Ming Xian asked, "Nothing changed during this month?" "No. He's exactly the same as when he arrived. He's only good at flattery. I don't know what kind of dogshit luck he had for the great void seed to fall into his hands," Wen Ruqing said. "There's no point in talking about that now," Ming Xian said tonelessly. "I'm afraid we can't entrust important tasks to such a person," Wen Ruqing said. Ming Xian shook his head and said, "I have plenty of time to educate this person. If he can become a Dao saint within 100 years, I'll make further plans." "Understood," Wen Ruqing said. Despite his words, a frown could be seen on his face. Wen Ruqing disliked people like Zhu Honggong, who was simple and stupid. However, when he thought about Qi Sheng, who was cunning, he felt a stronger wave of disgust. In the end, he thought he preferred Zhu Honggong more compared to Qi Sheng. After all, it was hard to control someone like Qi Sheng. As for Zhu Honggong, even if Zhu Honggong was incompetent, at least Zhu Honggong would be easily controlled. After Wen Ruqing left the sacred temple, Ming Xian looked in another direction and asked, "How are the pillars of destruction?" "Your Majesty," Hua Zhenghong replied. "Apart from the occasional strange movements at Dunzang, the 9 pillars of destruction are stable. However," after a brief pause, Hua Zhenghong continued to say, "the pillars are getting older and older, and the restorative effect from the power of the earth is getting weaker. At this rate, the Great Void will only remain in the sky for another 200 years at most." Ming Xian nodded and sighed. He was not surprised by this. At the same time, Zhu Honggong returned to his own residence after leaving the sacred temple. As soon as Zhu Honggong returned, he saw Qi Sheng standing in the hall with his hands on his back as he looked at the patterns on the wall. "What are you doing here?" Zhu Honggong did not have a good impression of the person in front of him. Qi Sheng asked, "You don't welcome me?" Zhu Honggong scoffed and asked, "Is there a reason for me to welcome you? You have the great void seed. If you stay in the 9 domains, it'll be dangerous. You must know that the most dangerous place is the safest place. In this world, there's no place safer than the sacred temple. Whatever. Keep bragging if you want," Zhu Honggong said as he rolled his eyes. "This is also the best place to cultivate. You have to cultivate well. Don't disappoint." Qi Sheng paused briefly before he finally said, "Don't disappoint the great emperor. Mind your own business," Zhu Honggong said. Qi Sheng slowly raised his hand. Following that, a ball of golden flames blossomed into a red streak of light that shot toward Zhu Honggong like a dragon. Zhu Honggong turned pale with fright and retreated in the air. A golden shield appeared as he blocked the attack with his upper arm. Then, he landed on the ground and retreated a few dozen yards, barely stabilizing himself. He rubbed his arms that stung from the burning flames and asked, "What do you think you're doing? We're both owners of the great void seeds, but you're far behind me," Qi Sheng said tonelessly as he lowered his hand. After placing his hands on his back, he continued to say, "The sacred temple doesn't raise trash. Even if you have the great void seed, if you're trash, the sacred temple won't hesitate to get rid of you." Zhu Honggong exclaimed in surprise, "You have the great void seed as well? Didn't I just say so?" Qi Sheng chuckled. Zhu Honggong looked at Qi Sheng and said, 10 great void seeds mature once every 30,000 years. The last 10 seeds were..." He coughed, stopping himself from speaking. Then he said, "Your seed is from the batch before the latest matured batch, right? It's only natural that you're stronger than me." Since Qi Sheng looked young, Zhu Honggong did not expect him to be an old antique. The people in the Great Void were all eccentric. He really had to be more cautious. Qi Sheng was too lazy to explain. He only said, "That's not my point. Aren't you just trying to scare me? How can the sacred temple get rid of a future supreme being?" Zhu Honggong said as he patted his chest. "I, Zhu Honggong, will definitely make everyone look at me in a new light. I'm not trying to scare you." Qi Sheng suddenly became very serious as he said with burning eyes, "The pillars are collapsing, and the great void is likely to fall within 200 years. At that time, chaos will descend on the world, and countless lives will be lost. Only the strong will be able to protect themselves. Zhu Honggong was stunned. He felt like his throat was a little dry. He had always been timid. He liked peace and did not like taking risks. Qi Shang was good at reading people's expressions. When he saw Zhu Honggong's expression, he laughed and said, "You have the great void seed. As long as you work hard, you'll definitely be safe." You, Zhu Honggong stuttered. "What about me?" Qi Sheng asked in confusion. "You sound just like my 7th senior brother," Zhu Honggong said with a frown. Then he said irritably, "Whatever. I don't believe you. Leave. I don't welcome you here." Qi Sheng turned around and left with a smile on his face. After Qi Sheng left, Wen Ruqing appeared nearby. It was not until Qi Sheng completely disappeared from sight that he walked into the hall. As soon as he entered the hall, he said in a low voice, "From today onward, I'll personally supervise you. Within 200 years, you must become a great Tao saint." Zhu Honggong truly hated this place. Everyone here was a scoundrel, and their words were really unpleasant. Regardless of his feelings, he was no longer as rash as he was in the past. Hence, he forced a smile on his face and said with a bow, "I'll definitely live up to Senior and the Great Emperor's expectations." The lost land at the southern region of the Endless Ocean. A huge palace stood at the peak of Lost Island. Red maple trees grew on the mountains and plains. A man dressed in fine robes bowed and reported to the Scarlet Emperor. "Your Majesty, during this period of time, I've been observing the 2 owners of the Great Void Seeds. The spear wielder is very hard-working. He's straightforward and a little stubborn. As for the other person—" "Speak," the Scarlet Emperor said when he sensed his subordinate's hesitation. "The other person only sleeps all day. He doesn't do anything at all. Moreover, I'm afraid there's something wrong with his character," the finely dressed man said. "What do you mean?" The Scarlet Emperor frowned. "He's quite cunning. He likes to hide his thoughts and has no principles. He's still quite young after all. Keep an eye on him and teach him when he needed," the Scarlet Emperor said. "This?" The man looked troubled. It was not that he never tried educating the other party before, but it was useless. Finally, he said, "I'm afraid I'm not capable of educating him." The Scarlet Emperor's expression stiffened as he said, "Try harder." "Understood." The man no longer dared to complain. The Scarlet Emperor sighed. "The imbalance is worsening. If the Great Void really collapses, the southern region won't be able to escape unscathed. Your Majesty, I've been too short-sighted. I'll do my best with those 2 people. I'll try to get them to comprehend the Great Tao within 100 years. Similar situations were happening in the other lost land of the Azure Emperor and the lost island of the White Emperor. There were more and more signs that pointed to an unprecedented disaster in the cultivation world. At the Great Abyss Land, in the Pillar of Destruction guarded by the Feather Tribe and the Deformed Tribes, Emperor Yu had announced he was going into seclusion to cultivate in order to become a divine emperor. The death of Mingban, the Divine Lord, and Mingda was temporarily put on the back burner. Among the 5 emperors, only the Black Emperor did not obtain the Great Void Seeds. Hence, he often provoked the Azure Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, and the Great Emperor. With this, the Great Void was granted temporary peace. For a while, nothing special happened in the Great Void. Duanmudian chose to return to the Great Void and frequently visited Shangzhang Hall and the Sacred Temple. Another 70 years passed by in just a blink of an eye. Time was meaningless in the cultivation world. Shangzhang Hall in the Great Void. A graceful girl in red and a cute bright-eyed girl walked together to see Shangzhang. Over the past 70 years, the 2 girls' relationships with the people of Shangzhang Hall had been quite harmonious. Apart from cultivating every day, there were also teachers who taught them many things. Although there were people from other halls who warned them that Shangzhang Hall was trying to brainwash and fool them, they did not take those words to heart. In the main hall, "Why do you want to see me?" Shangzhang asked. When he looked at the two girls, he felt like he had watched his own children grow up. He had been very partial to them over the years. Little Yuan said, "Master died 100 years ago. I want to go and pay my respect to my master." In the beginning, Xianxia would accompany them during their visits. However, as time passed, he became too lazy to do so. He would usually send someone to escort them to Dunzang on the anniversary of Little Yuan's master death. "Apart from this, I have another matter that I hope your majesty will agree to," Little Yuan said. Upon hearing this, Xianxia said, "Little girl, you're becoming more and more brazen. Tell me, what is it?" Little Yuan smiled. "I want to meet my senior brothers and senior sisters." "Senior brothers and senior sisters?" Xianxia nodded. Since she had a master, it was not surprising that she had fellow disciples. "You've been in the Great Void for 100 years, and yet you still remember your fellow disciples. Very well. I'll allow it." Xianxia waved his hand. A figure appeared and cupped his fists at Little Yuan before he said, "I'll bring them to the Great Void, and they can stay a few days." Little Yuan asked, "Can you do it?" The figure said, "There's nothing in the world that His Majesty cannot do in the mortal world." Following that, the figure disappeared. Lu Zhou frowned. 5 million merit points just for a few disjointed superficial words? What a loss! In any case, he still managed to glean 3 pieces of important information. 1. The merit stone that he had seen in the scripture of sermons was very important. After the completion of the system upgrade, he obtained the heavenly scroll and those final words. The final words indicated that the system was related to the Unholy One. 2nd, the merit stone was the key to breaking the heaven and earth shackles that had existed since time immemorial. The shackles in the Golden Lotus domain were just a small shackle that retrained the Golden Lotus cultivators by using their lack of lifespan. However, that shackle was broken with the severing of the lotus. 3rd, eternal life. For a long time, he did not believe that humans could live forever. During this cultivation journey, his belief was only further strengthened. However, after receiving the letter and hearing the words, "looking forward to eternal life," he was suddenly not certain. No one understood the system more than he did. After all, it was like a mysterious power. Could extend lives and grant supreme power. If the Unholy One's words were true, they would have an earth-shattering impact on the cultivation world. Everyone, humans and fierce beasts alike, knew in the past 100,000 years, and even in ancient times, about the law of conservation in regards to energy. 2nd, time would forever flow forward, not backward. Finally, death. No one could live forever. However, if these 3 major rules were overturned, what would the consequences be? Lu Zhou recalled what he had said when he met Mengzhang, the Azure Dragon. At that time, he had said that if humans did not die, those at the bottom would have no chance to rise while powerful people would only grow more powerful. Was this really good? Lu Zhou dismissed his complex thoughts for the time being. With just a thought, a memory crystal appeared in his hand. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows as he looked at the memory crystal that looked like a luminous pearl. Does it hold the Unholy One's memories? With his previous experience with the scripture of sermons and the resurrection scroll, he knew the letter and the memory crystal had to belong to the Unholy One. Lu Zhou thought about the past. From the time he obtained the scrolls of heavenly writing, cultivated, became stronger, and to the incidents with Lu Tiantong and the Unholy One. He felt that everything was inextricably linked to the Unholy One. Even the time he met Mingban, the Divine Lord, and Tu Wei had something to do with the Unholy One. He looked at the memory crystal in his hand and said tonelessly, "Although I'm not the Unholy One, the world seems to need the Unholy One. Since this is the case, I'll be the Unholy One." He clenched his hand, and the energy from the memory crystal surged out. In a sense, he was the Unholy One's successor. If not for the Unholy One, he would have died a long time ago. Faces, battles, and various scenes flooded Lu Zhou's mind. Just like when he first transmigrated, scenes after scenes appeared. However, this time it was different because he was more like a spectator. He witnessed the changes of the Great Void over the past 100,000 years. He saw an expert fighting many supreme beings and killing 4 of them. He saw how the land was split apart by a mysterious force, and he saw the lost lands. He witnessed the collapse of mountains and rivers before a new land emerged overnight. He saw countless lives falling into despair as sea beasts attacked humans. Time flew by quickly. After a while, the memories in his head finally disappeared. The memory crystal in his hand also turned into dust. Lu Zhou inhaled deeply. Although only an hour had passed, it felt like 100 years. For a moment, Lu Zhou thought he was the unholy one. After a moment, he collected his thoughts. He shook his head, reminding himself he was not the unholy one. He looked up at the sky and muttered, "Unholy one, you can go in peace. I'll seek justice for you." After that, Lu Zhou brought out the simple ancient map. After taking a look, he saw that the marked locations on the map were at the positions of the heavenly stems. What does this mean? Lu Zhou was puzzled. He studied every detail on the map. From top to bottom, a line of words could be seen on the bottom of the map. It read, "Take back the life hearts." The words were crooked and messy as though they were written in a hurry. In the midst of the words, there was a dark dot. Blood. As a cultivator, Lu Zhou could tell instantly that it was a drop of blood. For some reason, he could imagine what a terrible state the unholy one must be in when he wrote those words. How pitiful. Lu Zhou put the simple ancient map into the vast sky bag, then he inhaled deeply. He brought out his golden lotus and looked at the 26 bright birth charts. His birth palace was clearly stronger, and his limit had been completely opened. It was good. This meant he could continue to advance. However, according to the letter, since he was able to obtain the letter, he was already a supreme being. Could the 26 birth charts make up for the other unactivated 10 birth charts and turn him into a supreme being? Was this not too exaggerated? Lu Zhou had a feeling this had something to do with the blue avatar. With a flick of his sleeve, he brought the blue avatar out. The blue avatar was not essentially golden. It looked dazzling with the electric arcs flashing around it. Lu Zhou saw that it still had 6 birth charts. However, after cultivation for 100 years and the upgrade of the system, it had sprouted 3 more leaves. Previously, it had 11 leaves. Currently, it had 14 leaves and 6 birth charts. Every leaf after the 10th leaf was equivalent to 6 birth charts. This meant Lu Zhou's blue avatar could be considered to have 30 leaves. Isn't the highest number 13 leaves? The normal order was to first enter the Thousand Realms whirling stage. For every activated 12 birth charts, 1 would sprout a leaf. After activating 24 birth charts, the oval leaf would sprout. After activating 36 birth charts, 1 would become a supreme being. However, Lu Zhou's blue avatar had 14 leaves. Indeed, this cultivation path was very special and unique. I only need to activate all my birth charts now. Lu Zhou would require a lot of life hearts for this. He still needed 10 life hearts for his golden avatar, and he needed 30 life hearts for his blue avatar. All in all, he needed 40 life hearts. Moreover, all 40 life hearts had to be of the highest grade. After a moment, Lu Zhou looked down into the abyss. It was still dark with spots of light lighting it. I'll investigate further when I officially become a supreme being. Following that, Lu Zhou flew up like a shooting star toward the top of the abyss. The power of the earth in the abyss surged immediately and formed a barrier that prevented him from leaving. Lu Zhou maintained his speed and continued to charge upward. He could clearly feel that he had become stronger. When he arrived at the area where the pressure and the power were the strongest, he raised his hand. It was as though he had turned into a blade as the extremely pure divine energy shrouded his body. At the same time, a power that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space appeared in his hand as electric arcs flashed around his body. Following that, the figure disappeared. Lu Zhou frowned. 5 million merit points just for a few disjointed superficial words? What a loss! In any case, he still managed to glean 3 pieces of important information. 1. The merit stone that he had seen in the scripture of sermons was very important. After the completion of the system upgrade, he obtained the heavenly scroll and those final words. The final words indicated that the system was related to the Unholy One. Second, the Merit Stone was the key to breaking the heaven and earth shackles that had existed since time immemorial. The shackles in the Golden Lotus domain were just a small shackle that retrained the Golden Lotus cultivators by using their lack of lifespan. However, that shackle was broken with the severing of the lotus. Third, eternal life. For a long time, he did not believe that humans could live forever. During this cultivation journey, his belief was only further strengthened. However, after receiving the letter and hearing the words, looking forward to eternal life, he was suddenly not certain. No one understood the system more than he did. After all, it was like a mysterious power. Could extend lives and grant supreme power. If the Unholy One's words were true, they would have an earth-shattering impact on the cultivation world. Everyone, humans and fierce beasts alike, knew in the past 100,000 years, and even in ancient times, about the law of conservation in regards to energy. Second, time would forever flow forward, not backward. Finally, death. No one could live forever. However, if these three major rules were overturned, what would the consequences be? Lu Zhou recalled what he had said when he met Mengzhang, the Azure Dragon. At that time, he had said that if humans did not die, those at the bottom would have no chance to rise while powerful people would only grow more powerful. Was this really good? Lu Zhou dismissed his complex thoughts for the time being. With just a thought, a memory crystal appeared in his hand. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows as he looked at the memory crystal that looked like a luminous pearl. Does it hold the Unholy One's memories? With his previous experience with the Scripture of Sermons and the Resurrection Scroll, he knew the letter and the memory crystal had to belong to the Unholy One. Lu Zhou thought about the past. From the time he obtained the scrolls of heavenly writing, cultivated, became stronger, and to the incidents with Lu Tiantong and the Unholy One. He felt that everything was inextricably linked to the Unholy One. Even the time he met Ming Ban, the Divine Lord, and Tu Wei had something to do with the Unholy One. He looked at the memory crystal in his hand and said tonelessly, "Although I'm not the Unholy One, the world seems to need the Unholy One. Since this is the case, I'll be the Unholy One." He clenched his hand, and the energy from the memory crystal surged out. In a sense, he was the Unholy One's successor. If not for the Unholy One, he would have died a long time ago. Faces, battles, and various scenes flooded Lu Zhou's mind. Just like when he first transmigrated, scenes after scenes appeared. However, this time it was different because he was more like a spectator. He witnessed the changes of the Great Void over the past 100,000 years. He saw an expert fighting many supreme beings and killing 4 of them. He saw how the land was split apart by a mysterious force, and he saw the lost lands. He witnessed the collapse of mountains and rivers before a new land emerged overnight. He saw countless lives falling into despair as sea beasts attacked humans. Time flew by quickly. After a while, the memories in his head finally disappeared. The memory crystal in his hand also turned into dust. Lu Zhou inhaled deeply. Although only an hour had passed, it felt like 100 years. For a moment, Lu Zhou thought he was the Unholy One. After a moment, he collected his thoughts. He shook his head, reminding himself he was not the Unholy One. He looked up at the sky and muttered, "Unholy One, you can go in peace. I'll seek justice for you." After that, Lu Zhou brought out the simple ancient map. After taking a look, he saw that the marked locations on the map were at the positions of the heavenly stems. What does this mean? Lu Zhou was puzzled. He studied every detail on the map. From top to bottom, a line of words could be seen on the bottom of the map. It read, "Take back the life hearts." The words were crooked and messy as though they were written in a hurry. In the midst of the words, there was a dark dot. Blood. As a cultivator, Lu Zhou could tell instantly that it was a drop of blood. For some reason, he could imagine what a terrible state the Unholy One must be in when he wrote those words. How pitiful. Lu Zhou put the simple ancient map into the vast sky bag, then he inhaled deeply. He brought out his golden lotus and looked at the 26 bright birth charts. His birth palace was clearly stronger. and his limit had been completely opened. It was good. This meant he could continue to advance. However, according to the letter, since he was able to obtain the letter, he was already a supreme being. Could the 26 birth charts make up for the other unactivated 10 birth charts and turn him into a supreme being? Was this not too exaggerated? Lu Zhou had a feeling this had something to do with the blue avatar. With a flick of his sleeve, he brought the blue avatar out. The blue avatar was not essentially golden. It looked dazzling with the electric arcs flashing around it. Lu Zhou saw that it still had 6 birth charts. However, after cultivation for 100 years and the upgrade of the system, it had sprouted 3 more leaves. Previously, it had 11 leaves. Currently, it had 14 leaves and 6 birth charts. Every leaf after the 10th leaf was equivalent to 6 birth charts. This meant Lu Zhou's blue avatar could be considered to have 30 leaves. Isn't the highest number 13 leaves? The normal order was to first enter the Thousand Realms whirling stage. For every activated 12 birth charts, 1 would sprout a leaf. After activating 24 birth charts, the oval leaf would sprout. After activating 36 birth charts, 1 would become a supreme being. However, Lu Zhou's blue avatar had 14 leaves. Indeed, this cultivation path was very special and unique. I only need to activate all my birth charts now. Lu Zhou would require a lot of life hearts for this. He still needed 10 life hearts for his golden avatar, and he needed 30 life hearts for his blue avatar. All in all, he needed 40 life hearts. Moreover, all 40 life hearts had to be of the highest grade. After a moment, Lu Zhou looked down into the abyss. It was still dark with spots of light lighting it. I'll investigate further when I officially become a supreme being. Following that, Lu Zhou flew up like a shooting star toward the top of the abyss. The power of the earth in the abyss surged immediately and formed a barrier that prevented him from leaving. Lu Zhou maintained his speed and continued to charge upward. He could clearly feel that he had become stronger. When he arrived at the area where the pressure and the power were the strongest, he raised his hand. It was as though he had turned into a blade as the extremely pure divine energy shrouded his body. At the same time, a power that seemed capable of tearing the very fabric of space appeared in his hand as electric arcs flashed around his body. The power in the abyss flowed into Lu Zhou's Dantian's sea of qi. He tried with all his might to break free from the power, but it was no different than a stone stirring up 1,000 waves in his body. The power continued to surge in all directions, trying to suppress Lu Zhou. Avatar. A blue lotus appeared beneath Lu Zhou's feet instantly. 14 leaves spun around, radiating light in all directions. Following that, the avatar appeared and soared up along with Lu Zhou. Buzz! The incomparable powerful energy tore through space, and with a loud pop, energy rippled in all directions. Lu Zhou and his avatar rushed past the area where the power was the strongest, finally obtaining freedom as he appeared in the sky. Lu Zhou felt the fresh air and the gentle breeze. Despite the harsh environment in the unknown land, it was incomparably better than the dark, stifling darkness of the abyss. Lu Zhou was filled with energy and continued to fly upward. I'm free. Lu Zhou had never felt so excited about being free. Anyone would have felt the same if they were in his shoes. Felt good to soar in the sky. He suddenly remembered something he overheard in his previous life. Life is precious, and love is even more precious, but both could be thrown away for freedom. He had been bound in the abyss for 100 years. Now that he had regained his freedom, how could he not be excited? He did not know how long he flew. Meanwhile, the power from the abyss gradually receded into the abyss once they could no longer restrain Lu Zhou. After FLYMG for some time, he circled back to the crack where the confinement seal was wedged. He could not help but sigh at how reckless he had been back then to kill Tu Wei. When he arrived near the confinement seal, he pressed his hand against it. Rise! Buzz! 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 The confinement seal buzzed, trying to break free from the crack. Rumble! Stones were dislodged and kept falling down on both sides. Bang! The confinement seal broke free and shrank rapidly as it flew into Lu Zhou's hand. It had finally returned to its owner. Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings before he looked at the abyss. Although the confinement seal was gone, the abyss did not close up. Lu Zhou flew up to the sky above the abyss, leaving behind a streak of blue and gold light. Swoosh! He looked down at Dunzang. During the past 100 years, Dunzang had been razed to the ground. Flowers and trees grew densely in the place. The pillar of destruction at Dunzang was like a mountain now, formed from the rubble. It was entwined with vines. Lu Zhou inhaled the air in the unknown land deeply. It's been 100 years, Lu Zhou sighed. After 100 years, even the seas would turn into mulberry fields. He wondered how his wicked disciples were doing. Since he transmigrated, the only thing he worried about was his disciples. Lu Zhou stabilized his cultivation briefly. When he was done, he used the power of sight to observe his disciples. However, he only saw mountains and rivers in the distance. He did not see his disciples. Lu Zhou was puzzled. After trying again, he still saw the mountains and the rivers. He could even see the seedlings that had just sprouted in the distance. The meridians in the trees and the primal chi in the air revealed themselves before his eyes. Did the power of sight become a vision magnifying ability? After the system has been upgraded, it should be stronger. Why did it cancel this useful ability? Lu Zhou was very angry. No matter what, the power of sight should have improved greatly. Forget it. I hope they're fine. Whoosh! Lu Zhou landed next to the abyss. Felt good to have his feet on the ground. Perhaps this was the greatest joy of being human. He walked toward what was once Dunzang's pillar of destruction. After walking about 100 yards, he saw a tombstone. He frowned slightly and walked over. When he looked down, he saw the words on it. The grave of my friend, Lu Tiantong. Although Lu Zhou was not Lu Tiantong, it was not hard to figure out that the tombstone was erected by Duanmudian. I've not even died yet, but this fellow had already erected a tombstone for me. What bad luck. Let's see how I deal with you later. Lu Zhou waved his hand casually. Crash! The tombstone was instantly reduced to rubble. Then, he continued walking toward the pillar of destruction as he thought to himself. The existence of the tombstone meant that Duanmudian was still alive. During his fierce battle with Tu Wei, he really could not spare any energy to protect Duanmudian. At that time, he really did not know if Duanmudian was dead or alive. When he arrived at the pillar of destruction, he flew around it and observed for a while before he confirmed that the pillar had truly collapsed. After a moment, he sighed. If the sky truly collapses, will I be able to hold it? He raised his head and looked at the sky with a huge question mark in his heart. After he collected his thoughts, he decided his next course of action was to look for his disciples. He would also have to settle the accounts with the Great Abyss Land. Mingda was dead, and Jiang Wenshu had probably died sometime over the past 100 years. Ming Ban. A name suddenly appeared in his mind. Then he brought the vast sky bag out. With just a shake, a pile of bones fell out. Clearly, Ming Ban had died sometime during the past 100 years in the vast sky bag as well. Since his senses were sealed at that time, it was normal that he did not notice it. Just as Lu Zhou was about to leave, hurry up and look for it. We must find it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More than 10 cultivators rushed over, flying at a low altitude. Lu Zhou looked at them suspiciously. Who would be so bold as to come to Dunzang? The cultivator's speed was not slow. Based on Lu Zhou's estimation, they should have passed about 2 birth trials. In the 9 domains, the cultivator's cultivation could be considered quite high. However, in Lu Zhou's eyes, their speed was as slow as a tortoise. When the 10 cultivators rushed over, they finally saw Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou had been in the abyss for a long time. Although 100 years had passed, he did not show signs of aging. Only his hair and beard had grown longer. That was something that could not be helped. With his senses sealed, where would he find the time to take care of his appearance and image? However, the divine mark robe was still very clean. Since cultivators were unlike humans and rarely not secrete filth, he looked just like an old man with a long beard and long hair. There's someone. The cultivators came to a halt in the air. One of them asked, "Old sir, why are you here?" They were all very vigilant. Lu Zhou raised his head to look at them. "Who are you?" The 10 cultivators looked at each other for a moment before one of them answered honestly, "We're here to hunt." Hunt. Lu Zhou was puzzled. Duzong's pillar of destruction has collapsed. Are there still fierce beasts around? That person said, "It's been 100 years since the collapse of the pillar. Compared to the other 9 pillars of destruction, this place is very safe. Indeed, there are usually no fierce beasts here. However, there's one." "Oh." Lu Zhou's interest was piqued. "What kind of fierce beast?" "Old sir, you didn't see it?" That person had been honest because he had been hoping to obtain information from Lu Zhou. Who knew Lu Zhou knew nothing about the fierce beast? Lu Zhou shook his head. With that, the person cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou before he said with a smile, "In that case, let's part ways here." "Wait," Lu Zhou called out in a dark tone. "Old sir, do you have any other questions?" "What kind of fierce beast?" Lu Zhou's tone was deep and sonorous, and his gaze was profound, causing people to shudder. The person seemed to sense Lu Zhou's displeasure, so he said in a gentle tone, "Old sir, we only came here to hunt." Clearly, the person did not want to make an enemy out of Lu Zhou. Those who could travel freely in the unknown land were not simple, after all. "Answer my question and you'll be safe," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. That person thought about it for a moment. In the end, he thought it was not a secret anyway, so he said, "The fierce beast looks like a goat bathed in auspicious light." "Wizard," Lu Zhou said. "Old sir, you're very knowledgeable. How admirable." Then, another person said, "This beast often appears in Dunzang. Ever since the pillar collapsed, it has been wandering in this place. Many cultivators would come here often to hunt it. However, it's very crafty and hard to capture." Lu Zhou asked, "Where did you see Wizard?" The person pointed at the abyss. With 100 years, the humans had long understood Wizard's habits. Alas, they were still unable to catch it. After hearing those words, Lu Zhou called out softly. Although his voice was not loud, it spread far and wide, sweeping in all directions. The 10 cultivators were shocked. With this, how could they not tell the old man's cultivation base was not low? Lu Zhou felt slightly disappointed when Wizard did not appear. Although it seemed like he had endless supplies of divine power now, Wizard had accompanied him through his most difficult time. How could he not be moved? "I'll give you a piece of advice," Lu Zhou said calmly. "Please speak, old sir. Give up on capturing Wizard." "Why?" The person was puzzled. Why could they not capture Wizard? The old man was truly unreasonable. At this moment, someone pointed in the distance and cried out, "Wizard is here!" Everyone looked over. This was not the first time they had seen Wizard. They had chased after it countless times, but it was in vain. Wizard's speed left them in the dust. Moreover, the unknown land was complex. It was truly difficult to capture it. However, this time they saw hope. Wizard was flying very close to them. They watched as it circled twice above the abyss, releasing a torrent of auspicious rain. Then, it let out a mournful cry before it flew high into the sky. "Catch it!" The 10 cultivators could no longer hold back their excitement when they saw Wizard and was about to attack. Lu Zhou pressed his hand down. Just like that, all 10 cultivators fell to the ground, unable to fly. "What's wrong? What's wrong with me? Why can't I fly?" The 10 cultivators turned pale in fright. Then Lu Zhou said slowly and clearly, "Wizard." When Wizard heard the familiar voice, it turned around and looked at Lu Zhou, who was standing nearby. Then, its eyes widened, and the auspicious light on its body grew brighter, illuminating a radius of 10 miles. Previously, it had tried to dim its light as much as possible to avoid detection. Now that it saw its master again, it was overwhelmed with excitement. It released its power to show its excitement as it let out a loud cry. "This!" The 10 cultivators were dumbfounded. The fierce beast they had tried so hard to capture was now flying toward them. Wizard landed about 10 yards in front of Lu Zhou. Then, It trotted slowly toward Lu Zhou. Everyone? Lu Zhou looked at Wuxia. After 100 years, Wuxia had aged slightly as well. It looked more mature now. Its fur was fuller, and its aura had become purer. Regardless if the world and people had changed, Wuxia was still Wuxia. Wuxia's eyes were brimming with excitement. Lu Zhou felt warmth and gratitude suffused his heart. Old friend, you're finally back. Lu Zhou gently placed his hand on Wuxia's back and stroked it a few times. Wuxia kneeled down, as though inviting its master to get on its back. Lu Zhou did not refuse. He leaped onto Wuxia's back and said, "Let's go." Wuxia stomped on the ground and flew up, bursting with light. In just a moment, they streaked across the sky into the distance. The 10 cultivators were left behind dumbfounded. Who knew what they were thinking at this moment? For hours after Lu Zhou left, a runic passage appeared, and several cultivators emerged from it. Little Yuaner and Conk looked at the abyss. "We're here," Conk said. "Today's the anniversary of Master's death. I wonder if our senior brothers and senior sisters will come." "I don't think so," Little Yuaner said. "Compared to the others, Emperor Xianxia is rather lenient. The others also likely avoid the Great Void." Conk nodded. "Don't think too much. I'll contact them later," Little Yuaner said. Then they walked toward the abyss. They brought out the sacrificial offerings they had prepared and descended slightly into the abyss. Soon enough, Little Yuaner discovered the confinement seal was gone. A puzzled expression appeared on her face as she exclaimed, "Eh! Where's the confinement seal?" Conk flew over as well. She asked in confusion, "The confinement seal belongs to Master? How could it disappear?" The cultivators who accompanied the duo here felt that something was amiss. One of them said, "Ladies, there's no need to be anxious. Please tell me if there's anything." Little Yuaner frowned, trying to look for clues. However, how could there be clues in the abyss? A sorrowful expression appeared on her face as she said, "Even Master's things are gone." Conk sighed. "Perhaps." The crack widened, and the confinement seal fell in there. "Master!" Little Yuaner sobbed softly as she called out for her master. After an unknown amount of time had passed. While the duo was still in the midst of paying respect, one cultivator said, "It's time to go. The Emperor has said that it's inappropriate to leave the Great Void for too long. Let's stay a little longer. Can't you give us more time since it's our master's death anniversary?" Little Yuaner asked. "Very well, Miss Ci. Let's wait for another 2 hours." The cultivators knew Xianxia placed great importance on the two girls, so they did not dare to be rude. With that, the duo stayed near the abyss for a little longer. Just as Little Yuaner and Conk were about to leave the abyss, they heard someone cursing nearby. Which blind person dares to destroy a tombstone? How wicked! Their ancestor would be ashamed of them. Little Yuaner and Conk looked in the direction of the voice and saw a figure. One of the cultivators, who accompanied the duo here, said, "After the collapse of Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction, many people from the 9 domains come here. Compared to the other pillars of destruction, Dunzang was much safer now since there were fewer fierce beasts." "Who's he?" Just as this question was asked, the other person began to curse again. "Son of bitch! How dare you destroy a tombstone? Don't let me catch you. Otherwise, I'll rip you into shreds after I skin you alive." Little Yuaner said curiously, "Let's go and have a look. Miss Ci, it's important for us to return now." "This is also important." Little Yuaner ignored the cultivator's attempt to stop her and walked over. Conk followed suit. With this, the others had no choice but to follow closely behind. When Little Yuaner arrived and saw the person, a huge smile appeared on her face. "Great Saint Duanmu?" Duanmu Dian was shocked as well. He did not expect someone would be able to approach him without him noticing. When Xianxia's men saw Duanmu Dian, they were puzzled. Didn't Great Saint Duanmu return to the Great Void? Why are you here? They all knew Duanmu Dian was the guardian of Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction. Duanmu Dian looked at his surroundings with a sorrowful expression on his face as he said, "After all, I've guarded the pillar at Dunzang for a long time. I still have some attachments to it. As the guardian of this place, it's only normal for me to come and have a look, right? Of course. Of course, little Yuaner said with a giggle. Then, she asked, Great Saint Duanmu, who were you scolding earlier? It's nothing. I was thinking about someone I hated in the past. I really wish I could throw away this tombstone, Duanmu Dian said before he stomped on the ground, causing it to cave in. Little Yuaner nodded. All right, continue then. We'll take our leaves first. I won't send you off. With that, little Yuaner, Conk, and Shangzhang's men flew away into the distance. Duanmu Dian sighed in relief. Then, he turned to look at the caved-in ground and said, Old Lu, don't blame me. I hope your spirit in heaven will protect us. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou and Witzard appeared at the runic passage in the Golden Lotus Domain's Evil Sky Pavilion. When they walked out of the runic hall, Lu Zhou saw the Golden Court Mountain. This was the place where he had stayed for a long time. It would be a lie to say he was not slightly emotional now that he had returned to this old place. Lu Zhou could not help but let out a long sigh. Then, he patted Witzard and flew toward the main hall of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Halfway there, he saw the four elders. Perhaps, Lu Zhou's cultivation had reached the peak so they did not notice him. Looking at them cultivating diligently, Lu Zhou could not help but feel emotional again. After a moment, he said in a soft voice, For elders, how have you been? The four elders raised their heads to look at the sky immediately. Since Lu Zhou had been in the abyss for so long, with his long hair and long beard, he looked rather unkempt. For a moment, the four elders could not recognize him. However, they were very familiar with Witzard and the divine mark robe. Lung Luo, Zui Yushu, Pan Litian, and Hua Wudao bowed in unison as they greeted Lu Zhou loudly. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Although they looked calm, they were extremely excited. It had been 100 years, after all. Lu Zhou nodded. He leaped off Witzard's back and landed in front of the four elders. He stood with his hands on his back and nodded. Following that, Pan Zhong, Hua Yueshing, and Zhou Jifeng rushed over from afar. When they saw Lu Zhou, they were stunned. For a moment, they thought their eyes were playing tricks on them. They rubbed their eyes before they looked at Lu Zhou again. There was no doubt the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was standing in front of them. They immediately kneeled on one knee and greeted him. Greetings, Pavilion Master. No need for formalities, Lu Zhou said with a wave of his sleeve. After the trio rose to their feet, Lu Zhou asked, puzzled, There are so few of you? Where are the others? With this question, the four elders lowered their heads guiltily. Then they kneeled on one knee and said, The four of us failed to protect the little girl, and she was taken away by the great void. Lu Zhou frowned. His mood sank to the bottom immediately. He asked in a low voice, What happened exactly? The four elders recounted everything that had happened after they left Fragrant Valley. Then, they also spoke about how the disciples were going to go their separate ways, one in each domain to maintain the balance. After that, Pan Litian said, I heard that the Great Void has an object that can locate us. However, I don't think it's that simple. That person called Qi Shang is very cunning. It's as though he knew exactly where we would appear. Qi Shang. Lu Zhou frowned in confusion. He's the new hall commander of Two-Way Hall. However, it was rather strange. His cultivation was far above mine. But when we fought, I could feel he was holding back, Pan Litian said. Zui Yushu said, Brother, I don't know why, but I feel like he's somewhat similar to your seventh disciple. He said he's the seventh child in his family. Could it be that Mr. Seventh is still alive? It was not that the other three elders did not think about this. After little Yuaner was captured, they thought about this all day long. They felt Qi Shang's way of doing things was rather similar to Si Wuya. However, Yu Zhenghai personally dropped his body into the endless ocean. How could he still be alive? Hua Wudao said, perplexed. Even Lu Zhou was puzzled. Nothing could deceive his eyes. He trusted his strength very much. At least until now, there was no reason to doubt it. 100 years ago, he had tried to observe his seventh disciple with the power of sight, but the system only gave him 2 words: unavailable target. This proved that his 7th disciple was dead. However, the Qi Shang whom the 4 elders mentioned made him suspicious. If Qi Shang is Mr. 7th, why did he help the Great Void capture all his fellow disciples? Hua Wudao asked again. There were many things that were hard to explain. Moreover, they had no way to prove Qi Shang's identity. Well, it's not like you don't know his ways of doing things. The most dangerous place can also be the safest place. We can't rule out the possibility that he did that to protect everyone. Leng Luo said. You have a point. Hua Wudao nodded. Otherwise, there's no need for him to keep everyone alive. Leng Luo added. Then, is Qi Shang truly Mr. 7th? If it's Mr. 7th, does it mean he's mastered the resurrection method? While the 4 elders were discussing, Lu Zhou was also wondering if Qi Shang was his 7th disciple. After a moment he said, there's no need to think about it at this moment. If it's really old 7th, then it's a good thing. If it's not, he scoffed before he continued saying in a dark tone, then I'll make him pay a heavy price. Whether Qi Shang was a friend or foe, it both made sense. In any case, everyone was very skeptical. After all, they had witnessed Si Wuya's death. Moreover, it was very difficult to master the resurrection method. Even Lu Zhou could not do it. Nonetheless, everyone could not help but feel hopeful. What was life without hope? Where are the others? Lu Zhou asked. The left and right envoys, Shen Shi and Li Xiaomao, have returned to the Black Lotus domain. Now, the strength of the Black Lotus domain has greatly increased because the Black Tower Council has continuously expanded over the past 100 years. In order not to implicate the Evil Sky Pavilion, they returned to the Black Lotus domain, Pan Zhong explained. Guardian Meng has gone to stay at the Thousand Willow Monastery as a guest. As long as Pavilion Master gives the order, he'll return immediately. Kong Wan and his brothers have returned to their hometown in the Green Lotus domain. Many forces in the Green Lotus domain have been keeping an eye on the Evil Sky Pavilion. The Black Lotus domain's Dark and Light Alliance and the royal family had taken Miss Hongfu away. In exchange, they agreed to support the Evil Sky Pavilion. With Qin Naihe traveling between the Golden Lotus domain and the Green Lotus domain, and Venerable Master Qin's care for the Evil Sky Pavilion, everything can be considered to be quite peaceful, Pan Zhong said in a casual tone. However, the fact was life had been hard on the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion. For some reason, news of Lu Zhou's death had spread. With the biggest support gone, many in the cultivation world began to distance themselves from the Evil Sky Pavilion. If it were not for those few forces supporting the Evil Sky Pavilion, the Evil Sky Pavilion would have long been razed to the ground. After listening to Pan Zhong, Lu Zhou sighed. As the saying went, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. When the leader fell, the followers would disperse as well. However, on the other hand, the reason the Evil Sky Pavilion was still standing was also all thanks to the hard work of these few followers. Lu Zhou said, "You've all suffered during the time I was away from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Pavilion Master, don't say that. Now that you've returned, our Evil Sky Pavilion will definitely regain its glory," Pan Zhong said emotionally. Lu Zhou nodded. "Inform everyone about this. Tell them to return." Understood. Everyone bowed. They knew that at this moment, the faith of Great Yen had returned. Nighttime. Lu Zhou was not in the mood to cultivate, nor was he in the mood to sleep. After 100 years of cultivating non-stop, it was impossible for him not to feel sick of it. Right now, he only wanted to enjoy the feeling of being human. He had people restart the stove to cook a sumptuous dinner and draw a hot bath so he could clean up. Meanwhile, the 4 elders were so excited that they did not sleep the whole night. As for Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng, they excitedly executed Lu Zhou's orders. The next morning, as soon as Kong Wan and his brother learned of Lu Zhou's return, they tossed their work aside and hurried back to the Evil Sky Pavilion through a runic passage. Zhou Jifeng and Pan Zhong were very energetic and led Kong Wan and his brothers to the Eastern Pavilion. As soon as Kong Wan and his brother entered the Eastern Pavilion, they kneeled on one knee and said in unison, "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Their voices were laden with excitement, happiness, and a hint of grievance. Lu Zhou walked toward them and looked at them. 100 years had passed, but Kong Wan and his brothers still looked the same. Kong Wan and his brothers looked up at Lu Zhou, who had led them all over the unknown land in the past. For a moment, they could not help but feel emotional. The pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion had finally returned. Lu Zhou nodded. "Stand up and speak." "Thank you, Pavilion Master. How have all of you been all these years?" After rising to their feet, Kong Wan said, "Everything is fine. It's just that there was nothing to do in the Evil Sky Pavilion, so we left." "All of you left the Evil Sky Pavilion because you didn't want it to attract unwanted attention." "I understand," Lu Zhou said. Kong Wan said, "There are rumors in the cultivation world that you have passed away. We didn't believe it, and we were waiting for your return." Lu Zhou nodded. "There's no need to talk about the past anymore." Then, he turned to look at Pan Zhong and asked, "Pan Zhong, why haven't the others returned?" Lu Zhou's disciples had been captured, so he understood why they were not here. However, it did not make sense for those who were in the 9 domains not to be here. After all, the Evil Sky Pavilion had left many runic passages behind. Pan Zhong said, "It's possible that they were delayed." As soon as Pan Zhong's voice fell, Hua Wudao appeared outside of the Eastern Pavilion and said, "Hua Yuexing requests an audience." "Enter." Hua Yuexing carried her bow and walked in briskly. Her expression was not as exaggerated as Kong Wan and his brothers, but one could clearly see she became more spirited when she saw Lu Zhou. She said in a loud and clear voice, "Hua Yuexing greets the pavilion master." Lu Zhou gestured for her to stand up. After that, Hua Wudao, who was standing at the side, explained with a smile, "I asked her to stay in the divine capital to do some work over the past years. There's nothing for her to do in the Evil Sky Pavilion after all." Lu Zhou nodded. "Your cultivation has improved greatly. It's truly deserving of praise." Hua Yuexing beamed. "Thank you for your praise, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou turned to Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng before he asked, "Is there a reason why the others haven't returned?" "They haven't responded. I guess something happened," Pan Zhong said. "Prepare the flying chariot," Lu Zhou said solemnly. "I'll look for them personally." Upon hearing this, Pan Zhong was very excited. He said enthusiastically, "Understood." The 4 elders were stunned by Lu Zhou's decision. With his status and strength, there was no need for him to personally make such a move. The others would return eventually. With this, how could they not follow him wholeheartedly? The flying chariot was ready. It was the new model that Si Wuya had created before he left. In both speed and space, it was far superior to the cloud-piercing flying chariot of old. That morning, Lu Zhou led the 4 elders, Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, and Hua Yuexing to the Black Lotus domain through the large runic passage. Lu Zhou decided to bring Zhao Hongfu back first. Since she was skilled in runes, it would be more convenient for them to travel. Such a talent like her was truly indispensable. At the Dark and Light Alliance in the Black Lotus domain, the 5 tigers of the Dark and Light Alliance had long passed away. The new alliance leader of the Dark and Light Alliance was Zhang Bi, who was just an elder in the past. Alliance leader that Zhao Hongfu isn't very cooperative. She does things very slowly. Zhang Bi turned around to look at his subordinate before he said, "Zhao Hongfu was originally from Great Yuan's royal court. Later on, she joined the Evil Sky Pavilion. 100 years ago, the pavilion master passed away, and the 10 disciples have disappeared. Since then, the remaining people are like a pile of loose sand." He let out a long sigh before he said, "Back then, the Evil Sky Pavilion was like a sun at high noon." The subordinate did not understand Zhang Bi's words. He asked, "Then what should we do now?" Zhang Bi said, "As the saying goes, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. Now that the 9 domains are interacting with each other, we're no longer as alienated as before. Our Dark and Light Alliance is just a small force. We can't compete with the Evil Sky Pavilion." Then he sighed softly again before he said, "Humans all strive to climb up, after all. It's normal that she looks down on our Dark and Light Alliance. I'll talk to her in 2 days. If she really doesn't want to stay here, I'll send her back to Great Yuan's royal court. Understood. The subordinate bowed. At the same time, another subordinate walked in and bowed. King Chun of Wu has arrived. Bring him in. Soon after, King Chun of Wu, who was dressed in a luxurious robe, walked in. 2 soldiers wielding halberds trailed after him. As soon as he entered the main hall, he cupped his fists and asked, "Brother Zhang, how have you been?" Zhang Bi stepped forward and asked with a smile, "King Chun, what brings you here?" In the past, the conflict between the Dark and Light Alliance and Great Yuan's royal court was quite intense. However, now that both sides shared the same interest, they had become united. King Chun of Wu did not stand on ceremony. He took a seat and said, "I won't beat around the bush. Have you thought about what I've spoken to you previously? If you want Zhao Hongfu, you'll have to ask for her opinion," Zhang Bi said. "Ask her? As the alliance leader of the Dark and Light Alliance, is there a need for you to ask her?" King Chun of Wu asked with a hint of disdain. "Zhao Hongfu is a rune master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, and her cultivation isn't low. I can't tell her to do anything," Zhang Bi said. King Chun of Wu said, "The Evil Sky Pavilion is no longer the Evil Sky Pavilion of the past. Naturally, I still respect Miss Zhao. However, do you know why Zhao Hongfu is staying in the Dark and Light Alliance?" Zhang Bi waved his hand and said, "It's definitely not for the power of the Dark and Light Alliance. Moreover, I'm the one who invited Miss Zhao here with great hospitality." "Okay, then we can ask her again," King Chun of Wu said with a smile. Zhang Bi waved his hand, ordering his subordinate to bring Zhao Hongfu over. Soon enough, Zhang Bi brought Zhao Hongfu into the main hall. When Zhao Hongfu saw the duo, she took a seat and asked, "May I know what the alliance leader wants from me?" "King Chun of Wu wants to invite you to work for Great Yuan's royal court. Currently, the 9 domains are interacting with each other, and we have a lack of runic passages. Rune masters are in demand now." King Chun of Wu cupped his fists together at Zhao Hongfu and asked, "Miss Zhao, I wonder if you'll consider it?" "Don't worry. When you arrive at the royal court, His Majesty will definitely appoint you as the chief rune master of Great Yuan and let you lead the runic academy. 3,000 people will be under your control. You can also set your conditions." Zhang Bi frowned upon hearing these words. After all, it highlighted the shabbiness of the Dark and Light Alliance. Zhao Hongfu did not even think about it. She patted the armrest of her chair and said, "Sorry, I'm not interested." "Miss Zhao, why don't you reconsider?" King Chun of Wu asked as he leaned over. In fact, Zhang Bi did not want Zhao Hongfu around. She was like a hot potato that everyone coveted. Considering she came from the Evil Sky Pavilion, many people in power were eyeing her. Hence, he said, "Miss Zhao, King of Chun of Wu has good intentions. I'll have to say some unpleasant words, and I hope you won't be unhappy. The Evil Sky Pavilion has already collapsed. The 9 disciples have long entered the Great Void. You should seriously consider King Chen's suggestion." Zhao Hongfu frowned and said unhappily, "What? You dare to humiliate me and treat me as a commodity?" This? Zhang Bi was at a loss for words. Finally, he said, "Miss Zhao, please calm down. During this time, has the Dark and Light Alliance mistreated you?" Back then, the Dark and Light Alliance had a conflict with the Evil Sky Pavilion, but that was all in the past. We should look to the future and work together. The biggest problem now was Zhao Hongfu did not do anything. Every day was just a waste of time. King Chun of Wu said, "Alliance leader Zhang, Miss Zhao can come and go as she pleases. Why do you have to say such nasty words?" At this moment, a subordinate suddenly rushed into the main hall and said with a bow, "Alliance leader, King Chun of Wu, the Evil Sky Pavilion is here." The Evil Sky Pavilion? The duo rose to their feet at the same time. Although 100 years had passed, when people heard the name the Evil Sky Pavilion, they would still shudder and their hair would stand on end. Zhao Hongfu was puzzled. The Evil Sky Pavilion? Everyone walked out of the main hall immediately. They saw a flying chariot that had just landed. The cultivators from the Dark and Light Alliance did not know why, but none of them dared to approach. It was as though they were blocked by an invisible force. At this time, the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion stepped forward. Zhao Hongfu exclaimed in surprise, "Elders!" Following that, a dignified and calm voice called out from the flying chariot, "Zhao Hongfu." Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Hongfu's heart moved. She was very familiar with this voice. She often heard it in her dreams. She had always thought about how great it would be if the pavilion master, whom she assumed had died, returned. The Evil Sky Pavilion that she longed for no longer existed. At this moment, Leng Luo asked, "Why aren't you paying respect to the pavilion master?" Zhang Bi and King Chen of Wu? Their eyes were wide open as they stared at the flying chariot in disbelief. Pan Zhong lifted the curtain of the flying chariot at this moment, revealing a familiar figure. The pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion slowly walked out. Then he stood tall as he looked down on everyone. Zhao Hongfu regained her senses and immediately flew over. She kneeled on the ground and said, "Pavilion master, you've returned." Lu Zhou's expression was calm as he looked at Zhao Hongfu, who could not conceal her excitement and emotions. Then he said gently, "I came to pick you up." These words caused a surge of feelings in Zhao Hongfu. She had always prided herself on being mentally strong. However, at this moment, she could not help it. Her eyes began to redden. Zhang Bi and King Chen of Wu felt a heavy pressure on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Their palms and their backs were drenched in cold sweat. How was this possible? How could he be back? Zhao Hongfu rose to her feet excitedly and moved to stand next to the 4 elders. From the beginning until the end, no one dared to stop Zhao Hongfu. They did not even dare to say a word. At this moment, Zhang Bi even wished someone else was the alliance leader. He was panicking, wondering what to do. When he finally regained his senses, he walked down the stairs. Perhaps, due to his nervousness, he stumbled over the last few steps and almost fell. After that, he said loudly, "Zhang Bi greets Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Zhou looked down at Zhang Bi and asked, "Are you the new alliance leader of the Dark and Light Alliance?" "Yes, I am." King Chen of Wu hurriedly followed suit. He bowed and said, "Chun Tianhao greets Pavilion Master Lu." Lu Zhou glanced at him and said tonelessly, "King Chen of Wu? 100 years have passed. I don't even remember what you look like." King Chen of Wu said, "This is only natural. How can Pavilion Master Lu remember a useless person like me?" Zhang Bi felt his heart stand on end when he heard these words. No matter what, King Chen of Wu was from the royal court, and yet he was so demeaning to himself. It could be seen that King Chen of Wu did not care about pride or dignity as long as he could survive. Lu Zhou looked at Zhao Hongfu and called out, "Zhao Hongfu." "Yes. How have you been living in the Dark and Light Alliance all these years?" Lu Zhou asked. This question felt like a golden needle stabbing into Zhang Bi and King Chen of Wu's nerves. The duo trembled at the same time. Everyone looked at Zhao Hongfu. Before Zhao Hongfu could reply, Lu Zhou said calmly, "Just tell me the truth. If you have any grievances, I'll avenge you and annihilate the Dark and Light Alliance." Everyone from the Dark and Light Alliance shivered. Which of them had not heard about the Evil Sky Pavilion? It was just that they thought the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was dead. However, the person standing in front of them was definitely not a fake. Even if he was, who would dare to risk their lives to test him? Zhao Hongfu turned around to look at King Chen of Wu and Zhang Bi before she answered honestly. "Alliance leader Zhang and King Chen were quite nice to me. They didn't mistreat me." After hearing that, King Chen of Wu and Zhang Bi sighed in relief. Felt really good to escape the jaw of death. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction before he said, "I want to take Zhao Hongfu away. Do you have any objections?" Zhang Bi hastily waved his hand. "No objections. We have no objections at all. Miss Zhao is from the Evil Sky Pavilion and a good friend of our Dark and Light Alliance. Since our friend wants to leave, we'll send her off." Lu Zhou turned to King Chen of Wu and asked, "What about you?" King Chen of Wu hurriedly said, "I completely agree with Alliance leader Zhang." Lu Zhou said, Very well. He did not want to waste time here. He turned around and entered the cabin of the flying chariot. Then he said indifferently, "Next." Pan Zhong excitedly drew the curtain. Then, he rubbed his chin with an expression of pride before he said loudly, "Let's go." Lung Luo asked, "Zhao Hongfu, are you still not coming?" Zhao Hongfu regained her senses. She felt as though she was dreaming. She trembled slightly and hurriedly leaped onto the flying chariot. After everyone was on board, the flying chariot rose into the sky and flew away. It passed through the barrier easily as though the barrier was just a bubble. The moment the flying chariot vanished from sight, King Chun of Wu, Zhang Bi, and the cultivators from the Dark and Light Alliance sat limply on the ground at the same time. A long time after the flying chariot had disappeared, Zhang Bi finally rose to his feet and asked, "Could he be a fake?" King Chun of Wu shook his head. "He can't be fake. Isn't he dead?" Zhang Bi was puzzled. "If you ask me, who should I ask? It's not like I have the answer," King Chun of Wu said. Then he added, "The Black Tower Council is going to be in trouble." Over the past 100 years, the Black Tower Council had expanded rapidly. The former Tower Master of the Black Tower, Xiao Yunhe, did not return to the Black Tower Council. Instead, he went somewhere to pursue the path of cultivation. No one knew where he went, but everyone knew his connection with the Evil Sky Pavilion. At the Black Tower Council, Xia Jingrong was cultivating in the training when a nervous voice rang out. "Tower Master, the Evil Sky Pavilion's flying chariot is here." The 3,000 Dao inscriptions on the Black Tower had been destroyed by Lu Zhou with just a move. The psychological trauma from that incident had yet to disappear. However, Xia Zhengrong remained calm. He said tonelessly, "I'm not going to see them. I'm afraid this won't do." "Why?" Xia Zhengrong frowned. They've already entered the barrier." Xia Zhengrong flashed and arrived outside the training hall in just a second. He frowned when he saw his trembling subordinates. "Follow me to take a look." "Understood." Xia Zhengrong and his men flew out and looked up. The flying chariot had already breached the barrier easily. The four elders, Pan Zhong, Zhou Jifeng, Hua Yueshing, and Zhao Hongfu were hovering outside the flying chariot, looking down at the Black Tower Council. As the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council, Xia Zhengrong was naturally unhappy when he saw this. However, he suppressed his displeasure and asked, "May I know why the Evil Sky Pavilion came to the Black Tower Council?" Pan Zhong said in a clear voice, "The Pavilion Master has come in person. Left Envoy Yen, Left Envoy Lu, Guardian Shen, and Guardian Li. Why aren't you coming out?" Xia Zhengrong remained unmoved. He said, "Those four are from the Black Tower Council. They don't belong to the Evil Sky Pavilion." Pan Zhong pointed at Xia Zhengrong and said, "Impudent! Since when did the members of our Evil Sky Pavilion become members of your Black Tower Council?" Xia Zhengrong said, "Is that so? Everyone in the Black Lotus domain knows they belong to the Black Tower Council. Most importantly, I've already said they belong to the Black Tower Council. I have the final say." Pan Zhong said, "My Pavilion Master has the final say. Tell them to come out quickly." "Your Pavilion Master?" Xia Zhengrong remained expressionless as he thought to himself, "Didn't your Pavilion Master die a long time ago?" Xia Zhengrong looked at the flying chariot in the sky and cupped his fists together as he said, "In that case, please come out and have a chat, Pavilion Master Lu. Let's see how you're going to pretend." Pan Zhong said, "You're not qualified to speak to the Pavilion Master." At the same time, a faint voice rang out, "Pan Zhong." Pan Zhong turned around immediately. "Yes." These two words greatly shocked Xia Zhengrong. How could he not recognize that voice? He focused his eyes and mobilized his primal chi, trying to sense the cultivation of the cultivator in the flying chariot. However, soon enough, he realized his energy was bounced back. Buzz! Boom! Xia Zhengrong suffered a huge backlash and was sent flying back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The cultivators of the Black Tower Council were shocked. They exclaimed in unison, "Tower Master!" Thump! Xia Zhengrong landed on the ground and looked at the flying chariot fearfully. He endured the pain and hurriedly kneeled on one knee. Greetings, Pavilion Master Lu. Apart from shock, there was only fear in Xia Zhengrong's heart. Previously, Lu Zhou had planted a seed of fear in his heart that became the biggest obstacle on his cultivation path. Before he could even resolve that problem, Lu Zhou appeared again. Lu Zhou, who was in the flying chariot, did not directly speak to Xia Zhengrong. Instead, he said to Pan Zhong, "Pan Zhong, my time and patience are limited." Pan Zhong nodded. "I'll deal with it immediately." Pan Zhong leaped off the flying chariot and landed in front of Xia Zhengrong. Then he lowered his voice and said, "If you don't want to die, you should know what to do." Pan Zhong thought to himself, "Mr. Fourth's method is still the most useful." Xia Zhengrong waved his hand immediately and said, "Go! Bring them here." Pan Zhong nodded before he asked, "Tower Master Xia, how have they been recently?" Xia Zhengrong said, "The Black Tower Council has been in decline since the Great Demotion incident. We're lacking manpower. They're all top-notch talents. How could I mistreat them?" "That's good," Pan Zhong said. "Pavilion Master said that if they'd been wronged, you'll be punished." Before long, Yan Zhenlua, Lu Li, Shen Shi, and Li Xiaoma appeared. They were confused when they saw the flying chariot. Pan Zhong greeted them and said, "The Pavilion Master has been waiting for you for a long time." It's really the Pavilion Master. Are you joking?" Pan Zhong only said, "You'll know whether I'm joking or not once you go up." The four of them ignored Xia Zhengrong and flew into the flying chariot and landed on the deck. When they saw Lu Zhou in the cabin, they fell to one knee. Lu Li's reaction was the biggest when he saw Lu Zhou. How could he not be happy to see his ancestor? "Pavilion Master Lu. No need for formalities," Lu Zhou said tonelessly. The four of them rose to their feet. It had been a long time since they heard this familiar voice. If it were not Lu Zhou, who could it be? At this moment, Lu Zhou called out, "Xia Zhengrong." "Why yes. Disband the Black Tower Council now," Lu Zhou said. Pan Zhong only looked at Xia Zhengrong wordlessly before he flew back into the flying chariot. Everyone in the flying chariot no longer paid attention to what was happening below. Then the flying chariot flew away. There was no need to waste words when one had absolute strength. As for what Xia Zhengrong decided to do, it was his business as long as he could accept the consequences. The flying chariot flew in the sky, easily bypassing the 3,000 Dao inscriptions and the barrier. Xia Zhengrong looked at the sky wordlessly for a long time in a daze. "Tower Master, is he trying to scare us?" As soon as these words were spoken, Xia Zhengrong turned around and slapped the person who spoke these words. Then he said, "Gather all the core members of the upper tower." "Understood." Green Lotus Domain. In the Southern Training Hall. Qin Runyue, who had received the news, was still in disbelief. After a while, he said, "Inform him that Pavilion Master Lu has returned." "Understood." When Qin Nainai received the news, he rushed over to the Southern Training Hall immediately. When he saw Qin Runyue, he asked directly, "Venerable Master Qin, is Pavilion Master Lu really back?" Qin Runyue nodded. "Yes, that's what the letter said, but the truth has yet to be determined. I wasn't at the Southern Training Hall yesterday, so I found out too late." Qin Naiha nodded. Then, he cupped his fists at Qin Runyue and said, "Venerable Master Qin, I." Qin Runyue waved his hand and interjected, "I know what you want to say. No matter what, you were once a disciple of the Qin clan. The Evil Sky Pavilion and the Qin clan are tied to the same rope. Go." Qin Naiha kneeled and bowed. Upon seeing this, Qin Runyue hurriedly lifted Qin Naiha up. "Your current cultivation is already slightly higher than mine. Your future is limitless. There's no need for you to kneel to me. There's a hierarchy between the elders and the juniors. How can I mess it up?" Qin Naiha said with a smile. The more Qin Naiha acted like that, the more Qin Runyue felt like he was a bastard in the past. If he had only taken Qin Naiha's opinion into consideration back then, the Qin clan would not have ended up in this situation. But then again, it was not completely a bad thing. Just as Qin Naihe was about to leave, an illusory figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Venerable Master Qin, how have you been? Qin Renyue turned to look at the source of the voice in shock. Qin Renyue and Qin Naihe were both venerable masters. Qin Naihe had the help of the great void soil, so his improvements over the years had surpassed Qin Renyue. The duo could clearly sense a special energy outside the training hall. Both of them could not be more familiar with the voice. Brother Lu? Is it really you? Qin Renyue was pleasantly surprised. Just as Qin Renyue was about to walk out, the special energy swept into the training hall. That familiar face and aura. If this was not the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, then who could it be? Qin Naihe kneeled on one knee immediately and said, Qin Naihe greets the pavilion master. Rise. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve. Following that, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion walked in one after another. At the same time, Qin Renyue said to the disciples of the Qin clan, waiting outside the training hall, Quick! Prepare the good wine and a sumptuous feast. I want to treat my old friend today. There's no need to go to so much trouble, Lu Zhou said as he took a seat at the side. You and Qin Naihe have made great contributions for the Evil Sky Pavilion to be safe all these years. It's what I should do, Qin Renyue said with a sigh. Unfortunately, my strength is limited. There are many people in the Evil Sky Pavilion, and I couldn't protect everyone. Qin Naihe chimed in from the side. Over the past 100 years, the cultivators from the Green Lotus domains and the other domains have become stronger as well. Most of them have 16 to 17 birth charts. With this, the Qin clan's position in the Green Lotus domain was not completely at the top. Moreover, there was the Great Void watching them. The feeling was like having a knife held against their backs. It hasn't been easy for you. There's no need to blame yourselves, Lu Zhou said. If you have any request, you can say it. Qin Renyue waved his hand and said, There's no need to talk about these between friends. Otherwise, it'd be an insult to our friendship. Lu Zhou nodded. Qin Renyue asked curiously, What's going on? Rumors of your death are rife in the cultivation world. I was in closed-door cultivation, Lu Zhou replied very simply. No wonder, Qin Renyue sighed. The Evil Sky Pavilion didn't have an easy time over the past 100 years. Moreover, your disciples were taken away by the Great Void. With my strength, I really couldn't do anything. It's not your fault, Lu Zhou said. Since I'm back, I'll bring them all back. Qin Renyue chuckled. Brother Lu, you've been in seclusion for 100 years. You must have made great progress again. Lu Zhou's cultivation was a combination of the golden and blue avatars. Although he had the strength of a supreme being, he was not a true supreme being yet. Currently, he only had 27 birth charts. He still needed to activate another 9 birth charts to become a supreme being. Qin Renyue continued to ask, What do you plan to do next, Brother Lu? After coming out of the abyss, Lu Zhou had already thought about what to do. The most important thing was to ascertain his disciples' safety. Then, he would try to activate all 36 birth charts as quickly as possible to become a true supreme being. After being in the abyss for 100 years, he could tell that it would not be a problem to activate the remaining 9 birth charts. As long as he had enough top-quality life hearts, there would be no problem at all. Finally, Lu Zhou replied to Qin Renyue, I'm going to ascend to the sky. Qin Renyue was shocked. You're going to ascend to the sky? Of course, Lu Zhou replied nonchalantly. Qin Renyue said, As far as I know, the 4 emperors, and the masters of the 10 halls of the Great Void and the Sacred Temple are all supreme beings. There are also the 12 Tao saints. Brother Lu, are you joking with me? Lu Zhou looked at Qin Renyue unblinkingly and asked, Do I look like I'm joking? No, Qin Renyue laughed. The duo continued chatting for a while longer after that. Somehow, it felt like something was missing now that the 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were not around. Finally, when Lu Zhou was about to leave, Qin Renyue said, Brother Lu, why are you in such a rush to leave? It's not easy for me to see you. You should stay for a few days at least. No. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I still have matters to attend to. There were too many things that had accumulated over the past 100 years that Lu Zhou had to deal with, after all. Since that's the case, I won't force you to stay. Go then, Qin Runyue said straightforwardly. With that, Lu Zhou led the others and left. On the flying chariot, Lu Zhou stood next to the helm and looked ahead as he asked everyone, "What are your cultivation bases like now?" Pan Litian said, "I'm a slow learner. I'm just about to become a venerable master." "I'm the same as old Pan," Leng Luo replied. Zui Yushu said, "I passed my third birth trial 3 years ago. I'm now a venerable master." Hua Wudao scratched his head with an awkward expression as he wondered why he was always in the last place. After a moment, he said, "I'll continue to work hard." Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng initially wanted to report to Lu Zhou as well. However, when they heard the 4 elders' words, they wisely kept their mouths shut. In fact, most of them had the help of the Great Void Soil, so their significant improvement over the past 100 years was within reason. Qin Naiha cupped his fists at the 4 elders and said, "Congratulations! It's truly admirable." "You're not bad either," Pan Litian said with a smile. At this moment, Pan Zhong, who was manning the helm, said, "The runic passage is up ahead." Everyone nodded. After entering the runic passage, the flying chariot appeared in the sky. Are we going to Fragrant Valley? Indeed, the flying ship was flying in the direction of Fragrant Valley. I wonder what happened after 100 years. Everyone has their own destiny, so there's no need to worry so much. It's been like this since ancient times, Pan Litian said. Well said. Fragrant Valley. Lu Zhou easily led everyone into the Fragrant Valley. When they arrived at the ancient buildings, he discovered they had long been dilapidated. Only a few of the buildings were still in good condition. "Chun Fu," Lu Zhou called out. He had used the power of speech when he spoke. With this, his voice resonated in the entire Fragrant Valley. As expected, many figures flew out of the depths of Fragrant Valley. A few cultivators flew over as well. The first person to appear was the leader of the Qin Yuan Hive, the ancient Saint Slayers, from 100 years ago. The Qin Yuan recognized Lu Zhou at a glance and said excitedly, "Unholy, Pavilion Master Lu." Qin Yuan. The Qin Yuan landed before she said, "You're finally back, Pavilion Master Lu. The Qin Yuan Hive welcomes your return." With that, all the bee-like fierce beasts behind her changed into their human forms before they landed on the ground and said in unison, "Welcome back, Pavilion Master Lu." Meanwhile, the human cultivators were still stunned. Lu Zhou turned and asked, "Hua Yin, how's your master?" With this, Hua Yin finally recovered his senses. At the mention of Chun Fu, his eyes reddened, and he was overcome with grief. "My master, that old man." Hua Yin did not finish his words. Lu Zhou frowned. The Qin Yuan explained, in order to prolong his life, Chun Fu had no choice but to destroy his cultivation and become an ordinary old man. In exchange, he gained 35 years of life. He passed away 65 years ago. Everyone fell silent upon hearing these words. Chun Fu was once a figure who stood at the peak in the Twin Lotus domains. He held the world in his hand, and his reputation and status were unrivaled. He stood his ground against the Great Void despite everything. No matter what the Great Void did, his name would be forever immortalized in Great Han. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Zhou finally said, "Lead the way." Hua Yin made an inviting gesture and led Lu Zhou and the others into the forest. Before long, they arrived in front of a grave. The grave was not big, but it was well kept. The tombstone was engraved with densely packed words. It contained the story of Chun Fu's life, his achievements, and his honors. The larger words read, "The grave of our master, Chun Fu." Lu Zhou looked at the tombstone silently for a long time. No one knew what Lu Zhou was thinking. His expression was calm. Since Lu Zhou did not speak, Hua Yin and the others did not speak either. After about 15 minutes, Lu Zhou sighed. The resurrection method didn't work in the end. Hua Yin said, "Pavilion Master Lu, there's no need to blame yourself. Master said that the 35 years he gained were the most fulfilling time for him. Lu Zhou glanced at Hua Yin. In the end, Chun Fu's death had something to do with his disciples as well. Finally, he asked, "Are you going to continue staying in Fragrant Valley?" Hua Yin replied, "We plan to leave after the imbalance ends and start a new life." "That's good. If you need anything, just say the word," Lu Zhou said with a nod. "Thank you, Pavilion Master Lu." These words were enough. At the very least, the Autumn Dew Mountain had someone to rely on. Back in the ancient building, Lu Zhou brought out the Qin Yuan's heart from the vast sky bag and handed it back to the Qin Yuan. The Qin Yuan, who had regained its life heart, was naturally delighted. At this time, all the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion, except for the disciples, had returned. Lu Zhou said, "Guardian Meng, contact Old Fourth." Meng Chongdong nodded. "Understood." Meng Chongdong unfurled a formation sheet on the ground. He could barely contain his excitement when he thought about how he was going to tell Mingshi that Lu Zhou was alive. He wanted to surprise Mingshi. After igniting the talisman, a projection appeared. At this time, Mingshi held a blade of grass between his lips as he leaned against a tree trunk, looking half asleep. Meng Chongdong called out, "Mr. Fourth, who is it? Don't bother me." Mingshi turned away before he waved his hand, causing the projection to disappear. Meng Chongdong scratched his head awkwardly. "Wicked disciple," Lu Zhou said reproachfully. Then he said to Meng Chongdong, "Again." "Yes." After Meng Chongdong lit up another talisman, Mingshi appeared again before everyone's eyes. His back was facing everyone. This time, Meng Chongdong had learned his lesson, so he went straight to the point and said, "Mr. Fourth, why aren't you paying respect to the Pavilion Master?" Meng Chongdong had completely given up on the idea of surprising Mingshi. Mingshi did not move. His back was still facing everyone. Meng Chongdong raised his voice slightly as he said again, "Mr. Fourth, why aren't you paying respect to the Pavilion Master?" Mingshi still did not move. Everyone looked at each other helplessly. Finally, Lu Zhou frowned and said with a hint of anger, "What do you think you're doing?" With just these few words, one could see Mingshi body trembling slightly. Even then, he did not turn around. Everyone found this puzzling. They knew Mingshi was most afraid of his master, so why was he not turning around? Just as Meng Chongdong was about to speak again, Mingshi moved. He slowly turned around. Then, with a puzzled expression, he said, "Who are you? Stop harassing me. It's over. It's over." Mr. Fourth must have lost his mind. Mingshi eyes swept past everyone and paused for a less than second on Lu Zhou before he said, "A group of weirdos." Whoosh! The projection disappeared again. Everyone was dumbfounded. Crash! Lu Zhou suddenly rose to his feet. "This wicked disciple. Pavilion Master Lu, please calm down." Meng Chongdong fell to his knees and said, "Perhaps Mr. Fourth was tired and didn't recognize you." However, after saying that, even Meng Chongdong felt his excuse was too flimsy. Hence, he added, "Perhaps he's being watched by an expert from the Great Void, and he was just acting earlier." "That's right. That must be the case. Pavilion Master Lu, please calm down. We all know what kind of person Mr. Fourth is. He's definitely not someone who would betray his master." Lu Zhou thought Meng Chongdong had a point. Although his fourth disciple was cunning, he had always been dependable and would not easily betray the sect. Was his fourth disciple's behavior really because of the Great Void? Although Lu Zhou had never been to the Great Void, based on what he had seen from the Unholy One's memory crystal, he knew the 10 halls of the Great Void were very complicated. No one dared to speak when they saw Lu Zhou was lost in his thoughts. After a long time, Qin Naihe said, "I think Guardian Meng has a point. Experts are as many as clouds in the Great Void. Mr. Fourth has the Great Void seed, so there must be people keeping an eye on him." Lu Zhou asked, "Have you contacted Old Fourth before this?" Meng Chongdong shook his head. "No." Suddenly, Pan Litian said, I think Mr. Fourth isn't in the Great Void. Oh, Pan Litian continued to say, I only know the little girl is in the Great Void. I watched the Divine Emperor and the new commander of the two-way hall bring her away. Pan Zhong nodded as he chimed in. I heard that Mr. First and Mr. Second have been taken by the Azure Emperor. With this, everyone began to share information they knew. Mr. Third and Mr. Fourth have been taken by the Scarlet Emperor. The White Emperor has Miss Fifth and Miss Sixth. Miss Ninth and Miss Tenth should be in the Great Void. Everyone nodded. If that's the case, it's confirmed that Mr. Fourth isn't in the Great Void, but he's with the Scarlet Emperor. Where's the Scarlet Emperor? Everyone shook their heads. After all, how could ordinary people know such things about people at that level? Lu Zhou recalled the White Emperor who had given him a token when he brought his disciples to the 10 Pillars of Destruction. With that, Zhao Yu and Yi Tianxin should be safe. He would go and take a look when he had the time, since they should not have any problems with the White Emperor. As for the Azure Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor, he did not know if they were friends or foes. It seemed like he would have to look for them first. At this time, he suddenly thought of Princess Mulberry. It was rumored that Princess Mulberry was the daughter of the Scarlet Emperor. If that was the case, Princess Mulberry should be privy to the Scarlet Emperor's whereabouts. With that in mind, Lu Zhou said tonelessly, Prepare to leave for Ji Ming's Pillar of Destruction. The unknown land? Zhao Hongfu said, The runic passage I constructed then is relatively small since I only had 3 days to complete it. I'm afraid it won't be able to accommodate many people. Meng Chongdong said, Then we'll go in groups. Everyone nodded. When do we set off? At this moment, the Qin Yuan stepped forward along with the others from her hive. They kneeled one after another before she said, Pavilion Master, please allow the Qin Yuan hive to follow you. Lu Zhou recalled his promise to the Qin Yuan back then and said, I once promised you that I'll resurrect your daughter. Where's she now? Everyone revealed an expression of surprise upon hearing this. Was there really a way to bring the dead back to life? The Qin Yuan said excitedly, I'll bring her here now. Without another word, the Qin Yuan brought a few of her subordinates with her and flew out of the ancient building. Not long after, they carried an unconscious girl back into the building. Based on her appearance, she was not that old. She looked like an ordinary female who was about 28 years old. Her body and face were pale, and she had no vitality energy. In fact, a very strong aura of death shrouded her. Nonetheless, she was very well preserved. The Qin Yuan said, Back then, I used the immutable sea pearl to prevent her body from rotting. That's why she's so well preserved. Although everyone had seen and experienced a lot, when they saw the woman they still felt pity. Everyone looked at Lu Zhou. It was all up to him now. However, all of them were doubtful. Was there truly a way to bring the dead back to life? Theoretically, it should be possible. After all, there was Yu Zhenghai who was from the Wuxia clan as an example. Perhaps, if one could unravel the secrets of Yu Zhenghai's body, one would be able to find a way to resurrect the dead. Another example was the fire phoenix that was reborn through the fire. The methods and powers might be different, but their essence was the same. They could be resurrected. Cultivators had always firmly believed that it was impossible to live forever. They would die of old age eventually. This was true death or natural death. This was the shackle that had not been broken until now. Lu Zhou stood at the side and thought for a while. Can the resurrection scroll bring the dead back to life? The last time Lu Zhou had used it on Si Wuya, it ended in failure. However, now that his cultivation had improved tremendously, and his blue avatar had undergone a huge qualitative change, he might be able to succeed this time. Lu Zhou looked at the Qin Yuan and said, You have to understand one thing. Bringing the dead back to life is a heaven-defying act. It may not work. The Qin Yuan kneeled. Pavilion Master Lu, at least give it a try. If it doesn't work, then it's fine. It can't be any worse than the current situation anyway. Everyone nodded in agreement when they heard these words. After all, the Qin Yuan's daughter was dead, and the Qin Yuan had already been in pain for a long time. What was the worst that could happen if they gave it a try? All right, Lu Zhou nodded. Then, I'll give it a try. Everyone tacitly retreated to the side and made way for Lu Zhou. Ever since he came out of seclusion, they had seen him in action, so they had no idea what his cultivation was like now. All of them were filled with anticipation as they looked at him. After a moment, Lu Zhou pushed his hand that was glowing out. The young girl levitated in the air. Dressed in a long dress just like her mother, she looked like a princess who had fallen asleep. Soon enough, a faint dragon-like blue electric arc appeared on her body. It flashed back and forth and circled her twice before it surged into her body through her glabella. A blue lotus appeared immediately on her glabella before it began to flicker. When the Qin Yuan saw the blue lotus, she grew even more excited. In the entire world, only the Unholy One possessed and could control the blue lotus. In the entire world, only the Unholy One could break the shackles of heaven and earth. The Unholy One was her only hope of reviving her daughter. Her heart pounded violently as she watched. Lu Zhou flicked his hand, and a scroll flew out. Everyone saw the scroll, but they could not see the content. It was as though some force was preventing them from seeing it. Lu Zhou pushed both his hands out as a strand of his consciousness entered the scroll. Once again, he appeared in a dark and vast world where nothing existed. Just like before, the Unholy One's voice rang in his ears. No one can live forever. Lu Zhou heard these words 3 times. After a moment, no, I refuse to accept this. These words contradicted the earlier words. Lu Zhou thought it meant that the Unholy One disagreed with the words, no one can live forever. It also meant that the Unholy One had most likely found the way to eternal life instead of the resurrection method. Living forever was harder than bringing the dead back to life. Lu Zhou's consciousness floated in the endless darkness. He let it wander until he saw a golden light in the distance. When his consciousness was about to reach the golden light, he was pushed back by wave-like energies. It was as though they did not want humans to get close. At this moment, a voice rang in his ears again. Only by becoming a divine supreme god will I be able to get close to the merit stone. Otherwise, my body and soul will be destroyed. Buzz! The golden light suddenly intensified and burst forth with golden runes, illuminating the darkness like the blazing sun. Lu Zhou looked at the world that spanned tens of thousands of miles. It was as beautiful as a painting. It was like spring in full bloom. However, in just a moment, darkness returned. The light from the merit stone gradually dimmed as well as golden runes flew in all directions. In the ancient building, everyone saw a magical scene. They saw golden runes flying out of the resurrection scroll one after another. The runes were filled with vitality energy as they entered the young woman's body. Everyone exclaimed in surprise, This is the resurrection method? Everyone was excited. At this time, Fragrant Valley began to tremble. Everyone looked at each other. Pan Lydian ordered, Spread out and protect the pavilion master. Understood. Everyone flew out and guarded 8 different directions. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, the Qin Yuan Hive, and the Autumn Dew Mountains disciples were all on guard. The ground continued to shake. Lu Li frowned as he sighed. Bringing the dead to life is defying heaven itself. By doing this, did we incur heaven's wrath? The strange and mysterious, unlike anything anyone had seen before, that was filled with vitality energy continued to surge into the young woman's body. The Qin Yuan's heart was racing wildly as she watched intently. Although she had lived for more than 100,000 years, how could she not be filled with anticipation and excitement at the thought of her daughter being brought back to life? Buzz! 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 The runes buzzed and thrummed in time to the ground shaking. The more the Qin Yuan watched, the more shocked she was. After all, no one had witnessed the resurrection method. It was a method that could drive one crazy. Swoosh! The resurrection scroll fluttered in the air like a ribbon. It looked like a dragon as it circled the girl. With that, an even more powerful energy surged out like a tsunami. Upon sensing the powerful energy, the Qin Yuan hurriedly flew backward. Boom! The ancient building was instantly destroyed by the powerful and terrifying energy. Debris and rubble flew in the air. What was surprising was that the debris and rubble seemed to be frozen in the air. The people who were guarding the area watched in shock. This precise control and mysterious power. Pavilion Master Lu. From the beginning until now, Lu Zhou's expression remained the same. He was unaffected by the destruction of the building. His attention was completely focused on the resurrection scroll. He could sense the energy pouring out from the scroll, and he instinctively knew that he would fail if he made just the slightest mistake. After sensing the power for a moment, he muttered to himself, "The divine Tao power? Ding! You now have a rudimentary understanding of the divine Tao power. Please continue to work hard." Lu Zhou was not distracted by the system notification. "Rise!" The girl rose higher in the sky. The runes were like stars in the sky, lingering around her. At this moment, larger runes appeared one after another. They did not enter her body or her 8 extraordinary meridians. Instead, they fell to the ground. When the first large rune fell to the ground trembled slightly. The tremors grew stronger when the second rune fell. When the third and fourth runes fell, the debris and rubble that were suspended in the air finally crashed to the ground. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve, sending the debris and rubble flying. Everyone exclaimed in shock. "Isn't he like God? Pavilion Master Lu actually has the power to move mountains and stir the seas?" For such cultivators, destruction was easy. It did not require skills. Destruction was always easier than construction. As for resurrection, it was far more difficult than construction. As the runes fell to the ground, Lu Zhou's consciousness seemed to be drawn into the resurrection scroll by a huge vortex. Once again, he was drawn into the dark world. This time, he saw the merit stone had grown even dimmer than before. In just a moment, the light was completely extinguished. With that, Lu Zhou's consciousness left the resurrection scroll. Then, he looked at the young woman hovering in the air. The special energy around her made him click his tongue in wonder. He was not able to explain nor understand the energy. He wanted to have a better look, so he chanted the mantra for the power of sight. With the power of sight, he saw that the places where the runes touched were emitting wisps of green smoke-like energy. The law of conservation dictated that energy had a source and destination. Lu Zhou looked down. The Earth! He recalled the galaxy he saw in the abyss. During the 100 years he cultivated in the abyss, the power of the Earth had entered his Dantian Sea of Qi continuously, greatly improving his blue avatar as well. Boom! A violent tremor pulled Lu Zhou back to his senses. It was also at this time that Hua Yin, the eldest disciple of the Autumn Dew Mountain, shouted, "Be careful! The ancient formation is about to break." The Qin Yuan looked up in disbelief. The previously transparent barrier lit up. It was clearly greatly shaken. "I'll support it," the Qin Yuan cried out. Then, she reverted to her true form before spreading her wings and flying up. The other Qin Yuans followed suit and flew up as well, spreading their wings and standing next to her. Whoosh! The power from the ancient saint slayers poured out in large amounts at this moment to maintain the ancient formation that was about to collapse. The feeling at this time was like the end of the world. Everyone was nervous. Lu Zhou glanced at the sky before he continued to focus on the resurrection scroll and control the surging vitality energy. This time was different from the previous time he used the resurrection scroll. He had a feeling he was going to succeed this time. The feeling grew even more intense as more green energy rose from the ground. There was no doubt the ancient formation was affected due to the power from the resurrection scroll. The ancient formation was very powerful to begin with. Even if the Qin Yuan exhausted all her energy, she would only be able to maintain it for a while. Bang! The ancient formation was hit by the backlash of power from the resurrection scroll. The Qin Yuan was also sent crashing to the ground. At this moment, the sky seemed to split open as the ancient formation shattered. A violent wind blew in from the outside world, filling Fragrant Valley. The flowers withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ancient formation is gone. The Qin Yuan looked at the sky helplessly after she landed. The Fragrant Valley where they had lived for 100,000 years was gone just like that. How could they not be affected? It was inevitable for them to have attachments to this place after living here for so long. The Qin Yuan hive treated this place as their home. Without the barrier, their home was gone. At this moment, the blue sky had already darkened. From time to time, a large number of fierce beasts would pass by. This was similar to the imbalances phenomenon. Compared to 200 years ago, the imbalance had lessened a little and was showing a steady trend of decline. The Qin Yuan suppressed her emotions and turned to look at Lu Zhou and her daughter before she looked down. Crack! The ground split. In just a moment, cracks spread crazily like spiderwebs. Be careful! At this time, a ray of light suddenly appeared above Fragrant Valley. It was as though the heavens had opened its eyes. Watch out! This is a giant runic passage. Zhao Hongfu cried out. One after another, cultivators emerged from the runic passage. All of them had a pair of wings on their backs. Upon seeing this, the Qin Yuan exclaimed, "The Feather Tribe? It's the Feather Tribe?" Pan Zhong asked. Yes. The Feather Tribesmen lined up in formation as the last Feather Tribesman descended from the runic passage. His body emitted a bright light. His wings were also much bigger than the other Feather Tribesmen. However, his face was rather unsightly. His mouth was elongated, and he looked like a fox or a rat. His body was completely black. He was also bigger and taller than the others. It's General Fei Dan of the Feather Tribe, the Qin Yuan exclaimed. You know him? In fact, the Feather Tribe isn't a race. The tribe is filled with other races that are good at flying as well. General Fei Dan is an ancient saint slayer. He has the might of a lesser divine king. Pan Zhong asked curiously, Then, why aren't the Qin Yuan hive with the Feather Tribe? At this point, the Qin Yuan seemed to have forgotten they were in danger. She said, embarrassed, the Qin Yuan failed the Feather Tribe's test. Sorry, I didn't mean to poke at your sore spot. The Feather Tribesmen in the air began to descend at this moment. Fei Dan's light had also dimmed as he looked down from above. The other Feather Tribesmen bowed and said in unison, General, we've arrived at Fragrant Valley. Fei Dan looked at Lu Zhou and the young woman who was shrouded with the aura of death after he glanced at the weak cultivators flying around Fragrant Valley. When the ground began to tremble in Fragrant Valley, Great Abyss Land had felt it immediately. Flag. Fei Dan knew about the existence of the ancient formation in Fragrant Valley, so he rushed here immediately. However, he did not expect that the ancient formation had collapsed. He nodded in satisfaction before he said tonelessly, I've long told Emperor Yu that ants can move a mountain, and the ants can't be underestimated. Look, an ant can actually move the power of the earth. General, I request permission to get rid of these ants. Go! With that, 5 Feather Tribesmen descended and began to attack everyone. At this time, the Qin Yuan said in a deep voice, Let me deal with it. The Qin Yuan looked like a shooting star as shot toward the 5 Feather Tribesmen. The space seemed to ripple as saber and swords flashed. Bang! 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 The Qin Yuan defeated the 5 Feather Tribesmen in just a blink of an eye. 5 corpses, riddled with holes, plummeted to the ground with a loud crash. The people from the Evil Sky Pavilion and the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain, who had never seen the Qin Yuan in action, were shocked by her strength. The cultivation of the 5 Feather Tribesmen was not low, but they were no match for her at all. At this moment, the Qin Yuan looked up and called out, General Fei Dan. Fei Dan frowned slightly before he said in a thunderous voice, Qin Yuan, this the Qin Yuan hive's territory. Leave now before I start a massacre, the Qin Yuan said. Fei Dan chuckled and said, You're also an ancient saint slayer, so you should be a divine lord at least. 100,000 years ago, the Qin Yuan hive kneeled and begged Emperor Yu to let them join the Feather Tribe. Have you forgotten about that so quickly? The Qin Yuan was slightly angry, but she still said, We had no choice back then. Who doesn't want to live? Alas, the Qin Yuans weren't and aren't worthy of Emperor Yu's attention. You've been reduced to guarding this small valley. I wondered who managed to stir up the power of the earth. As it turns out, it's the work of your Qin Yuan hive. Do you know the consequences of causing the earth to split? Fei Dan asked in a deep voice. I don't care about the consequences. Even if Emperor Yu comes, I still won't care, the Qin Yuan said. Impudent. A terrifying sound wave fell from the sky. Boom! The Qin Yuan raised her hand to the sky, releasing a stronger sound wave to neutralize Fei Dan's sound wave. However, this exchange alone caused her to drop to a lower altitude and almost lose her balance. After 100,000 years, you didn't improve at all, Fei Dan said indifferently. The Qin Yuan turned to look at Lu Zhou and her daughter, who was now surging with vitality energy. Life seemed to be returning to her daughter, and at the critical moment, she felt as though she could hear her daughter's heart beating. Thump! The sound was neither light nor heavy, but it made the Qin Yuan tremble and cause her eyes to redden. She's alive! The members of the Evil Sky Pavilion and the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain were delighted. With the first heartbeat, the aura of death began to disperse. Fei Dan frowned before he exclaimed, The resurrection method? How's this possible? As a divine king from the Feather Tribe, Fei Dan refused to believe a human was capable of such a feat. No one could do it 100,000 years ago, and no one should be able to do it 100,000 years later. Death was something that could not be changed. You ants deserve to die. With a thunderous roar, a palm seal fell from the sky. Upon seeing this, the Qin Yuan flew, looking like a shooting star, toward the palm seal. Bang! The Qin Yuan's sharp blade destroyed the palm seal as she shot high up into the sky. At this moment, Fei Dan had already arrived in front of the Qin Yuan and said through gritted teeth, A divine lord is just a divine lord. After all, let me show you the difference between a divine lord and a divine king. Swoosh! A small area in the air froze. Fei Dan had black claws for fingers, and at this time, the claws were headed for the Qin Yuan's heart. At this time, the Qin Yuan freed herself and burst forth with light. Bang! After blocking Fei Dan's attack, the Qin Yuan flew hundreds of yards back. However, in just a blink of an eye, Fei Dan appeared in front of the Qin Yuan again. He smashed at the Qin Yuan with one move after another in a storm-like manner. Fei Dan was also known as the Victorious General. He was the Feather Tribe's most valiant warrior. His combat style was direct and frenzied. He had the most experience with war in the tribe. Countless cultivators had died at his hands. 100,000 years ago, he led the Feather Tribesmen to conquer lands and cities. After that, he quickly rose in ranks in the Feather Tribe, cementing his status. Bang! 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 Each of Fei Dan's attacks contained a law. The others watched from afar, but they could not see anything at all due to the high speed. It was just as Fei Dan had said. The gap between a divine lord and divine king was too wide. After the Qin Yuan withstood dozens of attacks, she could no longer use the power of the Tao. After Qin Yuan withstood dozens of attacks, he was no longer able to continue using the power of Tao. Moreover, the differences between their comprehension of the laws were like the sky and the earth. Bang! Fei Dan finally knocked the Qin Yuan down. Then he said expressionlessly, Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Understood. Following that, Fei Dan turned his attention to Lu Zhou, who was still in the midst of resurrecting the Qin Yuan's daughter. Just as the Feather Tribesmen were about to land in Fragrant Valley, the young woman finally and gently fell from the air. Look after her, Lu Zhou said before pushing the young woman to the side. Bang! Lu Zhou stomped on the ground and flew up into the sky. The Qin Yuan, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion, and the disciples from the Autumn Dew Mountain raised their heads in unison. When they looked at Lu Zhou, their spirits were high. Lu Zhou appeared among the Feather Tribesmen in just a blink of an eye. Following that, a lotus bloomed under his feet. Space and time froze immediately. Boom! The divine power boosted by the laws struck all the Feather Tribesmen at once. When some of the Feather Tribesmen tried to escape, a small lotus would shoot out of the lotus under Lu Zhou's feet. Each of the small lotuses flashed with dark blue electric arcs. They spun swiftly like a vortex before they pierced the hearts of the Feather Tribesmen who tried to run away. Bang! Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Fei Dan's expression darkened. He clearly doesn't have the aura of a supreme being. How's this possible? Did he deliberately hide his strength? Fei Dan did not dare to underestimate Lu Zhou. He flew toward Lu Zhou like a shooting star and struck with his palm. Bang! Lu Zhou raised his hand to meet Fei Dan's attack. When the two attacks collided, they struggled against each other. Lu Zhou's long hair fluttered in the wind as electric arcs rose from his legs to his waist and to his head. The electric arcs even flashed on his face. Then his eyes turned blue. His gaze was profound and soul-stirring. Fei Dan felt his heart sink at this moment. A terrified expression appeared on his face as he said, "Un-ho!" Bang! Lu Zhou pushed forward with all his might. Following that, all his divine power, mixed with a small amount of divine Dao power, burst forth. With that, Fei Dan's arm was devoured by the powerful force. Arg! Fei Dan flew back. Without saying another word, he turned tail and ran. After Lu Zhou released all his divine power, he felt a wave of weakness. But in just a moment, his Dantian sea of qi swiftly replenished his divine power. Following that, Lu Zhou used the power of teleportation before he tossed the hourglass of time out. Freeze! When Fei Dan heard the word freeze, he felt his soul tremble as his expression turned to one of fear. The hourglass of time stood in the center as blue electric arcs swept out. The entire fragrant valley was illuminated with a blue light in just an instant. The flowers, the trees, the mountains, the rivers, and the fierce beasts froze in place. Lu Zhou's first target was Fei Dan. Since Fei Dan was a divine king, he should be the first to break free from the effect of the hourglass of time. As time stood still, Lu Zhou flashed and arrived in front of Fei Dan, whose expression of fear was frozen on his face. He lifted his hand, and unnamed in the form of a sword appeared. Swoosh! Unnamed tore through space. Just one move was enough. When time flowed again, Lu Zhou retrieved the hourglass of time. No one saw what happened. What they saw was only the outcome. They saw Fei Dan in the air with a bloody hole on his chest. Fresh blood gushed out of the hole relentlessly. The injured feather tribesmen looked at their general with horrified expressions on their faces. The victorious general was actually injured. General! The feather tribesmen flew over from all directions toward Fei Dan. However, Fei Dan raised his hand, stopping them from approaching. The feather tribesmen looked at Fei Dan in confusion, not knowing why he stopped them. The battle paused. Fei Dan slowly turned to look at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's appearance had returned to normal. His eyes were no longer blue, and there were no blue electric arcs. However, his dignified and majestic bearing was still there, displaying his inviolable status. Fei Dan chuckled. At this moment, all his arrogance had left him. He asked respectfully, why are you here? The feather tribesmen were even more confused. Lu Zhou asked calmly, "Did Emperor Yu send you here?" Fei Dan tapped on his acupoints to stop the blood from flowing. Then, with an expression that looked as though he did not know whether to laugh or cry, he shook his head and said, "Emperor Yu led the feather tribe to guard the Great Abyss land. Over the past 100,000 years, nothing has gone wrong. After the collapse of Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction, the Great Abyss land and the Great Void were very concerned about the changes of the earth. Earlier, I sensed the obvious tremors in Fragrant Valley, so I came to have a look. However, Fei Dan felt extremely regretful. If he knew the Unholy One was here, he would not have come even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, there was no cure for regret. Lu Zhou said, "I'll seek an explanation from Emperor Yu." Fei Dan asked with a worried expression, "Can you please show mercy and let us go? I didn't mean to offend you." Fei Dan knew of the glories of the person in front of him. The other party was the powerhouse who once dominated the Great Void. How could he, a mere divine king, compare to the other party? He was like the light from a firefly, while the other party was the moon itself. The other feather tribesmen were stunned by their general's sudden humble attitude. Lu Zhou glanced at the Qin Yuan before he turned to look at Fei Dan expressionlessly and said, The Qin Yuan hive is one of my people. How can I show you mercy? Fei Dan's heart trembled as he looked at the Qin Yuan. He thought to himself, since when did the Qin Yuan hive find such a powerful supporter? This is bad. After thinking for a moment, Fei Dan said, I'm willing to sincerely apologize to the Qin Yuan hive. Then, he turned around and said seriously, I apologize for my words and actions earlier. At this time, someone muttered, just loud enough for everyone to hear. If apologies were useful, what's the point of being strong? Fei Dan began to panic. Lu Zhou continued to stare at Fei Dan unblinkingly. He had killed quite a number of feather tribesmen earlier, but alas, he was not rewarded with merit points. This was likely due to the upgrade of the system, so the feather tribesmen were no longer considered worthy of rewards. Regardless, how could he easily let Fei Dan go? He was not a benevolent person. How could he let Fei Dan go just because of a few words of apology? Finally, Lu Zhou asked, You want me to spare you? Fei Dan bowed again and said respectfully, Yes, please show mercy. I have 3 conditions, Lu Zhou said. Please speak. Fei Dan hurriedly said now that he saw a ray of hope. Lu Zhou said, First, hand over your divine soul pearl. Second, you and the other feather tribesmen have to stay here. You're not allowed to leave. Third, clean up this mess and restore Fragrant Valley to what it was before. Then, before Fei Dan could speak, Lu Zhou added, After that, I'll go to the Great Abyss Land to demand an explanation from Emperor Yu. Fei Dan, to put it bluntly, the 3 conditions were to strip him of his cultivation and to make him a slave. Fei Dan felt suffocated. It was extremely uncomfortable. Seeing Fei Dan's hesitation, Lu Zhou asked, You're not willing? Fei Dan was startled and hastily said, I agree. General, the feather tribesmen cried out. Why? They could not understand why Fei Dan would agree to the ridiculous conditions. Shut up, Fei Dan bellowed, enduring the pain. At this time, Lu Zhou flew higher up into the sky and said word by word, Since your cultivations are quite high, I'll restrain your cultivations for now to prevent trouble. Huh? The feather tribesman looked up. Buzz. Lu Zhou manifested his avatar. No one could guess the height of the avatar. More than half of the avatar towered above the clouds. However, they could see the lotus. The lotus seat had a diameter of almost 1,000 feet, and 14 leaves were spinning around it. 14 leaves. Each of the leaves was suffused with blue light, and the lotus seemed powerful enough to cover the sky. At this time, the avatar raised its hand. A palm seal with a golden shining script for bind appeared. It was the Taoist's binding seal. Before the feather tribesmen could escape, the huge binding seal had already landed on them. Their 8 extraordinary meridians and primal chi were immediately restrained. Fei Dan instinctively resisted the binding force, but its force was beyond his expectations. In order to save his life, he gave up resisting. Bang! Fei Dan's divine soul pearl flew out in the sky. Meanwhile, the Qin Yuan was so excited that she could not speak when she saw the 14 leaves. On the other hand, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion and the disciples of the Autumn Dew Mountain wore blank expressions on their faces. Buzz! The avatar disappeared. Lu Zhou hovered in the air as he looked at the divine soul pearl in his hand. He thought to himself, as expected of a lesser divine king's divine soul pearl. After putting away the divine soul pearl, Lu Zhou looked down and said to the others, Rest for now. After 3 days, we'll leave for the Great Abyss Land. Fei Dan? Everyone bowed. Yes. Then the Qin Yuan added, I swear to follow Pavilion Master Lu forever. The Qin Yuan had to forcefully swallow the words, Unholy One. She thought to herself, He's Pavilion Master Lu. He's Pavilion Master Lu. He's Pavilion Master Lu. Important things had to be said thrice, after all. Following that, the Qin Yuan flew toward her daughter. At this time, the Qin Yuan's daughter coughed lightly. She had truly come back to life. Bringing the dead back to life is the biggest act of defiance against the heavens. But the Unholy One had done it. The Qin Yuan thought to herself in awe. The Qin Yuan looked at her daughter, who was in a daze, as she recalled the past. Then, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears as she hugged her daughter. Everyone sighed emotionally. After landing on the ground, Fei Dan's expression was filled with shock and disbelief when he saw this scene. When he looked around, he discovered Lu Zhou had disappeared. He muttered to himself, "The unholy one has returned." Fei Dan staggered backward just like the other feather tribesmen before he sat limply on the ground. The feather tribesmen whose cultivation had been bound were like the old and weak. They felt dizzy and uncomfortable, swaying left and right. Although the ancient formation in Fragrant Valley had collapsed, it did not prevent the others from resting. Under the whipping of the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion and the Autumn Dew Mountain, the noble feather tribesmen were reduced to doing manual labor. They rebuilt the buildings they destroyed. Although their cultivation was bound, their physiques were still far superior to ordinary people. Hence, it was not difficult for them to do this kind of work. In the main hall of the ancient building that was not affected, Lu Zhou brought out the Heaven Scroll to meditate on. It was different from the human scrolls and the earth scrolls. The Heaven Scroll did not have scripts or mantras. It only contained a faint but surging mysterious power. Although it took a long time to comprehend the scroll, Lu Zhou was motivated by the mysterious power that was the Divine Tao power. The Divine Tao power evolved from the Divine power and was gravitating toward the Great Tao and the laws. For example, for ordinary cultivators, the law of time could slow time. However, with the Great Tao, the law of time could even reverse time. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Zhou stopped comprehending the Heaven Scroll and brought his lotus out. Then, he decisively inserted Fei Dan's divine soul pearl into his birth palace. Fei Dan was originally a fierce beast. To be precise, he was an ancient saint slayer who was a lesser divine king. It would be a waste if Lu Zhou did not use such a divine soul pearl. He did not intend to return the divine soul pearl to Fei Dan. This could also be considered punishment for Fei Dan. To ancient saint slayers, losing their divine soul pearls was like losing their cultivation. They would need at least tens of thousands of years to cultivate again and form a new divine soul pearl. The divine soul pearls were rare and even more useful than life hearts. Like before, a crisp sound rang in the air when the divine soul pearl was inserted into the birth palace. The lotus began to spin as a dazzling light burst forth. Just as Lu Zhou had predicted, after cultivating in the abyss for 100 years, the foundation of his lotus was now very strong and stable. With this, he would have an easier time activating his birth charts. The only thing now is how many birth charts can this divine soul pearl activate? Lu Zhou wondered inwardly. Then, Lu Zhou no longer paid attention to the activation of his birth chart and continued to meditate on the Heaven Scroll. At this time, Fei Dan, who was working hard, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. "General!" The feather tribesmen in the vicinity cried out and rushed over. They surrounded and supported the weak and pale Fei Dan. Fei Dan's body trembled continuously as his eyes shone with unwillingness and despair. He was so weak that he could not move for a long time. His face was flushed, and his veins were bulging. The feather tribesmen burned with anxiety when they saw this. "My divine soul pearl," Fei Dan said as he clenched his hands before he passed out. The next morning, the Qin Yuan's face was pink with health as she led her daughter, who still seemed confused, through the jungle and the ruins to the ancient building where Lu Zhou was staying. "I'd like to request an audience with the pavilion master," the Qin Yuan said. "Enter." Lu Zhou opened his eyes and glanced at his lotus. The lotus seat was smooth, and his birth charts had been activated. 2 new zones flashed dazzlingly. 2 birth charts in one night. Although they're not as many as I expected, it's not bad. The further one progressed, the more difficult it would be to activate birth charts. Fortunately for Lu Zhou, after cultivating in the abyss and being nourished by the power of the earth, it was very easy for him to activate the birth charts. Lu Zhou was now a golden lotus cultivator with 29 birth charts. After putting away his lotus, he looked at the entrance of the main hall. The Qin Yuan and her daughter slowly walked over. Perhaps, the Qin Yuan's daughter was dead for a long time. She looked very confused and frightened. It was as though she found everything unfamiliar and frightening. When the Qin Yuan and her daughter arrived in front of Lu Zhou, the Qin Yuan said to her daughter, "Kneel." The young woman kneeled obediently. Then the Qin Yuan kneeled as well. The grace of bringing her daughter back to life could not be repaid. It was nothing to kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times. Lu Zhou did not stop the Qin Yuan. After all, this did not hurt her. After kowtowing, the Qin Yuan said, "Pavilion Master, I will never forget your great kindness." "Get up," Lu Zhou said. The Qin Yuan said, "My daughter, Yu Dai, has just been resurrected, so she's still a little confused. Please forgive her for any transgression, Pavilion Master." Lu Zhou sized up Yu Dai and said, "There's no need to be afraid." Yu Dai hid behind the Qin Yuan. The Qin Yuan said, "She likes butterflies, and she was born on a rainy night. Hence, I gave her this name. Now that she's come back to life, I no longer have any regrets." Yu meant rain, and Dai meant butterfly. Lu Zhou said, "It's understandable that you're overjoyed now that she's come back to life. However, from now on, her life, food, and daily life have to be carefully taken care of. She was dead for a long time, so there'll inevitably be differences in her cognition. Thank you for your reminder, Pavilion Master Lu. I'll take note of this." After being dead for so long, it was impossible for Yu Dai to resume life as it was before her death when faced with the now unfamiliar world. Lu Zhou was curious about the resurrection process. Was it the soul, body, consciousness, all 3, or something else? He recalled the green smoke-like energy that rose from the ground when he was in the midst of resurrecting Yu Dai. After humans died, they were buried underground, and everything would return to the earth. Did the resurrection method take back everything from the earth? Finally, Lu Zhou waved at Yu Dai. "Come here." He wanted to confirm his theory. Yu Dai cowered, looking pitiful. The Qin Yuan patted Yu Dai's hand and said, "Don't be afraid. The Pavilion Master saved you." "All right," Yu Dai said obediently. They were mother and daughter, after all. They were of the same race and shared the same blood. Blood ties could easily overcome tens of thousands of years of separation. Yu Dai moved to stand in front of Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou said tonelessly, "Extend your hand." "Out." Yu Dai timidly extended her hand, showing her fair wrist. Lu Zhou took a look. Her complexion did not look bad. He checked her pulse with 2 fingers and discovered her 8 extraordinary meridians were normal. In fact, everything was normal. She was no different from an ordinary person. Yu Dai did not seem to have any cultivation. Her Dantian Sea of Qi was still unopened. Hence, Lu Zhou asked, "Has she ever cultivated in the past?" The Qin Yuan nodded. Her talent in cultivation was extraordinary. She had passed 2 birth trials. How strange. Currently, her Dantian Sea of Qi hasn't been opened. Does rebirth mean a new beginning and clean slate? Lu Zhou became even more curious. He had a feeling that the Resurrection Scroll and the Merit Stone held even bigger secrets. Then, where's the Merit Stone? Forget it. It's useless to think about it now. Lu Zhou organized his thoughts and waved his hand as he said, "All right, you may leave. Have a good rest." "Yes." However, before the Qin Yuan left, she could not help but ask, "Pavilion Master, are you really planning to go to the Great Abyss Land?" Lu Zhou nodded. "What's the matter? If there's anything you need, please tell me. From today onward, my life is yours." The Qin Yuan said as she kneeled again. Lu Zhou nodded. "All right, I appreciate your thoughts. You can leave now." "Yes." Then the Qin Yuan and Yu Dai respectfully left the ancient building. Updates by. Finally, Lu Zhou had fulfilled his promise to the Qin Yuan hive. After 3 days, Lu Zhou ordered the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion to gather. After they traveled to the unknown land through a runic passage in groups, they traveled through the runic passages they had left behind in the past until they were 3,000 miles away from the Great Abyss Land's forest. Currently, Lu Zhou only had a vague idea of his strength. After exchanging blows with Fei Dan, he knew he would be able to suppress lesser divine kings. However, Emperor Yu was definitely stronger than Fei Dan. He was not sure who would win if they fought. The reason he wanted to go to the Great Abyss Land was due to that simple map. The location marked on the simple map was the Great Abyss Land. According to the final words of the Unholy One, he wanted to take back what belonged to him. Lu Zhou thought that the best time to take back whatever the Unholy One wanted was before the Great Void and the Great Abyss Land became one. Since he still had a few item cards and methods, he was quite confident about meeting Emperor Yu. As they traveled through the forest, the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion escorted Fei Dan and the other feather tribesmen. After a while, they finally saw the Great Abyss Land's Pillar of Destruction. A massive black figure circled the sky above the Pillar of Destruction. Upon seeing the Pillar of Destruction, Fei Dan's eyes lit up with hope. He asked, "Are you really going to see Emperor Yu?" "Don't talk so much nonsense," Pan Zhong said. Fei Dan said, "Lord Unholy One, I admire your courage." When everyone heard Fei Dan's form of address, they were shocked. From what the Great Void people said, it was the Unholy One that fought with Tu Wei. Then, they gathered that Lu Zhou was affected and fell into the abyss. How could they not be shocked now that they discovered the Unholy One that everyone spoke about was their pavilion master? Moreover, Ming Shi'in, who was present at that time, did not mention this matter at all. Lu Zhou looked at Fei Dan expressionlessly and said, "How can a puny emperor you be compared to me?" Everyone was further shocked when they heard these words. This was equivalent to Lu Zhou admitting he was the Unholy One. As for Lu Zhou, he had already decided that he might as well become the Unholy One since everyone thought he was the Unholy One. Following that, Lu Zhou flew toward the Great Abyss Land, and everyone followed suit. On the ground, there was still a large number of three-headed tribesmen guarding the land. In Lu Zhou's eyes, what was different from back then was that now the three-headed tribesmen were worse than ants. As expected, as they flew, the three-headed tribesmen began to attack. They threw their spears into the sky. Power of concealment. With Lu Zhou in the center, the divine power spread out and shrouded everyone. Whoosh! Lu Zhou, the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion, Fei Dan, and the other feather tribesmen vanished from sight immediately. The three-headed tribesmen. After a few breaths, Lu Zhou and the others appeared at the border of the Great Abyss Land. The feather tribesmen there seemed to have sensed the unusual movement and rushed over immediately. A loud cry rang in the air. "Who dares trespass into the Great Abyss Land?" Fei Dan immediately said in a dark voice, "Don't make a move!" The expert from the feather tribe, who was the first to arrive, took a closer look before an expression of shock appeared on his face. "General Fei Dan, you, why are you here?" The other feather tribesmen who had just arrived were shocked as well. At the same time, an ominous feeling rose in their hearts. After all, the scene before them did not look like a victorious return at all. They all knew Fei Dan had been ordered to go to the Twin Lotus domain to investigate the strange movements of the earth there. Now Fei Dan's face was pale. Not only that, but his hands and feet were bound, and there were even bloody marks on his body. He looked quite miserable. Fei Dan sighed and said, "Tell His Majesty to come here." "General, how can we disturb His Majesty?" This? If I tell you to go, then go. Don't talk so much nonsense," Fei Dan said in a raised voice as he frowned. "Understood." One of the feather tribesmen rushed inside immediately. Lu Zhou remained expressionless and silent as he stood there. He did not intend to barge in. Meanwhile, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were still getting over the fact that Lu Zhou was the Unholy One. At the same time, they felt rather anxious. After all, this was their first time at the Great Abyss Land. What they knew was a combination of what little Yuaner told them and their own imagination. Soon after, the feather tribesman rushed out again. He bowed to Lu Zhou and the others before he said, "His Majesty invites everyone in." Lu Zhou said indifferently, "What a way to put on airs." The feather tribesman. As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, a deep voice rang from the core of the Great Abyss Land. "Why do you have to stoop to his level, Lord Unholy One?" Upon hearing Emperor Yu confirming the identity of the person before them, the feather tribesmen broke out in cold sweat and chills ran up their spines as they instinctively took 3 steps back. When they thought about how they were about to attack earlier, they trembled in fear. What a close call. Finally, Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and walked toward the pillar of destruction. Everyone followed suit. The feather tribesman, who had acted as a messenger earlier, did not expect the other party was the unholy one whose name had shaken the world in ancient times. He did not even dare to raise his head and only said in a low voice, "Please follow me." Under the feather tribesman's lead, they entered the great abyss land. When the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion crossed the boundary into the great abyss land, they admired the sunlight and the beautiful scenery. The contrast between this place and the outside world was truly too stark. It was just as little Yuaner had said. This place was too beautiful. The great abyss land was part of the unknown land, but why was it so different from the rest of the unknown land? Not long after, they were led to the main hall in the great abyss land. It was called the Supreme Hall. It was the largest building apart from the Pillar of Destruction in the great abyss land. Lu Zhou walked into the hall with his hands on his back. At the same time, a figure appeared at the steps of the hall. The person was dressed in luxurious clothing. His wings were folded, but his saint light shone brightly. He looked noble and dignified. At this time, all the feather tribesmen in the vicinity kneeled one after another. "We pay our respect to Emperor Yu." Upon seeing this, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were almost led astray. They had instinctively wanted to kneel as well to pay respect. However, when they saw Lu Zhou standing calmly with his hands on his back, they regained their senses and straightened their backs. As expected, Emperor Yu was not angry. Instead, he smiled faintly and said, "Prepare a seat." "Understood." A feather tribesman hurried away and returned with an ornate chair that clearly symbolized status. From the beginning until the end, Emperor Yu's eyes were trained on Lu Zhou. From top to bottom and bottom to top, he carefully sized Lu Zhou up. Although he really wanted to sense the legendary Unholy One's cultivation, he held back. After a moment, Emperor Yu said, "Please take a seat." Lu Zhou did not stand on ceremony and sat down immediately. Emperor Yu asked, "May I know the reason for the Unholy One's visit?" Lu Zhou waved his hand. Pan Zhong, who was standing at the side, recounted Fei Dan's offense in Fragrant Valley. Emperor Yu understood that if the Unholy One wanted to seek justice, in fact, there was no need for the Unholy One to come here. Nonetheless, he said, "General Fei Dan is a capable general of our feather tribe. If he has offended you, I'm willing to make amends on his behalf." Fei Dan's mood sank immediately. Even the high and mighty emperor Yu had to yield and show some respect to the Unholy One. He could not help but wonder inwardly, is the Unholy One truly so strong and inviolable? If that's the case, how did the Great Void defeat him? Apart from that, Fei Dan was also confused. Were the Great Abyss Land and the Great Void not allies? Now that the Unholy One was here, not only was Emperor Yu not showing any signs of hostility, but Emperor Yu was so welcoming and respectful. It was as though Emperor Yu was welcoming an old friend. Fei Dan raised his head and looked at Emperor Yu furtively. Coincidentally, Emperor Yu was also looking at Fei Dan. Lu Zhou recalled the memories of the Unholy One before he said, "I once left something here. Hand it over, and the conflict between me and the Great Abyss Land will be written off." After all, Lu Zhou truly had no enmity with the Feather Tribe now. Emperor Yu was stunned and perplexed. When did the Unholy One leave his thing here? In fact, Emperor Yu only made a name for himself much later. During ancient times when the Unholy One's name shook the world, Emperor Yu was just a young cultivator. In fact, he had only heard about the battle between the Unholy One and the Great Void and was not privy to a lot of things. In front of the Unholy One, he was just a junior. Finally, Emperor Yu asked, "What is it?" "It has been too long. I can't remember clearly," Lu Zhou replied with a straight face. Emperor Yu frowned slightly as he thought to himself, "If you don't even remember clearly, how am I going to give it to you? Aren't you making trouble for no reason?" As expected of the Unholy One. Outwardly, Emperor Yu said, "Let me think about it." Lu Zhou nodded. Then, He raised his head and looked at the magnificent hall before he asked, "How did you afford to build such a magnificent hall in the great abyss land?" Emperor Yu smiled and said, "I have a clear conscience. The great abyss land's pillar of destruction is the most important pillar between heaven and earth. I've led the Feather Tribe and protected it for generations, so I deserve such a treatment." Lu Zhou asked, "Aren't you afraid that when the sky collapses, you'll be the first to fall?" Emperor Yu was not surprised by these words. He said, "If the sky collapses, countless lives will be lost. At that time, the Feather Tribe won't be the only one to suffer a disaster." "How do you know it'll be a disaster if the sky collapses?" Lu Zhou asked. Emperor Yu was stunned by these words. Ever since he was young, he had been taught about holding up the sky and not allowing it to collapse. Many wise men in the tribe had warned him that if the sky fell, the consequences would be unimaginably disastrous. He had been indoctrinated since young that he should sacrifice his life if it meant it could keep the sky from falling. Lu Zhou's words contradicted what he had been taught. He found it incomprehensible. Finally, Emperor Yu said, "If the sky collapses, the entire unknown land will be destroyed. How can it not be a disaster? The universe has its own laws. The sun and the moon change along with day and night. There'll always be changes," Lu Zhou said. Emperor Yu did not understand Lu Zhou's words. He cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou and said, "You're my senior since you're older than I am. In terms of knowledge and experience, you're far superior to me. However, how can you be sure that the earth won't fall apart if the sky falls? The catastrophe brought by the land splitting was too terrifying. The rivers of blood from 100,000 years ago left a deep impression on Emperor Yu." Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "You're wrong." Emperor Yu said humbly, "Please enlighten me." Updates by Lu Zhou said confidently, "If you have the time, you can go to the bottom of the abyss near Dunzang's Pillar of Destruction to have a look. Feel the power in the abyss. The earth is much more powerful than you can imagine. The land splitting is just the evolution of Earth. Humans trying to stop the change are no different from ants trying to shake a tree." Emperor Yu was slightly surprised. He thought about the Unholy One's battle with Two-Wei that created the abyss. He also recalled his conversation with Ming Xian about how a vast power underground supported every pillar of destruction. It seemed like Ming Xian and the Unholy One were both aware of this. Although Emperor Yu had been there, he did not understand the power of the abyss. Finally, he asked, "Senior, are you saying that the collapse of the Great Void won't affect the Earth?" Lu Zhou scoffed. "Didn't your elders tell you that the Kuan in the endless ocean has been circling the Earth for 100,000 years? Lu Zhou had learned this from the Unholy One's memory crystal. Emperor Yu was stunned when he heard this. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion were also shocked. They had all seen the huge Kuan in the endless ocean. No one knew exactly how powerful it was. Emperor Yu naturally heard about the Kuan circling the Earth for 100,000 years. He asked, "Why is it circling the Earth?" "Fierce beasts like humans want to live forever. The Earth has enough power to extend its life," Lu Zhou said. Emperor Yu was shocked by this revelation. Lu Zhou continued to say, "The world only knows that the Kuan roams the ocean, but they don't know that it's skilled in flying as well." Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Emperor Yu did not know much about the ancient times. What he knew was limited to what the wise men and elders told him. Even then, there was not much they knew. Hence, he was shocked by this as well. He continued to ask in a humble manner, "Then why doesn't it fly? First, there's no need. Second, its time is drawing close, and it needs to conserve its energy. Humans and other fierce beasts are just ants in its eyes, so it can't be bothered with them," Lu Zhou said. Everyone appeared enlightened as they listened to Lu Zhou. The more they heard, the more excited and curious they became. Emperor Yu said, "Great Void said it's an equalizer, and it has protected the world for many years. Are those words fake? It's true that it protects the world, but it may not be an equalizer," Lu Zhou said. "Since it wants the power of the earth, why protect it?" Emperor Yu asked. "In other words, would it not be easier to destroy the world to obtain the power of the earth?" What did the lives of humans and fierce beasts have to do with the Kuan? It could live in the ocean anyway even if the land was gone. Lu Zhou said, "First, it's not capable of destroying the world. Second, if it's destroyed, the power will be lost." Emperor Yu fell silent. He was still skeptical and had a hard time accepting this. Lu Zhou had said so much, but it held only one meaning at this moment. The Feather Tribe was just a lackey of the Great Void, and that they had guarded the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction for 100,000 years in vain. As for whether Emperor Yu believed it or not, Lu Zhou did not care. At this time, Lu Zhou rose to his feet and extended his hand. He said with a straight face, "Hand over my possession, and the conflict between me and the Great Abyss Land will be written off." Emperor Yu's expression turned a little unnatural. Looking at Lu Zhou's serious expression, he sighed and waved his hand. Wait a moment. Emperor Yu vanished into thin air. In less than 15 minutes, he returned, holding a rectangular brocade box with black runes engraved on it. He said, "When the late emperor was still around, he said this was left behind by a mighty figure who suppressed Xianxia. Until now, I don't know its functions. I think Senior must be talking about this item." Then, Emperor Yu pushed his hand out. The rectangular brocade box flew toward Lu Zhou. He caught it in his hand and opened it with a flick of his hand. An item that resembled the Pillar of Impermanence appeared before his eyes. It was engraved with distinct patterns and was suffused with a faint light and energy. Lu Zhou frowned. He could sense the power in the abyss in it, and he knew it was an extraordinary item. So this is another item of the Unholy One. 3 words were carved at the bottom. Heaven-suppressing pestle. Lu Zhou silently closed the box and tossed it to Pan Zhong before he said, "All right." The item was finally in his hand. Whether or not it belonged to the Unholy One, it had exceeded his expectations. Lu Zhou did not say anything else and turned around to leave. However, at this moment Emperor Yu said, "I heard that the Unholy One once dominated the Great Void. Even Great Emperor Xianxia was not your match. I've always respected the strong. As a junior, it might be presumptuous, but I have a request." "Speak." "I'd like to spar so I know the gap between our strength," Emperor Yu said with a profound gaze. Lu Zhou turned around. His momentum remained strong as he met Emperor Yu's gaze. He could see the battle intent in Emperor Yu's eyes. In fact, Emperor Yu had always longed to fight with mighty figures. Xianxia had always looked down on him, and he also knew that he was no match for Xianxia. Everyone said that Unholy One was extremely powerful, but he had yet to see it for himself. He felt like there was something not quite right. Lu Zhou and Emperor Yu continued to stare at each other as their battle intent rose. All of a sudden, Emperor Yu rushed out. At the same time, Lu Zhou flashed. In just a blink of an eye, the duo appeared in the sky above the Great Abyss Land. At this time, the sun shone brightly, the birds sang melodiously, and the fragrance of the flowers permeated the air. It was a slice of paradise in the unknown land. Lu Zhou and Emperor Yu faced each other from afar. Emperor Yu extended his hand and said, "Please." Lu Zhou said without blushing, "I've never liked bullying the weak, so I'll reduce my strength to deal with you." Emperor Yu felt insulted by these words. He flew over like a shooting star immediately. Lu Zhou frowned. A thunderblast card appeared in his hand immediately, and he crushed it mercilessly. Space and time seemed to freeze, but they did not affect the thunderblast card. A palm seal with the script for lightning swept out like a wall. At the same time, lightning began to flash in the sky. Following that, Lu Zhou tossed the hourglass of time out. "Freeze! The hourglass of time?" Emperor Yu exclaimed in shock. He hastily crossed his arms, drawing on the power of the space to defend himself. He had completely given up on attacking. This sudden sparring session attracted a large number of feather tribesmen. They rushed over from all directions to watch the battle. Boom! A lightning bolt descended from the sky above the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction. The behemoth circling the sky above the Great Abyss Land actually let out a confused cry. The originally sunny Great Abyss Land turned dark as dark clouds began to converge. The behemoth in the sky flew closer, unknowingly drawing in the dark clouds and fog from outside. Emperor Yu, who had been struck by the thunderblast card, felt his arms go numb. His spatial energy was actually destroyed by the lightning bolt. He grunted as he was pushed 100 yards back. When he finally stabilized his footing, he exclaimed with widened eyes, "Good move!" Inwardly, Emperor Yu thought to himself, as expected of the unholy one, he doesn't easily make a move, but when he does, it's decisive and ruthless. Emperor Yu became even more cautious as he looked at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou was expressionless. It was as though he could not be bothered with Emperor Yu at all. Emperor Yu was unconvinced. Once again he shot out like a shooting star, tearing through space. Now that Lu Zhou's cultivation had increased greatly, the prices for the deadly strike cards had increased to 100,000 merit points, and he did not have many merit points left. He thought to himself, "Forget it." Lu Zhou mobilized the power from the heavenly writing and imbued the hourglass of time with it. Following that, a small amount of divine Tao power rippled out in all directions in the form of a circle of light. Following that, everything froze. Lu Zhou appeared above Emperor Yu in just a blink of an eye. Then, he shattered an ordinary deadly strike card. A huge vortex appeared in the sky immediately. The behemoth let out a confused cry again. As though it could sense how terrifying the power was, it quickly flew higher up into the sky away from the battle. Following that, a pillar of light flashing with electric arcs descended from the vortex and struck Emperor Yu. Boom! When time resumed, Emperor Yu felt his entire body go numb as though he had been struck by a monstrous lightning bolt. The pillar of light had pierced his heart and caused his divine soul pearl to fly out. Lu Zhou defeated Emperor Yu with just this move. The feather tribesmen found this hard to accept. All of them exclaimed in shock. "Your Majesty!" Emperor Yu looked at Lu Zhou in disbelief. He felt extremely uncomfortable. Was the gap between their strength so wide? The divine soul pearl circled Emperor Yu thrice before it returned to his body. Then it began to mend his injuries. Lu Zhou was naturally not surprised by this. He did not plan to kill Emperor Yu after all. After an unknown amount of time, Emperor Yu finally regained his composure. Then, Lu Zhou asked tonelessly, "Do you still want to continue?" Emperor Yu inhaled deeply. Although he was unwilling, he still said, "I admit defeat." Lu Zhou flashed and vanished from the sky, appearing in front of the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Then he walked out of the Great Abyss Land. Along the way, the feather tribesmen automatically retreated to the sides, opening up a path for him. No one dared to stop him. After all, even Emperor Yu was defeated by him. Who would dare to stop him? After the people from the Evil Sky Pavilion left, Emperor Yu landed. His expression was not very good, but due to his position, he tried to stay calm. After he stabilized his chaotic energy, his expression gradually eased. If Emperor Yu did not bring his divine soul pearl out in time, it would have been difficult to mend his destroyed heart. Many of the feather tribesmen were half human and half fierce beast. Due to that, they had powerful self-healing abilities and great defenses. Apart from that, they had many hearts as well. With Emperor Yu's cultivation base, most would find it extremely difficult to destroy his body and soul. At this moment, an official next to Emperor Yu asked, "Your Majesty, is he really the unholy one?" Emperor Yu flashed and returned to the hall. The official seemed to understand something and returned to the hall as well. Emperor Yu said calmly, "He's not the unholy one." The official asked skeptically, "How do you know, Your Majesty?" Emperor Yu replied, "The Great Abyss Land is the last line of defense of the Great Void. Ming Xian values the Great Abyss Land's pillar of destruction the most. Hence, he left a detection crystal that can sense the unholy one. Earlier, the crystal didn't light up. Heavens! He actually dares to impersonate the unholy one. No wonder Great Emperor Ming Xian announced the death of the unholy one," the official exclaimed. After a moment, he asked, puzzled, "Then, why did you give him the heaven-suppressing pestle, Your Majesty?" Emperor Yu smiled. "First, that item was never mine to begin with. Second, the Great Void has always thought highly of themselves. Since someone wants to provoke them, then I'll just give that item to him. Isn't that diverting the trouble? The official thought to himself. Then he exclaimed, Your Majesty is wise. Emperor Yu sighed. However, I didn't expect this person to possess the Unholy One's belongings. Moreover, he's rather powerful. Is he a divine emperor? I didn't go all out. I feel like he's only just become a supreme being. However, his attack is quite strange. At that time, it did seem like he could be a divine emperor. That's one of the reasons I let him leave with the heaven-suppressing pestle as well. Then why did he impersonate the Unholy One? The Great Void was filled with experts. The 10 halls and the Sacred Temple would definitely join forces to deal with the Unholy One. Why would someone look for trouble by impersonating the Unholy One? The Unholy One was too famous back then. Perhaps he wants to enjoy the glory of the Unholy One. Who knows what his reasons are? The official asked again, Then do we need to report today's incident to the Great Void? Emperor Yu's expression darkened as soon as he heard the word, report. He really disliked this word. The Great Void was above. The Great Abyss Land was below. The Great Abyss Land was forever trampled under the Great Void's feet and looking up at the Great Void. Was this really the future he wanted for the Feather Tribe? Upon seeing the change in Emperor Yu's expression, the official lowered his head immediately and no longer dared to speak. At the same time, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, who had left the Great Abyss Land, had yet to recover. When they arrived at the forest, a voice pulled them back to their senses. Hello! Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a masked man standing under a tree. Who are you? Pan Lydian asked in a deep voice. I want to speak to your pavilion master. Everyone should leave, the masked man said. Lu Zhou motioned for everyone to wait and flew over alone. When he arrived in front of the masked man, he asked, What's the matter, Jiejinan? Jiejinan was taken aback. No way. How did you recognize me? I can recognize you even if you're reduced to ashes. Rather than remembering a person's appearance, he relied on his power of smell. Apart from that, in the Great Abyss Land, the only person who has a close relationship with the Evil Sky Pavilion was Jiejinan. Previously, Jiejinan had appeared and helped Lu Zhou. It was not surprising for him to appear again. Jiejinan scratched his head and said, I even found myself a mask. What's the matter? Lu Zhou asked. Jiejinan glanced at the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion before he said, I didn't expect you to be alive. I thought you and Emperor Two-Wei perished together. At that time, I even lost sleep for a few days. Why do you help me? Lu Zhou asked. Jiejinan looked at Lu Zhou and said, Your cultivation improves fast enough. Alas, the time isn't ripe yet. However, I can tell you that I'm not your enemy. Lu Zhou stared at Jiejinan unblinkingly. Isn't that obvious? Jiejinan said, You're really too high profile this time. Emperor Yu was obviously and deliberately giving way to you. You have to be careful if you don't want to attract trouble. Is it wrong for me to take back what belongs to me? Lu Zhou asked. Of course, it's not wrong, Jiejinan said. That's why I secretly returned your things to you. Lu Zhou frowned. The vast sky bag and Go Chen's life heart? That's right. Isn't the heaven-suppressing pestle mine? Although Lu Zhou had seen the memories of the Unholy One through the memory crystal, it was not very detailed. Jiejinan smacked his thigh and asked, Emperor, you really gave you the heaven-suppressing pestle? Lu Zhou turned around and extended his hand. Pan Zhong wisely tossed the rectangular brocade box over. Creak. When the lid opened, the heaven-suppressing pestle was revealed. Jiejinan's widened as soon as he saw the heaven-suppressing pestle. He coughed violently before he said, You even dare to extort the heaven-suppressing pestle from Emperor Yu? You! Then he muttered, Too arrogant, too high profile. Aren't you afraid of history repeating itself? Lu Zhou was aware that his actions were a little high profile and ostentatious this time. However, some things had to be done in this manner so he could achieve his goals. Finally, he said tonelessly, There's no unholy one in this world, So why can't I be the unholy one? Aren't you the unholy one to begin with? Jie Jinan said helplessly. Your return this time will surely attract the Great Void's attention. Don't recklessly go against the 10 halls or the sacred temple this time. Are you looking down on me? Lu Zhou asked. Jie Jinan was slightly taken aback. He said, No, don't be so sensitive. I just want to remind you not to look down on Ming Xian. At the same time, the scene of the unholy one's defeat appeared in Lu Zhou's mind, and he fell silent. At that time, the Great Void had lost 4 supreme beings before they could even bring the unholy one down. One could see that Ming Xian was not simple. Moreover, there was not only Ming Xian in the Great Void, there were also the 10 halls and the emperors from the Lost Lands. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Zhou thought that, from a certain point of view, it was not entirely a bad thing that his disciples were captured earlier. When Lu Zhou regained his senses, he saw Jie Jinan looking ill at ease, so he asked, Is there anything else? No, Jie Jinan laughed dryly. If there's a chance, I'll come to the Great Abyss Land again, Lu Zhou said. Then, he stomped on the ground and rose up to join the others before leading them to the runic passage. Jie Jinan watched them until they disappeared into the horizon before he let out a long sigh. He muttered under his breath, He really hasn't changed at all. I don't know if it's a blessing or a curse. There were really quite a few people who betrayed us back then. I hope you don't die again. After a moment, Jie Jinan spat and said, Bah! I shouldn't use the word again. Subsequently, Jie Jinan turned around, sighing emotionally. At this moment, a dignified voice rang by Jie Jinan's ears. Jie Jinan. The voice sounded as though it came from hell, and it frightened Jie Jinan. He spun around and asked with widened eyes, Who is it? A figure appeared nearby. When the bright light dimmed, a pair of pure white wings suffused with the saint light appeared in front of Jie Jinan's eyes. Jie Jinan exclaimed in surprise, Your Majesty? Emperor, you looked at Jie Jinan calmly and silently. Jie Jinan said guiltily, I was just taking a walk. Why did your Majesty come here? Emperor, you still looked at Jie Jinan silently. Jie Jinan scratched his head and removed his mask before he said, I'll return now. At the same time, Emperor, you suddenly said, I've never bothered with you even though you used to follow the unholy one. Jie Jinan stopped in his tracks, not knowing what to say. Emperor, you continued to say, I've always respected the strong, but I will never tolerate traitors. Jie Jinan's heart tightened immediately. He said with a frown, I've always been loyal to the Great Abyss Land, and I've never betrayed the Great Abyss Land. Is that so? I swear to the heavens. Do you think I'm unaware that you previously faked the message from the White Emperor? Emperor, you asked. Jie Jinan. Jie Jinan said, I don't understand what your Majesty is saying. Emperor, you smiled mysteriously and said, Never mind. You'll understand soon enough. Then, Emperor, you waved his hand. For experts from the Feather Tribe standing behind Emperor, you glowed with saint light. Their auras were extraordinary. Then, Emperor, you said indifferently, seal Jie Jinan's cultivation and imprison him in the Great Abyss prison. Wait for further orders. Understood. A day later, at Ji Ming's Pillar of Destruction, the towering icicle barrier stood firm. Lu Zhou sat on Witzard's back and appeared nearby. He said, Wait here. Understood. Lu Zhou flew forward alone as he looked at the Pillar of Destruction that pierced through the clouds. It had clearly aged compared to the last time he was here. When he appeared at the ring-shaped lake, he looked at the icicle with a puzzled expression. After a moment, he did not beat around the bush and called out, Princess Mulberry. There was no response. Lu Zhou placed his hand against the icicle barrier. When the faint heat his hand emitted was about to melt the barrier, swoosh, a figure in a long dress rushed down from the top of the icicle barrier and attacked. Lu Zhou looked up and met the attack with his bare hands. Bang! 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 Water splashed up into the sky before shooting in all directions like water arrows. Lu Zhou remained nonchalant and relaxed as he neutralized Princess Mulberry's attacks. After about 100 moves, Princess Mulberry finally stopped attacking. She looked at Lu Zhou in surprise as she exclaimed, "It's you." Lu Zhou said calmly, "It's been 100 years, and you're still hiding in the icicle barrier. 100 years have passed, and your cultivation has improved so much? People will always improve," Lu Zhou replied. "You're the one who destroyed the pillar. I have to be on guard," Princess Mulberry said. "To prevent the sky from falling?" Lu Zhou looked up at the magnificent icicle barrier. She had formed such a tall ice barrier to help hold the sky up and prevent it from falling. Who knew if it would work? But he felt rather speechless by her method. "Why are you here again? You have no business here," Princess Mulberry asked. Lu Zhou asked bluntly, "Where's the Scarlet Emperor?" As soon as Princess Mulberry heard the words, Scarlet Emperor, she frowned deeply and said angrily, "Don't mention him in front of me." "Where is he?" Lu Zhou asked again. "I said, don't mention him to me." Princess Mulberry grew even angrier. "Do you hate him a lot?" "I hate him." "Very good. I'm going to look for trouble with him," Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Princess Mulberry frowned in confusion. "You want to look for trouble with him?" Lu Zhou nodded. Princess Mulberry thought about it for a moment before she said, looking like an easily deceived little girl, "Then you should find him quickly. He's at the Southern Flaming Sea." Southern Flaming Sea? Grandpa Weiyang, the Azure Emperor, said that person might be leaving for the Great Void in a few days. "You have to hurry," Princess Mulberry said. "Azure Emperor? They're going to the Great Void." Lu Zhou took the opportunity to ask, "Where's the Azure Emperor?" "Grandpa Weiyang is in the east, not far from Grandpa Zhaokuai, the White Emperor," Princess Mulberry replied. Then, she hurriedly added, "Don't tell me you're going to look for trouble with Grandpa Weiyang as well. He's a good person." "A good person?" Lu Zhou frowned. "How could a good person kidnap my disciples?" In any case, Lu Zhou did not show his displeasure. He continued to ask, "Why is the Scarlet Emperor going to the Great Void?" The time was not ripe yet. It would be troublesome for Lu Zhou to go to the Great Void now. Princess Mulberry shook her head, indicating she did not know. Then, she asked curiously, "Your cultivation has improved so much. You should be able to go to the Great Void, right?" Perhaps Princess Mulberry had not seen humans for a long time, so she was very lonely. She liked talking to people very much. Sometimes her mentality would be twisted, and she would trap humans in the ring-shaped lake. Those who could not endure naturally died. Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment before he asked, "How do I go to the Great Void?" Princess Mulberry sized Lu Zhou up for a moment before she said, "With your ability, it's more than enough to go to the Great Void. I heard from Grandpa Weiyang that the Great Void lacks manpower and is recruiting talents from the 9 domains. Hence, you should be welcomed there." After a pause, she said, "However, the Great Void is really boring. Why don't you stay and accompany me?" "I can't stay. I still have matters to attend to," Lu Zhou said. Upon hearing this, Princess Mulberry said dejectedly, "You humans are really strange. Why do you have to go to the Great Void? You humans? You're obviously alive. Why do you speak as though you're not human?" Lu Zhou asked. "I'm alive," Princess Mulberry said. She paused briefly before she continued to say, "But my heart is dead." Lu Zhou extended his senses. Indeed, Princess Mulberry did not have a heartbeat. When Princess Mulberry spoke about this, her sadness was obvious. What greater sorrow was there than a dead heart? Moreover, when she said her heart was dead, it was also likely a euphemism for how her father, the Scarlet Emperor, had caused the death of her heart by forcing her to stay here. "Where's the Southern Flaming Sea?" Lu Zhou asked. "Naturally, it's the southernmost part of the Endless Ocean. It's very, very, very far away. It's very difficult to find as well," Princess Mulberry said. Lu Zhou's goal was to find his disciples. He wanted to confirm their safety and bring them back to his side. However, he was not in a hurry. After all, 100 years had passed. What could and should happen had already happened. Lu Zhou thought about it and felt that it was a little unrealistic to go to the Southern Flaming Sea to look for the Scarlet Emperor now. After a while, he muttered to himself, "In that case, let's ascend to the sky." At the same time, at the south of the endless ocean, on the peak of a mountain, Mingshi was admiring the scenery of the endless ocean. He could not help but shake his head. At this time, a person appeared nearby and bowed. "Mr. Ri, the Scarlet Emperor has ordered for you to speed up your cultivation." "I've been cultivating all this time." The Scarlet Emperor said, "You still need to raise the level of your cultivation. Only then will you be able to win the competition for the position of the Master of the Hall." The person said before adding, "I'll be monitoring your progress." "Heh, do you not understand human language?" I said. "I've been cultivating all this time," Mingshi said. The Scarlet Emperor also said that you're now a member of the Southern Flaming Sea. If there's no need, please don't contact your master from the Golden Lotus domain in the future. A person said, "Master? What master? I don't have a master," Mingshi said. The person nodded. "Then, I won't bother Mr. Ri anymore." The person flashed and disappeared. Mingshi rolled his eyes. Then he looked ahead and muttered to himself, "I don't have a master." Not long after, Mingshi rushed into the forest to cultivate. The next morning, before Mingshi was fully awake, he felt someone appear next to him. He jolted awake and sat up immediately. Then he saw Duanmushang holding the Overlord spear. Mingshi said, "Third senior brother, you almost scared me to death? Why aren't you cultivating?" Duanmushang looked ahead and asked, "Old Fourth, is this really okay?" "There's nothing wrong with it. I'll remind you again that you can't talk about him here," Mingshi said. "You're really ungrateful. How can you betray your elder?" Duanmushang said as he stabbed the Overlord spear into the ground. Boom! Mingshi pointed at the Crimson Sky Palace, where the Scarlet Emperor was staying, and said, "You have to use your brains, not just brute force. If you want to kill Master, then you go ahead and speak to the Scarlet Emperor. I won't stop you." Duanmushang wilted immediately. How could he have the courage? Then he said, "Promise me that he's fine." Upon hearing this, Mingshi looked to the left and right warily after he shushed Duanmushang. Then, he pulled Duanmushang to a corner and said, "I suspect someone has been watching us in the dark. We have to be careful." "Do you have so little confidence in Master?" Duanmushang asked. "I don't doubt Master," Mingshi said with a sigh. "Although Master is powerful, there are some things that we have to solve on our own." Updates by Really? Third senior brother, you're so smart. How can I deceive you? Mingshi asked. "You're right." Then, Duanmushang scratched his head and said, "No, that's not right. You're still deceiving your master and betraying your elder." Mingshi was rendered speechless by Duanmushang. Duanmushang said, "Master's cultivation isn't low. With his strength, it's very easy for him to gain a foothold in the Great Void. Why don't we return to Master and enjoy our lives together?" Third senior brother, Master's identity isn't simple. He has too many enemies in the Great Void, Mingshi said. "I'm not saying Master isn't capable. I'm saying we might be a burden to him." "A burden?" Duanmushang frowned. "Think about it. Master has so many enemies. Once a fight starts, everyone will shed all pretense of cordiality. If the enemies can't defeat Master, they'll definitely attack us instead. We've already experienced this several times," Mingshi explained, enlightening Duanmushang. "You have a point," Duanmushang said, looking embarrassed. Mingshi continued to say, "Hence, we have to listen to the Scarlet Emperor. From now on, we won't acknowledge our master." "Won't acknowledge Master?" Duanmushang's eyes widened as he stared at Mingshi. "Have you forgotten how you were beaten up back then?" Mingshi shuddered. Then he hurriedly explained, "This is part of the plan. We have to protect ourselves first so that we don't drag Master down. Also, be careful of that person called Qisheng." "Qisheng? The commander of Two-Way Hall." Duanmushang frowned. "He's been here a few times. I saw him," Mingshi said. Duanmushang said, "I've interacted with him a few times. Based on his words and actions, it doesn't seem like he harbors ill intentions toward us. He's pretending. On the surface, it seems like he's trying to protect us, but who knows what kind of insidious plan he has. Mingxirin said. Moreover, he's been hinting, whether intentionally or not, trying to make us think that he's old seventh. I think he's trying to mislead us. Duanmushang's eyes widened in anger upon hearing this. Mingxirin raised his head and said confidently, he thought his act was flawless. Alas, he was too obvious. Then, Duanmushang asked in a deep voice, who is he exactly? Mingxirin shushed him again before he said in a hushed tone, I don't know who he is nor do I know what his purpose is. Let's just pretend we don't know anything and watch him act. Duanmushang nodded as he said, Qishang is right. What? He said that you'll definitely doubt him, Duanmushang said. He predicted my prediction? Duanmushang said solemnly, Old fourth, believe me, he's really old seventh. Mingxirin felt rather speechless. After a moment, he asked, third senior brother, how did you ascertain he's old seventh? Intuition. Huantan's Pillar of Destruction. Pavilion Master, we've arrived. Lu Zhou had led everyone here because this was also one of the locations marked on the simple map. He needed to retrieve what belonged to him. Wait here. Understood. This was their second time at Huantan's Pillar of Destruction. They could not help but feel emotional when they saw this place again. At this time, their attention was not on the Pillar of Destruction. Instead, they were all looking at the sky above the Pillar of Destruction where Mengzhong, the Azure Dragon, was. Just as Lu Zhou drew close to the Pillar of Destruction, two moon-like orbs appeared high in the sky. A shadow could be vaguely seen moving in the black fog. Lu Zhou hovered in the air and looked up as he said, Mengzhong, long time no see, you're still the same. The shadow in the dark fog stopped moving. Then, the moon-like orbs vanished before the shadow twisted in the dark fog. Soon enough, a human figure descended from the dark fog. It's you? You know humans aren't allowed to approach the Pillar of Destruction, Mengzhong said. I'm here to retrieve my thing, Lu Zhou said. Your thing? It's been too long. I can't remember many things clearly, Lu Zhou said confidently. As one of the four divinities of heaven, you've existed since ancient times. You should know. Mengzhong said in a low voice. Human, you overestimate yourself. Swoosh. Mengzhong flew back into the dark fog and seemed to have reverted to his immense form. Then he exhaled and a frosty wind swept out as lightning bolts struck down. The lightning bolts were stronger than before, seemingly capable of splitting heaven and earth. At the same time, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion who had long been on guard brought out their astrolabes and activated their protective energies. Since they were quite far away, it was not difficult for them to resist the residual power. Hourglass of Time. Lu Zhou's voice was calm. The Hourglass of Time was imbued with a small amount of the divine Dao power and a large amount of divine power as it quickly froze everything. Then Lu Zhou flashed and appeared next to the Pillar of Destruction before he retrieved the Hourglass of Time. When time resumed, all of Mengzhang's attacks missed. Mengzhang was puzzled. You managed to become a supreme being in 100 years? I was just lucky, Lu Zhou replied indifferently. Mengzhang did not continue to attack. With just a move, he was able to determine Lu Zhou's strength. Following that, he assumed his human form. After a long time, he finally said, You finally returned. Lu Zhou understood the meaning behind those words. He extended his hand and said, It belongs to me. Mengzhang was silent. Since his figure was quite translucent, it was rather difficult to see his expression and figure out what he was thinking. Lu Zhou did not yield. The memory could not be wrong, and the simple map could not be wrong. After a while, Mengzhang sighed and said, You old thing, meeting you is the greatest misfortune of my life. Following that, Mengzhang moved and an orb of light flew out. Lu Zhou raised his hand and caught the orb of light. When he took a look, he was shocked. The item was Meng Zhang's divine soul pearl? The memories Lu Zhou obtained were fragmented. Perhaps, the Unholy One did not have enough power nearing the end of his life, so it affected the memories he left behind. After all, it seemed like the Unholy One was so weakened at that time that he only left a few words in the letter. It would be even more difficult to include a lifetime of memories into the memory crystal. For this reason, Lu Zhou did not know what items were left behind in the locations marked on the simple map. After listening to Meng Zhang, Lu Zhou understood that Meng Zhang had stayed here because of his promise to the Unholy One. Lu Zhou looked at the divine soul pearl and adjusted his expression. Then, he asked, "Aren't you afraid I'd run away with it?" Meng Zhang said, "We've both always kept our promises. Since I kept my promise, so will you." Lu Zhou nodded. He sensed the energy in the divine soul pearl and confirmed that it was real. Then he said, "Give me 3 days." Meng Zhang said tonelessly, "I'll give you 10 years. The price is that you have to guard the pillar in my place for 10 years. Meng Zhang did not think a human would be able to use the energy of a divine lord's divine soul pearl in 3 days. Humans stood above all living creatures. They had an extremely high innate talent for cultivation and had the highest chances of breaking the limit of the world. The reason fierce beasts could stand on equal footing with humans was due to their long lifespan. Humans used cultivation to exchange for time, while fierce beasts used time to exchange for cultivation. This was the way it had been since ancient times. Lu Zhou said confidently, "If I said 3 days, then I only need 3 days." Meng Zhang completely ignored Lu Zhou's words and said, "After 10 years, wake me up. During this time, if anything happens to Huantan's pillar of destruction, I'll kill you." Lu Zhou really wanted to ask Meng Zhang why he was persistent about guarding the pillar of destruction. However, he gave up when he saw Meng Zhang had returned into the dark fog. Obsessions were not easy to get rid of. Perhaps, in the future, Meng Zhang would understand that what he was guarding. Some obsessions could not be changed in a moment, so he might as well let it be. Perhaps in the future, he would understand that what he was guarding was not as important as he thought it was. Updates by. After Lu Zhou returned to the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, they sighed in relief. Meng Zhang didn't seem as fierce as before, Pan Zhong muttered. Isn't it because the pavilion master managed to best him? They still remembered the battle between Lu Zhou and Meng Zhang in the past. After 100 years, Lu Zhou's cultivation had improved so greatly that Meng Zhang had to yield now. "We'll rest for 3 days, Lu Zhou said. Understood. After Lu Zhou found a quiet place, he brought his lotus out and inserted the divine soul pearl into his birth palace. The reason he was confident he would be able to return the divine soul pearl to Meng Zhang in 3 days was due to his experience with Fei Dan's divine soul pearl. The process was very smooth at that time and only took a night. This time was no exception. The process was still exceptionally smooth. After a while, 3 distinct areas began to flash. 3 birth charts at the same time? Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised. Fei Dan was a lesser divine king, while Meng Zhang was only a divine lord. Logically speaking, Meng Zhang's divine soul pearl should not have a better effect. Moreover, it should be more difficult to activate birth charts as his cultivation continued to improve. Just as the divine soul pearl was about to sink into the birth palace completely, Lu Zhou took it out. Clack! A crisp noise rang in the air. With that, the 3 birth chart zones smoothened out before they buzzed, entering the second phase. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction as he put away Meng Zhang's divine soul pearl. Just as expected, the activation of the birth chart was very smooth. 3 birth charts. It's more than I expected. Following that, Lu Zhou decided to meditate on the heavenly writing. At the same time, he recalled the Heaven Scroll. After the time he spent comprehending the Heaven Scroll, he only had a shallow understanding of it. For some reason, every time he comprehended it, scenes of the merit stones, life, death, and rebirth would appear in his mind. He saw the death of cultivators, enemies, and the innocent alike. There were also deaths of ordinary people from sickness and old age. There were too many ways to die. Could it be that the core meaning of the Heaven Scroll is life and death? Lu Zhou muttered to himself. Suddenly, He felt that the power from the Resurrection Scroll was only a small amount compared to what was contained in the Heaven Scroll. When he comprehended the Heaven Scroll, he could sense a vast and limitless energy that would transform into the divine Tao power. He could not describe the divine Tao power, but he instinctively knew it contained a large number of laws. In the past, venerable masters and those with a higher cultivation base could control one or two kinds of laws such as the law of space, the law of time, the law of stillness, and so on. However, the divine Tao power clearly contained many laws. As he continued to comprehend the Heaven Scroll, the number of laws would increase. There was the law of life, the law of death, and the law of reincarnation. Let's just continue. Lu Zhou dismissed his thoughts. No matter what, it was indisputable that the heavenly writing and its scrolls brought power to him. As long as he continued to meditate and comprehend, he would be able to obtain the answers he sought. Lu Zhou closed his eyes. One script after another appeared in his mind and kept moving around. He saw a few familiar scripts and weaved them together into a sentence. Everything has a beginning and an end. They have an origin and a destination. The reincarnation of the great Tao is endless. This sentence kept echoing in his mind. He lost track of the number of times it kept repeating. This continued until he lost all track of time. Lu Zhou slowly opened his eyes. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed. He lowered his head and looked at his lotus seat. Just as he had expected, the birth charts had been successfully activated. The birth chart flashed brilliantly. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Now, he had successfully activated 32 birth charts. However, he did not feel a very significant increase in his strength. Perhaps it was because he already had the power of a supreme being. The activation of the golden avatar's birth charts was just like a formality. Lu Zhou rose to his feet. When he saw everyone had gathered and was looking at Huantan's pillar of destruction, he walked over. Everyone bowed upon seeing him. "Greetings, Pavilion Master." Following that, Lu Zhou nodded in response and flew away without another word. Everyone did not move and just watched. Lu Zhou activated the seal that Meng Zhang left behind, and it flew into the sky. Then, the dark fog began to surge. When Meng Zhang opened his eyes, 2 moon-like orbs appeared, illuminating the area below. Following that, a human figure appeared in front of Lu Zhou. Meng Zhang sighed and said, 10 years passed by so quickly. Lu Zhou said, only 3 days have passed, not 10 years. Meng Zhang said, you don't have to lie to me. Lu Zhou felt speechless. He tossed the divine soul pearl over and said, it's up to you to believe it or not. Then, Lu Zhou turned around and flew back toward the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. When he arrived, he said to the others, let's go. Yes. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Everyone flew into the sky and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Meng Zhang cast a small technique before he exclaimed, only 3 days have passed? Lu Zhou had visited all the marked locations on the map. There was no need to visit the other pillars of destruction. Lu Zhou returned to the Evil Sky Pavilion through the runic passage at Ji Ming's Pillar of Destruction. As soon as he returned, he thought about how to ascend to the sky. Based on the current situation, there was now one way to go to the Great Void. It was to do it with force. Since the 10 pillars of destruction supported the Great Void, it meant they were connected to the Great Void. However, forcefully going there was too ostentatious. After all, it was not time to openly declare war on the Great Void. Since that was the case, he had to think of another way. When he thought about all these matters, he could not help but think about his 7th disciple again. If his 7th disciple was around, he would be able to think of many ways to enter the Great Void. After that, Lu Zhou summoned the 4 elders, the guardians, the left and right envoys, the free man, and the others to discuss ways to enter the Great Void. Pavilion Master, since we can't forcefully enter the Great Void, why don't we split up and infiltrate it silently? Zhou Jifeng asked. We'll be discovered anyhow. Do you think the experts in the Great Void are fools? At this moment, Lu Li bowed and said, Pavilion Master, I have a brilliant idea, but I'm afraid you may not like it. Speak freely. Lu Zhou said with a wave of his sleeve. Yes. Lu Li turned around to face everyone as he said, there are rumors that the Great Void is recruiting talents. After 100 years have passed, no one knows the status of the Evil Sky Pavilion. In fact, rumors are rife in the cultivation world that the Evil Sky Pavilion has disbanded. Since Li Chun from Xuani Hall is still trying to recruit talents to join the Dark Guards, why don't we seize the chance and enter the Great Void by joining the Dark Guards? Silence descended on the place immediately. Everyone looked at Lu Li. Some looked at him in disdain, and some looked speechless. After all, the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion was high and mighty. How could he agree to such a method? Lu Li sensed everyone's strange gazes, so he smiled awkwardly and said, it's just a suggestion. It's a stupid idea. Please don't take offense. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Lu Zhou said, it's a good idea. Everyone? Lu Zhou rose to his feet, put his hands on his back, and walked down the stairs. He said confidently, although strength is important, it's foolish to rely on it all the time. The pavilion master is right. The pavilion master is wise. When dealing with such matters, it's best to use our wits. Lu Li. At this time, Yan Jinlua said, the collective strength of the Evil Sky Pavilion is not bad, but there are too many of us. Won't this arouse suspicion? There were very few talents to begin with. People would definitely be suspicious if a group of them suddenly appeared. That's indeed a problem, Lu Li said. Meng Chongdong shook his head. I don't think it's a problem. Why do you say that? Lu Zhou asked. Meng Chongdong replied, ever since I received the Great Void soil from Pavilion Master Lu, I've been nourished by the Great Void energy. As such, my cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. However, no matter how much I cultivate, I still can't catch up to the four elders. Even Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng are about to catch up with me. What are you trying to say? Everyone knows that there was a restriction on the cultivation in the Golden Lotus domain. The problem was later solved by severing the lotus. In the past, I studied the cultivation of the Golden Lotus domain with Mr. Seventh, and we made a shocking discovery. Meng Chongdong said slowly. He was really keeping everyone in suspense. What discovery? Everyone's attention was focused on Meng Chongdong. Meng Chongdong said, the Golden Lotus is weak because of its restraints, but it's also strong because of its restraints. Over the past 100 years, I haven't been idle. After studying the cultivation speed of the Red Lotus domain and the Golden Lotus domain, I discovered that the Golden Lotus domain's cultivation speed surpasses that of the Red Lotus domain. Now that several hundred years have passed, the Golden Lotus domain's overall strength isn't any weaker than that of the Red Lotus domain. Everyone was surprised upon hearing this. It's so fast. Although the Red Lotus domain was weak as well, it was still much stronger than the Golden Lotus domain in the past before the 9 domains began to interact with each other. Back then, there was not a single person in the Golden Lotus domain who possessed 9 leaves, whereas there was already a small number of people in the Red Lotus domain who possessed 10 leaves. Meng Chongdong continued to say, that's not all. The Golden Avatars have a higher degree of mobility. In terms of cultivation, the Golden Lotus domain's potential and future far surpasses that of the Red Lotus domains. It's only a matter of time before the Golden Lotus domain catches up to the Black Lotus domain. Then, after a brief pause, Meng Chongdong said, hence, it's not surprising for there to be new geniuses to appear in the Golden Lotus domain. Lu Li nodded. No wonder I feel like I can't catch up to the 4 elders' speed. In the past, Lu Li and Yan Jinlua's cultivations were far higher than the 4 elders. After more than 200 years, the 4 elders were not any weaker than the duo. Just as Meng Chongdong had said, the gap between the Golden Lotus domain and the Black Lotus domain would only become smaller and smaller. Alright, that explains the Golden Cultivators. However, what about the rest of us from the Black Lotus domain, the Red Lotus domain, and the Green Lotus domain? We can't all be geniuses, after all. Meng Chongdong said, the cultivation of the Green Lotus domain is a little higher, so there's no need to explain anything. As for the others, I remember the Pavilion Master annihilated the monster hunting squad in the Unknown Land in the past. We can enter the Great Void as members of the squad. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. In the past, the monster hunting squad was indeed one of the best teams that roamed the unknown land. All of them possessed extraordinary abilities. Now that such a long time had passed, if they were still alive, it was not surprising if they had made great progress. Yan Jinlua asked again, "What if they get suspicious?" "It's normal for them to be suspicious. How's it possible for them to trust us unconditionally right from the start? Do you think the people from the Great Void are fools?" Lu Li said with a smile. "All we need to do now is enter the Great Void. They will naturally test us later. The Dark Guards have a grudge against the Silver Guards. We'll join the Dark Guards to work together for our shared interest." "Envoy Lu, I agree with you." "I agree as well." Everyone raised their hands to vote before they looked to Lu Zhou for the final decision. "All right, let's do it this way," Lu Zhou said. "Yes." Lu Li said, "The Autumn Dew Mountain has a way to contact Xuanyi Palace's Li Chun. However," he paused and looked at Lu Zhou. "Speak," Lu Zhou said. "Li Chun has met the Pavilion Master and some of us before. If he recognizes us, it might be troublesome," Lu Li said. Meng Chongdong said, "It's not a big deal. Li Chun's original intention was to recruit talents. Saint Chun has passed away. When Li Chun meets the Pavilion Master, we can just seize the chance and agree to go with him." "You have a point. I'll try to contact him then," Lu Li said. To carry out the plan, Lu Zhou led the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion to the other Green Lotus Domain's Autumn Dew Mountain. The next day at Autumn Dew Mountain, Lu Zhou sighed as he looked at Chan Fu's portrait that was hung on the wall. The past is the past. Lu Zhou sighed again and put away his thoughts. At the same time, Lu Li hurried in and bowed before he said, "Pavilion Master, I've contacted Li Chun. He'll be here soon." Lu Zhou nodded. He sat down and continued to wait. The others from the Evil Sky Pavilion came over to wait with Lu Zhou as well when they heard the news. About 15 minutes later, a burst of hearty laughter rang in the air, followed by a voice that said, "A wise man submits to circumstances. I admire such people the most." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. Li Chun, the Tao Saint of Xuanyi Palace, walked in with his hands clasped on his back. When he walked into the training hall and saw Lu Zhou and the others, he said with a smile, "It's been a while. I didn't expect your cultivation to improve so quickly." "I'm just lucky," Lu Zhou replied. Li Chun said, "Then you're really lucky. Sit," Lu Zhou said as he pointed at the seat next to him. Li Chun sat down without hesitation and said, "I know what you're thinking. I'll say it again. If you're willing to join the Dark Guards, I'll welcome you at any time." Lu Li said, "The Pavilion Master has thought about this matter. After all, one should always strive for improvement. I hope Tao Saint Li is willing to help." Li Chun had been searching for talents over the past 100 years. He had gathered quite a number of cultivators from the 9 domains. However, there were still not enough people. Otherwise, he would not have tried to recruit them the last time they met. The competition from the other 9 halls made the task even more difficult. Li Chun smiled and said, "That's not a problem. Once you join the Dark Guards, we'll be a family." At this moment, Lu Zhou interjected, "I invited you here today to discuss the matter. I don't have to necessarily join the Dark Guards or Xuanyi Palace." Upon hearing this, Li Chun frowned. "Are you trying to play with me?" Lu Zhou continued to say, "After all, there are 10 halls in the Great Void." In other words, Xuanyi Palace was not the only choice. Li Chun, who was slightly frightened by these words, said with a smile, "How can it be the same? Xuanyi Palace has high status. Apart from the sacred temple, we don't have to care about the other 9 halls at all. If you join the other halls, it might not be the same." After a pause, he added, "Not everyone can join Xuanyi Palace. It's best if you think this through." Lu Zhou nodded and said, "If you want me to join Xuanyi Palace, you have to agree to one condition." "Speak," Li Chun said. His attitude was very different from before. "Everyone here is my old friends. I hope they'll be able to share my fate," Lu Zhou said. Li Chun swept his gaze across everyone and nodded. He thought that this was truly a case of a group of people riding on one person's success. He briefly sensed their cultivation and thought it was not bad. Although some of them did not meet the standards, it was not impossible to accept them for Lu Zhou's sake. Since he lacked manpower at this time, he had to lower his standards. Li Chun sized them up for a moment before he suddenly asked with a strange expression. I remember you have a few disciples with rather good cultivation. Where are they now? Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou knew there were quite a number of things Li Chun was not privy to. It was not surprising. After all, his disciples were the owners of the great void seeds and had been taken away by 5 supreme beings. It was likely as difficult as ascending to the heavens just to meet his disciples or learn anything about them. Even Xianxia, who was in the great void, had people constantly watching over little Yuaner and Conk, let alone the others who were in the Lost Lands. Lu Zhou replied honestly, I don't know where they went. What a pity, Li Chun said. Then, after glancing at Chun Fu's portrait, he asked, Chun Fu's time should have arrived a long time ago. Where are his disciples? Everyone was speechless. Clearly, Li Chun was desperate to recruit talents. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly when he was reminded of Chun Fu's death. He did not want the Great Void to disturb Chun Fu's disciples, so he said, they had long left to live in seclusion. Li Chun revealed a regretful expression as he said, what a pity. Chun Fu's disciples are quite talented. With a little nurturing, they'd be good cultivators in the future. Alas, it's too late for regret. After a moment, Li Chun said, I can agree to your condition, but... He paused for a moment before he continued to say, once you enter the Great Void, you have to abide by the rules of the Great Void. Before Lu Zhou could reply, Lu Li said, of course. No matter what, they had to enter the Great Void first. They could afford to take things slowly. If they could not enter the Great Void, it would be useless to say or do anything else. All right, Li Chun was exceptionally excited. He rose to his feet and continued to say, I, Li Chun, will congratulate everyone first. From now on, you're all people above many others. After 3 days, I'll bring you up to the sky with me. In Li Chun's opinion, as long as they could strengthen Xuanyi Palace's power, it did not matter what backgrounds they had. In the past years, he had recruited all kinds of talents, and they were all powerful figures from various forces. Hence, he did not care about Lu Zhou's attitude or air. After entering the Great Void, one would still have to crouch them when one was among dragons and tigers. None of the cultivators from the 9 domains dared to stand out. This had been proven over the past 100,000 years. As for the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, the problem they were worried about did not happen. They did not know what Li Chun was thinking, nor did they know much about the Great Void. To them, the most important thing was going to the Great Void. At night, Lu Zhou sat cross-legged, immersed in comprehending the Heaven Scroll. As soon as he started, that familiar feeling appeared again. Everything has a beginning and an end. They have an origin and a destination. The reincarnation of the great Tao is endless. His consciousness seemed to have been pulled into a vortex. Nothing was important at the moment. It was as though he had entered a dream. In the dream, his power disappeared. When he encountered fierce beasts, he could not fly and could not leave. The cycle repeated itself over and over again. It was endless. Occasionally, he would dream about the Merit Stone. It was engraved with strange and mysterious symbols, and it emitted a dazzling golden light. After an unknown amount of time, he heard a voice. Pavilion Master. Pavilion Master. He felt as though his consciousness was rising from the bottom sea. With each call, his consciousness rose and broke free of the endless darkness. When his consciousness returned to his body, and he finally opened his eyes, he felt like he had just awoken from a long dream. The sky outside the window was not very bright. Everything in the hall was still the same. Lu Zhou exhaled and thought to himself, what kind of power is in the Heaven Scroll? Everything is still a mess, and I have no clue at all. At this time, the voice called out again, Pavilion Master. Tao Saintly has been waiting for you for a long time. All right, Lu Zhou replied. When he was comprehending the Heaven Scroll, he would lose all his senses and lose track of time. As his comprehension deepened, the state of immersion would no longer be as deep. This time, he could feel the state of immersion was not as deep before, which meant his comprehension had improved. It was a good thing. Lu Zhou rose to his feet and walked toward the door. Before leaving, he turned and looked at the tables, chairs, and things in the training hall. The world, people, and things had changed. Things would never be the same again. Perhaps he would not return to this place again in the future. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion had already gathered. Li Chun paced back and forth, waiting for Lu Zhou's arrival. Meng Chongdong said with a smile, "Dao Saintly, please wait for a while. The pavilion master will be here soon." Li Chun said with a smile, "No rush, no rush. Talented people are worth waiting for. I've already waited for 100 years. Waiting for a little longer isn't a problem." These words were only perfunctory. In fact, Li Chun was already feeling very anxious inwardly. At this moment, Lu Zhou walked over from afar with his hands on his back. His aura did not change, and he said with an air of superiority, "Sorry for the wait. Let's go." To be honest, Li Chun felt a little strange. He thought for a while before he said in a low voice, "Brother Lu, I have a small suggestion. Speak. After you enter the Great Void, it's best to put away your airs." Li Chun said, "I'm only saying this for your good. The Great Void isn't like the 9 domains." In fact, in the past, Li Chun often said these words, "You might be high and mighty in the 9 domains, but you're nothing in the Great Void." A rookie has to have the awareness and attitude of a rookie. However, since the person in front of him was a little special, Li Chun was more tactful with his words this time. Lu Zhou said, "I know what to do. Li Chun. Forget it. Forget it. In any case, my mission has been completed. After entering the Great Void, he'll be on his own. Even if he offends the big boss, I won't have anything to do with it." Finally, Li Chun said before flying north, "Since that's the case, let's go." Previously, Lu Zhou briefly thought about bringing his mounts, but he knew it would be too conspicuous. Hence, he let them stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion for the time being. Under Lu Zhou's lead, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion followed Li Chun and flew north. Soon after, they flew straight up into the sky. "It's in the sky?" Meng Chongdong did not expect the passage leading to the Great Void would be high up in the sky. Li Chun said with a smile, "It's different for all 10 halls. For me, I prefer the passages to be in the sky." Everyone flew past the clouds and saw a mountain peak. At this time, Li Chun pushed his hand out and said loudly, "It's up ahead. Follow closely." Then, a ray of light shot toward the mountain peak. A buzzing noise rang out as soon as it touched the mountain peak. Following that, a huge runic circle lit up, revealing the complex and dense runes within the circle. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hongfu exclaimed in admiration, "I've never seen such marvelous runes." Li Chun seemed used to this reaction. He said, "It's only natural you've never seen anything like them. These can only be carved by supreme beings." When the runes lit up completely, Li Chun said, "Everyone, hold on. Whoosh, 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 whoosh." Li Chun was the first to fly into the runic passage, followed by Lu Zhou before the others flew in one after another. In just a blink of an eye, everyone entered the runic passage. Upon seeing this, Li Chun shouted, "Go!" A beam of dazzling light soared up into the sky as energy resonated fiercely. They felt dizzy as they traveled through the runic passage. The ride was rather bumpy. Li Chun said with a smile, "You'll all feel a little comfortable the first time traveling through the core passage. Just bear with it for a little while." The others nodded. In fact, the core passage was no different from an ordinary passage. It was just that it contained more energy. 15 minutes passed in just a blink of an eye. When the light dissipated, they found themselves at the top of a mountain peak. The clouds floated lazily in the blue sky. The wind was gentle, and the sun was bright. There was a 30,000-mile river that led to the sea in the east, and a 5,000-foot tall mountain that towered in the sky. This was the scene that greeted them. The people of the evil sky pavilion were in a daze. They had been living in the imbalance for so long now. For 200 years, they had not seen a clear sky or a blazing sun. They had all imagined the beautiful scenery, the life, and the environment in the great void, and they thought it would definitely be better than any places in the 9 domains. However, what they were seeing now still exceeded their expectations. To say that the great void was like paradise on earth was still not doing it justice. This is the great void? Pan Zhong's mouth was agape, and his expression was one of shock. In the past, the 9 domains did not lack beautiful sceneries. However, they all paled in comparison to the great void. Li Chun stood his hands on his back and said with a smile, "Everyone, welcome. This is the great void that everyone yearns for." Is the great void really in the sky? The great void has always been above everything. This isn't a height ordinary humans can reach, Li Chun said. Meng Chongdong said, filled with praise. How can something like this be created by humans? Updates by, I really don't know about this. However, if you're interested in this, there are many experts in the Great Void. You can speak to them, Li Chun said. Ever since he joined the Great Void, he never gave much thought to this matter. There were also many natives of Great Void, born and raised here, who did not care about or know about this matter as well. At this time, Lu Zhou said, the earth gave birth to the 10 pillars of destruction. In one night, they lifted the Great Void. Li Chun glanced at Lu Zhou and asked, Brother Lu, how do you know? I've seen it in my dreams, Lu Zhou said expressionlessly. Your joke isn't funny at all. Everyone enjoyed the beautiful scenery in the Great Void for a while. They enjoyed the rich vitality energy and the faint Great Void energy that permeated the air. For a moment they were all in a daze. From what I know, only the soil from the Great Void and the Great Void seeds emit Great Void energy. Why is the Great Void energy so rich here? Even the air is permeated by the energy. With this, it was no wonder that the cultivators of the Great Void were powerful. With such natural advantage, it was enough to crush the 9 domains. The 10 pillars of destruction that lead to the Great Void are like a well of water, Li Chun said with a smile before he reminded them. Don't openly talk or ask about this matter. We all know this, but we don't speak about it. Moreover, there are other taboos here that I have to tell you about. Lu Li said, Please tell us, Dao Saintly. First, don't talk about whether or not the sky will collapse. It's none of our business. Second, the sacred temple is in charge of everything related to the balance of heaven and earth. Third, don't talk of the unholy one no matter how curious you are. Fourth, don't wander around the Great Void especially when you're new to it. Xuani Palace corresponds with Huantan's Pillar of Destruction and occupies an unknown amount of space. It's rather big, but you can still accidentally wander to any of the 9 halls, Li Chun said. Then, Li Chun pointed up ahead before he continued to say, There's a passage over there that leads to Xuani Palace. Everyone followed Li Chun as he flew. It did not take long for them to arrive by the side of the passage. Li Chun pointed to the west and said, There are quite a lot of divine beasts in the Great Void, and we have beast tamers to tame them. If you wander around and encounter one you can't deal with, I won't be responsible for it. Meng Chongdong said, Don't worry, Dao Saintly. Then, everyone followed Li Chun and entered the passage. Swoosh! The passage lit up. This time, the journey was much smoother than the one before. In just a moment, they arrived at the square in front of a towering hall. A 3-legged cauldron stood in the middle of the square. The main hall is also the Great Hall of Xuani Palace. The dark guards are mostly situated in the side halls, Li Chun said, as they admired the architecture of the buildings in Xuani Palace. From time to time, they would meet curious cultivators along the way. When the curious cultivators saw them, they would smile and say, There are finally newcomers in Xuani Palace. Lu Zhou ignored these people and led Lu Zhou and the others to the base of the Dark Guards. He said, This is the Dark Guards base. According to the old rules, you'll be grouped into a team of newcomers. Brother Lu, you'll be the leader of the team. I'll take my leave now to report to the hall. When the time is right, I'll bring you to meet the Emperor. Meng Chongdong cupped his fists together and said, "Thank you." Li Chun looked at Lu Zhou and thought to himself helplessly, "This fellow still can't put down his pride. Forget it." Following that, Li Chun flew toward the main hall. It did not take long before Li Chun arrived at the main hall of Xuanyi Palace, one of the 10 great halls. As soon as he entered the hall, he became respectful, and his expression turned solemn. He said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, Commander Zhang." Xuanyi, the master of Xuanyi Palace, and Zhang He, the commander of Xuanyi Palace, turned around and looked at Li Chun at the same time. Xianxia said, "No need for formalities." Li Chun straightened his back before he said with a smile, "This time, I managed to recruit 19 people to join the Dark Guards." Zhang He looked surprised. 19? You managed to recruit quite a lot of people this time. Since Xuanyi Palace is lacking manpower, I'm doing my best to recruit people, Li Chun replied. How are these people's cultivation and talent? Zhang He asked. Li Chun said, overall they're good. However, some are more talented than others. I'm sure Commander Zhang will be satisfied with them. Although some are slightly lacking, since they know each other, I made the decision to bring all of them here. Zhang He nodded. Well done. Did you tell them about the rules of the Great Void? I did. All they have to do now is to adapt to life in the Great Void, Li Chun replied. Zhang He said, the competition for the commanders is drawing near. I hope these people can adapt before then. Commander Zhang, don't worry. These people definitely won't disappoint you, Li Chun said. At this moment, Xuanyi said, all cultivators above the Dao Saint state can challenge any of the 10 halls in the once-in-100-year competition for the position of commander. Zhang He, don't disappoint me. Zhang He bowed and said, don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll do all I can to protect the position of commander of Xuanyi Palace. The once-in-100-year competition for the position of commander in the 10 halls was something the Sacred Temple came up with 100,000 years ago. It was a way to give lower-level cultivators to advance, but it was also a way to keep the 10 halls in check. As long as the competition existed, the commanders of the 10 halls would be changed, and the hall masters of the 10 halls would not be able to easily cultivate trusted aides. Do you know who your opponent is? I received a letter from the Azure Emperor. If there aren't any unforeseen circumstances, my opponent should be a cultivator by his side, Zhang He said. The Azure Emperor, Xuanyi sighed softly before he said. He left the Great Void so long ago and lived in seclusion in the Lost Land. Now that the Great Void is safe and sound, he wants to return. Zhang He said confidently. If the Azure Emperor wants to return, he'd have to see what the Sacred Temple thinks about it. You have a point. I don't believe Ming Xian will watch idly if the masters of the 10 halls are replaced by those supreme beings whose loyalty isn't with the Great Void, Xuanyi said. Zhang He nodded. At this time, Li Chun said, there aren't many experts around the Azure Emperor. He doesn't have many Dao Saints around him, and he doesn't have a single great Dao Saint around him. Don't tell me he plans to personally challenge Commander Zhang. After all, it would be beneath the Azure Emperor to challenge Zhang He for his position. Zhang He said, 100 years ago, the Azure Emperor found 2 owners of the Great Void Seeds. It said they're Dao Saints or have the strength of one at least. The owners of the Great Void Seeds? I learned about their existence about 70 years ago. One of them is skilled in saber and loves the saber like he loves his life. Similarly, the other is a skilled swordsman and treats the sword like his life. Although they're talented, they're still far from being able to defeat me, Zhang He said. Don't underestimate your opponents, Xuanyi said. Understood, Zhang He said before he straightened his back and looked at Li Chun and said, Dao Saintly, I'm very interested in the 19 people you brought back. Bring me to meet them. Li Chun could not wait to do so. After all, it was not his job to educate the newcomers or correct their attitudes. He moved to the side and made an inviting gesture as he said, Please, Commander Zhang. Zhang He placed great importance on the Dark Guards. Due to the battle with the Silver Guards, the Dark Guards had suffered many casualties. During the battle at Shanyan's Pillar of Destruction, the Dark Guards had expended a lot of effort. Li Chun and Zhang He quickly arrived at the Dark Hall, the base of the Dark Guards. At this moment, the other Dark Guards were giving explanations to the newcomers. When they saw the duo approaching, they bowed and called out, "Greetings, Commander Zhang." Zhang He, as the commander of Xuanyi Palace, was also the leader of the Dark Guards. He had the highest authority in the Dark Hall, and Li Chun helped him to manage the Dark Hall. Li Chun's role was more logistical in the Dark Hall. Usually, missions were all issued by Zhang He. Zhang He stood with his hands on his back as swept his gaze across the Dark Guards and said, "No need for formalities." Li Chun pointed at the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, who were standing at the side, and said, "They're the new Dark Guards." The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion nodded at Zhang He. Zhang He asked, "Have you selected the captain for the team of newcomers?" "Yes, it's him," Li Chun said as he gestured at Lu Zhou. Zhang He sized Lu Zhou up. Lu Zhou looked mature and steady. His aura and bearing were extraordinary as well. His air was one that belonged to those who had been in a high position for a long time. With one hand hanging by his side and the other placed on his back, he looked ahead with the attitude of someone looking down on the world from high above. In the eyes of the people from the Great Void, this kind of posture was clearly one that asked for a beating. Lu Zhou maintained this posture because it was not only natural to him but also because of other reasons. Updates by Zhang He did not seem to care. Instead, he asked, "How should I address you?" Lu Zhou met Zhang He's gaze and replied, "My surname is Lu. From now on, you're the captain of the newcomers. Are you willing?" Zhang He asked. Instead of replying, Lu Zhou asked, "Are you the commander of Xuanyi Palace?" "That's right," Zhang He replied. At this moment, Li Chun hurriedly reminded Lu Zhou, "Brother Lu, when you face Commander Zhang, you have to be more polite." Zhang He raised his hand and said, "This is a small matter. As long as you can contribute to Xuanyi Palace, nothing is important." Li Chun smiled and said, "As expected of the commander of our Xuanyi Palace. You're so magnanimous that it's admirable." After that, Lu Zhou pointed at the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion and said, "These people naturally belong to me." Without missing a beat, Zhang He smiled and said, "And you belong to me." The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. The people of the Evil Sky Pavilion looked at Lu Zhou worriedly. If they were in any of the 9 domains, they would be the first to rush up and kill Zhang He. After all, how could Zhang He speak to their pavilion master in such a manner? Alas, they were in the Great Void now. They had to keep a low profile and could not be too ostentatious. In any case, whether or not to tolerate Zhang He, it all depended on the pavilion master in the end. However, was tolerance something the Evil Sky Pavilion practiced? Of course not. Lu Zhou had kept a low profile earlier in order to enter the Great Void. Now, his goal had been achieved. The Great Void was so big, it was not necessary for him to stay in Xuanyi Palace. Why should he care about Zhang He? Hence, he placed his hands on his back and asked expressionlessly, "Are you worthy, Li Chun?" Zhang He frowned. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted immediately. Li Chun's eyes widened slightly in surprise as he thought to himself, "It seems like my reminders are useless. You're still putting on airs. Can you survive in the Great Void this way?" Zhang He called out, "Li Chun, what are your orders, Commander Zhang?" "Teach him the rules of Xuanyi Palace," Zhang He said with a scoff. Then, with his hands on his back, he turned to leave. He had just taken 2 steps when he suddenly turned and said, "During my next visit, I hope he'll behave appropriately." "Li Chun? Why is this on me now?" Lu Zhou looked at Li Chun and asked expressionlessly, "Do you think you're capable of teaching me this?" Li Chun really did not want to fight. He knew that Lu Zhou's cultivation was not low, but if he did not do something, he would definitely offend Zhang He. Before Li Chun could act, Zhang He scoffed and flashed. His speed was so fast that the others from the Evil Sky Pavilion could not react at all. Although Zhang He's control over time and space was better than the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, it was still lower than Lu Zhou's. In Lu Zhou's eyes, Zhang He's speed was normal. There was not much change at all. He could even clearly see the angry expression on Zhang He's face. Just when Zhang He arrived in front of him, he suddenly attacked. When their attacks collided, the tyrannical power of the Tao rippled out. At the same time, space began to ripple in the sky above the dark hall. At the same time, Emperor Xuani, who was resting in the distant Great Hall, frowned slightly and looked outside. Zhang He, who thought he could teach Lu Zhou a lesson with just a move, looked at Lu Zhou in shock after he felt the surging power of Lu Zhou's attack. He asked, "You managed to block my attack?" "Why not?" Lu Zhou said nonchalantly. "Do you know that you're in Xuani Palace's dark hall?" Zhang He reminded Lu Zhou solemnly. Would Xuani Palace have any dignity left if a newcomer was allowed to behave so impudently? "Where's Xuani?" Lu Zhou forgo any title and directly called out Xuani's name. Li Chun was shocked. He did not expect this at all. He thought that Lu Zhou's arrogance truly knew no bounds. "You'll have to see if you're worthy of meeting His Majesty." "You!" Bang! Before Zhang He could finish his sentence, a surging power swept out. Following that, he was pushed almost 40 feet back. He looked at Lu Zhou, who was standing calmly, in shock. He asked, uncertain, "Are you a great Tao saint?" Zhang He had only intended to discipline the newcomer, so he did not use his full strength. Nonetheless, he was surprised the newcomer's attack caused his arm to feel a little numb. Based on the attack, the newcomer was at least a great Tao saint. At this moment, a figure appeared in the sky. Zhang He, Li Chun. Zhang He and Li Chun raised their heads at the same time. When they saw Xuani, they bowed immediately. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The dark guards bowed as well. "What's the commotion all about?" Xuani asked as he looked around. "It's just a small matter. The newcomers had just arrived, so they need time to adapt to the rules here," Zhang He replied. Xuani nodded before he looked at the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Finally, his gaze rested on Lu Zhou, who possessed the most extraordinary aura. Lu Zhou looked at Xuani as well. There were reasons Lu Zhou previously decided to join Xuani Palace, but the others were unaware of them. He was too lazy to explain. There were many things that he could only think about and do on his own. He stared at Xuani unblinkingly as he said indifferently, "After 100,000 years, you finally fulfilled your wish and managed to become a divine king." Lu Zhou continued to say, "After 100,000 years, you're no longer the crying child you once were. I'm very pleased." Li Chun felt truly speechless at this moment. He had no words to describe Lu Zhou's arrogance. To speak to the master of Xuani Palace in such a manner, Lu Zhou was the most arrogant newcomer he had ever met in his life. He remained quiet and did not intend to interfere. With Xuani here, the newcomer would naturally suffer for his arrogance. Zhang He, unlike Li Chun who decided to remain invisible, said in a deep voice, "Impudent." Buzz. Zhang He struck again. The space rippled. Zhang He thought that Lu Zhou had made a move when the space rippled above him. However, he watched in shock as his attack was easily neutralized by the from above. Boom! Following that, Zhang He was sent flying by a powerful spatial power. While he was sent flying, his mind was blank. Only one word appeared in his mind. Why? The dark guards were also confused. They wondered if Xianxia had mistakenly attacked the wrong person. "Your Majesty?" Zhang He, who finally regained his footing, looked at Xuani in confusion. He suppressed the surging qi and blood in his body and asked, "Why?" Xuani's expression was only slightly unnatural as he said, "Fights are forbidden among the dark guards. I'll punish you to reflect on your mistakes for 3 days. "Huh!" Zhang He was truly confused. However, seeing the solemn expression on Xuani's face, he could only say in a low voice, "Yes, Your Majesty." At the same time, Zhang He thought to himself, "Even I was punished. This newcomer would have a broken leg at least." Xuani turned to Lu Zhou before he continued to say, "Your cultivation is not bad. I have always appreciated talents. Would you like to chat with me at the Great Hall?" Zhang He, Li Chun, the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, the Dark Guards, Faced with such a situation, not only was everyone shocked, but they were confused as well. Previously, Li Chun admired Lu Zhou and felt that Lu Zhou should be a Dao saint at the very least. After witnessing Lu Zhou's exchange with Zhang he was even more certain that Lu Zhou's cultivation was quite high. However, it was not to the extent that the dignified master of Xuanyi Palace would take a liking to Lu Zhou and forsake his loyal subordinate, right? Not only that, but Xuanyi even punished Zhang He. Zhang He was confused as well. He bowed and asked, "Your Majesty, why?" It was fine if Zhang He had remained silent, but Xuanyi frowned as soon as Zhang He spoke. He said, "Zhang He, are my words meaningless to you?" With these words, Zhang He was further shocked and no longer dared to say anything. He bowed and said, "I'll carry out my punishment now." After saying that, Zhang He glanced at Lu Zhou and the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion before he turned around and left. Li Chun hurriedly said, Brother Zhang, please calm down." Xuanyi looked at Li Chun and asked, "Why? Do you want to be punished along with him?" Li Chun hastily bowed and said, "I don't dare. All of you are dismissed." "Understood." With that, Xuanyi flashed and appeared a few feet in front of Lu Zhou. Then, he said with a smile, "Please." Following that, Xuanyi and Lu Zhou vanished at almost the same time. Everyone was shocked again. "If I'm not mistaken, I heard His Majesty use the word please." "You must have heard wrongly. No matter how powerful the newcomer is, there's no way His Majesty would say please to him." "Fine. Even if I misheard, I definitely didn't see wrongly. I saw His Majesty smiling at him." At this moment, Li Chun said in a dark voice, "Don't you have anything better to do?" With this, the dark guards quickly dispersed. Li Chun was smart. He knew sometimes it was useful to use his status to pressure others, but he also knew it depended on the person. When he first went to Autumn Dew Mountain, he had known Lu Zhou was not simple. He recalled the White Emperor's token and thought it was not too surprising that Lu Zhou was invited over for a chat. With that, he left the dark hall with a smile on his face. In the great hall of Xuanyi Palace, Xuanyi Hall. The hall was magnificent. When they arrived, Xuanyi looked at Lu Zhou and asked tentatively, "Do you know me?" Lu Zhou smiled faintly and pointed at the throne in the hall before he said, "I left a word on that throne." Then Lu Zhou drew in the air with a finger. An energy seal with the word stillness swept over to the throne, causing it to thrum slightly. Xuanyi was shocked upon seeing this. Apart from him, only one person knew about the word stillness on his throne. He exclaimed, "Unholy, so it's you." Lu Zhou nodded slightly. Xuanyi, who found this hard to believe, trembled slightly. After an unknown amount of time, he finally said, How's this possible? The Great Void said that you're dead." Lu Zhou turned around with his hands on his back and looked outside the hall as he said, "I've mastered the resurrection technique." Upon hearing this, Xuanyi discarded his pride and fell to his knees. Then, he bowed respectfully to Lu Zhou and said, "Greetings." 1 second ago, Xuanyi was the dignified master of Xuanyi Palace. But now he was just like a polite child. After all, he had already confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. At this moment, Xuanyi was a little at a loss after saying the word greetings. He did not know how to address the person in front of him. The entire Great Void referred to him as the Unholy One, but with their relationship, it seemed a little disrespectful to call him the Unholy One. Lu Zhou sighed emotionally. In ancient times, humans and fierce beasts were indistinguishable. Humans also didn't have so many rules at that time. 100,000 years passed in just a blink of an eye. Everything changed too quickly. "You're right," Lu Zhou said with a straight face. "You can just address me as Pavilion Master Lu just like the others." This, Xuanyi thought about it for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, "Back then, you gave me some pointers. If it's possible, I'd like to address you as teacher." "Forget about that." Lu Zhou shook his head as well and said, "The pointers were nothing. In the end, you still depended on yourself to achieve what you have now." At this time, Xuanyi sighed and said, Regarding your matter at that time, there was nothing I could do. In the current world, it was not difficult to completely erase a person from the history books. If one felt that something was wrong, one could take a pen and rewrite it. At the very most, one only needed to expend a little more effort to be thorough with the erasure. How could Xuanyi not understand this? However, back then, he had wondered why the elder he had respected had suddenly become the fearsome, unholy one in the world. Xuanyi waved his hand, activating the isolation formation to prevent people from eavesdropping. At the same time, a dazzling light lit up the outside of Xuanyi Hall, indicating that Xuanyi was not to be disturbed. Xuanyi did not beat around the bush and asked, "What happened?" Lu Zhou sighed again and said, "I can't remember many things." A regretful expression appeared on Xuanyi's face upon hearing this. Then he said, "I heard that you and Tu Wei fought fiercely, and both of you fell into the abyss after being severely injured." Lu Zhou scoffed. "Is Tu Wei worthy to be mentioned in the same sentence as me?" Xuanyi nodded. "You're right." Lu Zhou walked to the side and looked at the murals on the wall before he asked, "It's been 100,000 years, and you still keep these?" "Back then, you said that as long as I meditated and studied the murals every day, I would definitely gain something. Over the past 100,000 years, I haven't stopped," Xuanyi replied. "The murals are real, but the words might not be completely accurate," Lu Zhou said. Xuanyi did not understand, but it did not matter at this moment. He said, "You returned to the Great Void this time. To look for someone," Lu Zhou said. "To look for someone?" Xuanyi asked in disbelief. "That's right," Lu Zhou said. Xuanyi's expression turned solemn, and his tone turned dignified again as he said, "Don't worry. If you need help, I'll help you." Lu Zhou turned to look at Xuanyi silently. After a long while, he shook his head and said, 100,000 years have passed, and I'm no longer the same as before. I only returned to the Great Void to look for someone." Xuanyi no longer insisted. He was aware of how the unholy one who dominated the Great Void for 100,000 years fell from his high position. Finally, he said, "I understand if you don't trust me. However, since you're in the Great Void now, I hope you'll stay in Xuanyi Palace." Lu Zhou thought about it for a moment before he shook his head and asked, "My identity is special. Aren't you worried about being implicated? If I'm afraid, I wouldn't have been able to become the master of Xuanyi Palace. Moreover, not many know about your true identity. If anyone dares to leak it out, I'll kill them immediately," Xuanyi said in a low voice. Lu Zhou looked as though he was still hesitating. Upon seeing this, Xuanyi bowed and said, "I hope teacher will agree. Back then, although I did give you some pointers, I'm far from being worthy of you calling me teacher. I can't accept this title," Lu Zhou said with a wave of his sleeve. Then he turned to leave. Upon seeing this, Xuanyi hastily said, "I just wanted to express my respect. After thinking about it, I thought it's the only suitable form of address. If you don't think it's suitable, then forget it." Lu Zhou stopped in his tracks and turned to look at Xuanyi with a satisfied expression. Then he said, "You're still a child that can be taught." With that, Xuanyi hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Lu Zhou's arm. Then he said, "Today, I'm going to have a good chat with Pavilion Master Lu. We won't go to bed until we're drunk. There are still a few things I don't understand about the things you said to me back then." Then, he looked outside before he raised his voice and said, "Prepare the wine." At the same time, the female attendant outside Xuanyi Hall looked at the brightly lit hall in confusion. She thought Xuanyi must have been busy recently and wanted to drink to ease his worries. Then, she hurriedly replied, "Understood." Li Chun flew about 100 miles east and arrived at the training hall where Zhang He was. The hall was close to the mountains and the rivers. The vitality energy and the great void energy were rich. It was far superior to any training halls in the 9 domains. Li Chun flashed inside and asked with a smile, "Commander Zhang, are you really facing the wall to reflect on your mistake?" At this moment, Zhang He sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, facing a wall. When he heard Li Chun's voice, he opened his eyes and said, It's my duty to obey His Majesty's orders. Li Chun nodded. Yes, with Commander Zhang around, His Majesty won't need to worry. Zhang, he scoffed. Don't flatter me. You brought that person here, didn't you? Li Chun sighed and said, You're too rash today. His background isn't simple. He's just a cultivator from the 9 domains. What kind of background can he have? Zhang, he asked, puzzled. He's one of the White Emperor's men, Li Chun replied. Upon hearing this, a surprised expression appeared on Zhang He's face. Then realization dawned on him. No wonder. Why didn't you say so earlier? Instead of directly replying to the question, Li Chun said, Previously, the White Emperor obtained 2 owners of the Great Void Seeds. They're also the most likely candidates to participate in the competition for the positions of commanders of the 10 halls. Since that person took the initiative to contact me, I suspect he's an expert sent by the White Emperor to investigate the situation. I didn't say anything earlier because I didn't want to alert the enemy. Zhang, he nodded. The White Emperor really has no intention of giving up. Qi Sheng, the new commander of Two-Way Hall, is also someone from the White Emperor's side. He also has a good relationship with the Sacred Temple. We, from Xuanyi Palace, have to better understand the situation before we determine if someone's a friend or foe, Li Chun said. Zhang, he said, still surprised. Then, perhaps, the person with the surname Lu isn't exactly an enemy of ours. Li Chun smiled. That's right. That's why I brought him to Xuanyi Palace. Zhang, he thought about it for a moment before he said, Wait, how did you know he's one of the White Emperor's men? He had the White Emperor's token. He showed it to me. Something's not right. He knows you've seen the token, and yet he still brazenly followed you here? It doesn't make sense, Zhang, he said. Well, we can only obtain the answers from him, and isn't His Majesty chatting with him now? Li Chun asked with a smile. Realization dawned on Zhang He again. His Majesty is truly wise. In just a blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Zhang He and Li Chun appeared near Xuanyi Hall. Li Chun said, When we enter the hall, remember to act like nothing happened. After all, he's one of the White Emperor's men. Don't worry. I know what to do, Zhang He replied. Li Chun nodded before he bowed in the direction of Xuanyi Hall. Li Chun requests an audience with Emperor Xuanyi. Following that, the doors of Xuanyi Hall slowly swung open. Enter. The duo walked in at the same time. When they saw Lu Zhou and Xuanyi smiling and chatting happily, they were momentarily stunned. At this time, Xuanyi looked at Zhang He and asked, Why aren't you apologizing to Pavilion Master Lu? Before Zhang He responded, he added in a deep voice, You must obey my orders. Zhang He bowed and said, Pavilion Master Lu, please forgive me for my previous offense. Forget about it. Lu Zhou waved his sleeve, indicating he would not stoop to Zhang He's level. Xuanyi nodded in satisfaction. Zhang He was usually hot-tempered, but he was surprised that Zhang He managed to rein in his temper today. Zhang He had truly improved a lot. Initially, he had planned to say a few words of reproach, but now it seemed like they were not needed. In the end, Xuanyi only said, Pavilion Master Lu is tired. Both of you, send Pavilion Master Lu back to rest. Understood. Lu Zhou did not stand on ceremony and left, accompanied by Zhang He and Li Chun. After the trio left, Xuanyi waved his sleeve immediately. The doors to Xuanyi Hall closed, and its outside lit up again. Then, he flashed to the murals and stared at them intently as he muttered to himself, One flower, one world, one leaf, one awareness. All things in the world have a beginning and an end. They form an endless cycle. At the dark hall, the dark guards were busy attending to their tasks at this time. However, when they saw Zhang He, Li Chun, and Lu Zhou, they straightened their backs and greeted them. Zhang He was very polite as he said, Pavilion Master Lu, it's an honor that you joined the Dark Guards. Previously, I failed to recognize you. Please don't take it to heart. Lu Zhou replied, Knowing one's mistake is also a huge improvement. Zhang He, you're really shameless. If it weren't for the White Emperor, who would care about you? Li Chun smiled and said, Pavilion Master Lu, you're different from the others. In the future, there's no need for you to do anything. If you need anything, please feel free to tell me. For example, if you need suggestions about delicious food and fun things to do. As long as you ask, there's nothing I can't do. Very well. Then we won't disturb you any further. Pavilion Master Lu. Please rest well. Li Chun and Zhang He cupped their fists together at Lu Zhou before they turned around and left. The Dark Guards? The Dark Guards were confused. Only 3 days had passed, but the world had changed. Why was their commander bowing and kowtowing to a newcomer? It did not make sense at all. Meng Changdong and Lu Li were stunned. They scratched their heads and looked at the sky in confusion. They really could not figure it out. In the end, only a sentence appeared in their mind. The Pavilion Master is really awesome. Due to Xuani, Zhang He and Li Chun's attitudes had changed greatly. With this, the Dark Guards were also more polite when faced with the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion. They did not dare to ask the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion to do menial tasks as well. As for the people of the Evil Sky Pavilion, they were rather tactful. They helped without being asked to show their worth. Needless to say, it was impossible for their Pavilion Master to do such a thing. It was known where the rumors came from, but rumors had been swirling around about how Lu Zhou, the captain of the new Dark Guards, and Xuani had chatted happily at night. The duo was said to be discussing the Tao, and they benefited from each other. Most shockingly, they heard Xuani had even gained some insight from Lu Zhou. These rumors made the Dark Guards even more polite to Lu Zhou. In the following period of time, Lu Zhou spent some time exploring the place. With Xuani's appreciation for him and his identity as the White Emperor's subordinate, as long as it was not a forbidden area, he could travel rather freely. Lu Zhou found some places familiar and unfamiliar. Naturally, these familiar places were only because of the memories from 100,000 years ago that he obtained. Lu Zhou also went to Xuani Palace's Rune Hall, Formation Hall, and Training Halls. Sometimes, he could not help but say a few words from the side. Those who were able to join any of the 10 halls in the Great Void were all elites, whether they were natives to the Great Void or 9 domains. However, those from the 9 domains were easier to teach. All in all, everyone learned a thing or two from Lu Zhou. Following that, it did not take long for these people to hear about how that highly talented person was from the Dark Guards in Xuani Palace and had caught Xuani's eye, and it caused another stir. When Lu Zhou learned about the matter, he said, I was only casually making a few words of enlightenment. It's not so exaggerated. Meng Changdong said, Pavilion Master is right. When one becomes a supreme being, one's cultivation depends more on one's state of mind. It'd be strange to improve by leaps and bounds with just a few words. At this time, Yan Zhenluo walked in from outside. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Where are the others? Lu Zhou asked. Since we can wander relatively freely in Xuani Palace, the others have gone to different places to learn new things. There are many places to learn from here, such as the Rune Hall, Forging Hall, the Formation Hall, and the library. The library here has many books about Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism techniques. They are much more comprehensive than any in the 9 domains. Yan Zhenluo replied. Lu Zhou nodded. That's good. Yan Zhenluo smiled and said, It's a pity that Pavilion Master Lu is busy. Otherwise, we'd gain more from Pavilion Master Lu's guidance. This could be seen from Lu Zhou's 10 disciples. It was a pity such an encounter was fated and could not be sought. After Yan Zhenluo finished speaking, Li Chun walked in from outside with a smile on his face. Dao Saint Li is here as well, Yan Zhenluo said. Li Chun cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou and said, Brother Lu, it's only been a few days since we last met, but you look radiant. Lu Zhou asked, What's the matter? I heard that Brother Lu has been doing well during this period of time in the Great Void. Many of our Dark Guards have also received pointers from you. I was just a little curious, so I came to visit you, Li Chun replied. Inwardly, he was still wondering why the White Emperor sent Lu Zhou here. Lu Zhou, as the White Emperor's subordinate, was so high profile. This meant that the White Emperor did not care about hiding his intentions. Was the White Emperor truly planning to return to the Great Void? Lu Zhou shook his head. It's just nonsense. How can it be called guidance? It's not nonsense. Yesterday I went to see His Majesty. His Majesty has been studying the murals and muttering to himself. Those murals have always been mysterious. They must have helped him to further comprehend the path of cultivation. Lu Zhou said, the murals were created by great master Wu Xianxia in ancient times. They're just ordinary paintings. Li Chun said, puzzled, how can they be ordinary? I clearly sensed a mysterious power from them. Lu Zhou said, if they're truly mysterious, do you think you'd be able to sense it? Li Chun nodded. That's true. After all, if it was so profound, it would not be easy to sense. Buzz. At this moment, the distinct sound of energy resonance rang from the direction of Xuani Hall. Li Chun went outside to have a look and saw a huge halo above Xuani Hall. The halo was green and was bigger than Xuani Hall. The dark guards rushed out one after another with expressions of reverence on their faces when they saw the green halo. It did not take long before the cultivator of Xuani Palace came out and bowed in the direction of Xuani Hall. Congratulations on becoming a great divine king. Similar cries rang from all over Xuani Palace. Li Chun revealed an expression of surprise before he also said, congratulations, Your Majesty, on becoming a great divine king. Everyone from the Evil Sky Pavilion exchanged a look. He became a great divine king just like that? Li Chun returned to Lu Zhou and said, Brother Lu, you really hid yourself too deeply. You've truly broadened my horizons. Lu Zhou? His Majesty's cultivation had stagnated for 30,000 years. I didn't expect that with your guidance. He immediately broke through. To think you said the murals are only ordinary. Brother Lu, let's drink till we get drunk today. We can drink at my place, Li Chun said as he stepped forward to grab Lu Zhou's arm. Lu Zhou frowned and shook Li Chun's hand away before he said, Xuani was about to advance because of his own luck. While his cultivation stagnated at that of a divine king, he continued to accumulate experience and cultivate, which resulted in today's breakthrough. I didn't enlighten him. Brother Lu, just keep on bluffing. Lu Zhou's expression turned solemn as he said, You're a Tao saint after all. You've cultivated for many years and listened to many sages. How many of them managed to enlighten you? Upon hearing this, Li Chun was slightly startled. Then, he nodded and said, I'm just joking, Brother Lu. Please don't take it to heart. Swoosh. At this moment, a figure appeared above the dark hall. The dark guards bowed and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Chun also turned around and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. Xuani, the new great divine king, ignored everyone. Instead, he flashed and appeared in front of Lu Zhou before he said with a smile, It's all thanks to Pavilion Master Lu's words of enlightenment that I was able to break through. Li Chun? Li Chun thought that this time Lu Zhou would not be able to wash himself clean of this even if he jumped into the ocean. In fact, Li Chun was also confused by Xuani's treatment of Lu Zhou. Even if Lu Zhou was a subordinate of the White Emperor, the treatment should be so good to this extent. No matter what, Xuani was the master of Xuani Hall. In terms of status, Xuani was not inferior to the White Emperor. How could Li Chun know that, in the eyes of Xuani, Lu Zhou was someone whose existence was far superior to everyone, not just the White Emperor? At this moment, Xuani seemed to realize his actions would attract unwanted attention, so he cleared his throat and straightened his back, regaining his dignity. Then, he asked in a domineering tone, Tao Saintly, why are you here? Li Chun smiled. I heard that Brother Lu has cultivation insights, so I came to ask for advice. Xuani frowned. Are you worthy? Huh. Li Chun was puzzled. Xuani once again realized his mistake. He cleared his throat and said, You have to accompany Pavilion Master Lu more often and help him familiarize himself with Xuani Palace as soon as possible. Rest assured, Your Majesty, Li Chun said. Xuani nodded in satisfaction. Then he turned to Lu Zhou and said, I've been invited to Southern Split Mountain to discuss the Tao. If Pavilion Master Lu has the time, why don't you come with me? Southern Split Mountain? Li Chun asked. The Scarlet Emperor invited me there, so it's difficult to refuse his invitation, Xuani said. Upon hearing this, Li Chun said, I'm free. I'm free. Xuani frowned and said, There are still many matters to deal with in the Dark Hall. Dao Saintly, you should stay back. Ah, didn't he tell me to accompany Brother Liu? Xuani said, This matter concerns the competition for the commanders. Zhang, he will come with me. Realization dawned on Li Chun. If he left as well, there would be no one left to handle the matters in the Dark Hall. Xuani turned back to Lu Zhou and asked, Pavilion Master Liu, are you willing to come with me? Li Chun. This treatment is really too much. Lu Zhou said indifferently, Very well. I'll go and have a look. At the same time, Southern Split Mountain in the south of the Great Void near Xuani Palace. There was an independent Dao Hall here. It was guarded by Nan Li, a divine king. There were more than a dozen floating platforms and buildings in the sky. It was truly a spectacular sight. The Southern Split Mountain did not compete with the 10 halls and was friends with everyone. It also steered clear of worldly affairs. Nan Li, the Divine Lord, was a native of the Great Void. At this moment, a cultivator appeared outside of Nan Li's hall and said, Divine Lord, the Crimson Emperor's people are here. Nan Li nodded and appeared outside the hall. As the light around his body dissipated, he asked, Has the Scarlet Emperor arrived? He has yet to arrive. We might have to wait for a while before he arrives since he's coming from the Flaming Seas. Mr. Ri and Mr. Duanmu, along with the Flaming Seas 4 Vajras, are here. Nan Li said, I've long heard that those two are extraordinarily talented and possessed the great void seeds. Over the past 100 years, their cultivation has increased by leaps and bounds. They're likely going to fight for the positions of commanders of the 10 halls as well. Do you want to meet them? Of course. I want to see what kind of people are worthy of the great void seeds, Nan Li replied. At this time, another cultivator appeared outside of Nan Li's hall. He bowed and said, Divine Lord, Emperor Xuani has arrived. Nan Li shook his head and said with a helpless expression, He came uninvited? It's said that he was invited by the Scarlet Emperor. Nan Li chuckled. Is the Scarlet Emperor eyeing the Xuani Hall? Is he trying to snatch the position of the commander of Xuani Hall? Anyway, a guest is a guest. Welcome him. Understood. On the eastern horizon of Southern Split Mountain, in a brown flying chariot, Mingshi said, Why did he choose this place? He could have just gone to the other party's territory. Why must he find a neutral ground? Mr. Ri, this is done in consideration of the Scarlet Emperor's relationship with the 10 halls and the Sacred Temple. Divine Lord Nan Li has never interfered in worldly affairs, so this is the best place. One of the Vajras said. Hypocrite, Mingshi said. Duanmu Xing asked, Old Fourth, are you confident? Of course, Mingshi said with a smile. Just you wait and see. I'll beat the entire Xuani Palace to the ground. At this moment, the Vajra standing behind Mingshi said, Don't underestimate the commander of Xuani Palace. His cultivation is quite profound. Apart from that, Xuani Palace has also recruited a few new dark guards. Among them, it's said one of them is a Dao expert. Even Emperor Xuani treats him with respect. At this moment, Mingshi thought about his second senior brother. His aura changed immediately as he shifted and stood with his hands on his back. He emulated his second senior brother as he said confidently, Don't worry, it's all the same. I'll beat them all to the ground.